Futures trying to get back into positive territory here, still in the red, unfortunately, coming off another impressive performance on Monday, 2 in a row, in fact, 4 stocks overall in the U.S. after Friday's decent rally. A ton of earnings to get through this morning, so a little bit more focused on individual names this morning over the overall market. We are going to get, however, some key economic data coming up this morning at 10 a.m. Consumer confidence numbers coming through 10 o'clock. So we'll bring that to you live. In the meantime, though, we'll touch on GE, we'll touch on GM as well, both out with earnings. Coca-Cola beating right across the board, raising their forecast. Nice look for KO shares here in the pre-market. The big ones, though, to come after the close tonight. We kick things off with Microsoft and Alphabet. Google both set to report once the market closes tonight. There was also a note on CLF that was moving around here in the pre-market. We'll touch on Cleveland Cliffs and this UPS as well, with the call just looks like it's getting underway right now. It's worth a note, both GE and looks like GM calls underway right now. There's some comments coming through. A ton to get through this morning. Let's get right into it. It's Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at negative numbers, unfortunately, to kick things off. But we are trying to bounce here. It is still the NASDAQ trying to lead things back towards break even. Just looking at some comments coming through from GE's call right now. But 0.1, 0.5%, and 0.4 for the S&P right now. TSX futures here in Toronto about 0.5% as well. Crude downside. Bitcoin and Ethereum back downside as well. There was an early move trying to get a little bit higher anyways for Ethereum. Not so much anymore. A busy day to get right into here, guys. Good morning. A ton of earnings to get through, as I mentioned, but the big ones to come after the market closes tonight, although there are a few, as I said, earnings calls going on right now. So we'll keep an eye on GE and GM right now.
Yeah, fun earnings calls. It was like that in the pre-market. But hey, we're excited for the bigger earnings to start coming through, especially after market today. Hopefully we get that Fed pivot. We go green today. That would be certainly nice. A lot is on tap. Of course, we're going to be back looking at some of those Chinese ADRs, which were a dumpster fire and then a big recovery. And then big tech is going to be in play. I'll be still watching some Snapchat and Meta. There was some back and forth on those two names yesterday with some TikTok news. And of course, Mullen, another day, another gap. That one up above 60. So it broke from 40, got to 55. Now it's above the 60 level. Kind of trying to get to that dollar mark, which is always pretty key. So there's a lot here to be excited for. You know, I deserve it for we went all in on the Patriots in our Suicide League. And yeah, thank you very much, Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots. It is what it is.
Yeah, the New England Patriots suck. But so do the Bears. So I don't know what happened there. I guess the mystique, you know, Bill Belichick is 74-81 without Tom Brady. It should be a great day today. Look, we're really excited to get going. This is the World Series of earnings here this week. Everything's coming through. It's my favorite week, needless to say. But today might be a little boring as, we have to wait for Microsoft and Google. But yeah, like Brendan said, we do have Coke earnings. UPS came out. GE came out. So there's a few names. We have Coke on the on the sticky note today as well. So that should be a lot of fun. Trading some Coca-Cola with Mr. Buffett. We'll do that. Amazon, Microsoft, Coke, Mullen, all talked about there. We have Netflix, always a good move as well. Apple moving around. But today, market's only up down now, 0.12. I feel like we're waiting. I think the street really thinks Microsoft's going to have a good report. So I'm going to be looking long on that name. But let's get ready to rock and roll here. An hour till the market opens. Make sure you hit the like button.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quiet start to the week on Monday. I'm just watching oil on an uptick here as well, but the market a little bit flattish. Sean was mentioning maybe a wait-and-see kind of a day. Some Saudi comments coming through on energy markets right now, so oil headed back to the upside. Here's a look at Coca-Cola, as we said, both KO and UPS. A couple of, I mean, a lot of people look at these as economic bellwethers as well, just a bit of a read on the overall state of the economy. Everyone's crying, you know, the end of the world here as far as inflation is to be concerned. But I mean, these reports not that bad, guys. And I mean, a lot of the forecasts going forward, where I think a lot of the focus is remaining, seem to be better than expected as well. What do we take from this?
Yeah, well, I mean, better than expected. That could be one way to think about it. The other thing, and you were talking about this earlier this morning, Brendan, every single big dip, in at least the last little iteration, like the last few weeks or last few days definitely, has been bought up. It's like there's buyers at work. You saw it yesterday, to be sure. So some of these names, which, and look, Coca-Cola is considered to be one of those like recession-proof type of deals anyways. So it's relatively speaking always going to be, I'd say, a better defensive strong stock. You know, Coca-Cola, that's certainly going to be in that group. It had already come off, but the stability here was, you know, I'd say pretty fantastic if you'd been in this one, comparing, you know, considering what the market had done, right? Like in top to bottom, it still actually moved, I think, close to 20%, maybe just shy of that. But you were already in the midst of a little bit of a bounce here. And, you know, this, if we get one of those market recoveries where it's a lower high and, you know, it's just a temporary bear market rally, I would still expect Coke on the basis of the good forecast here to be able to get through some of these major averages. Now, the market itself, I keep going back to the SPY and saying, yeah, I don't know if we get past the 200. I think we get to the 50 in the bear market rally. I don't know if we get to the 200. I think stocks like a Coca-Cola, this should get there. Now, obviously, this doesn't always do a ton for day trading in terms of volume. I expect there to be some today. I got a couple of things I'm looking for. There's dip buys at 58, which I've been sitting around waiting for, not too worried about the call. That was previous lows and support. It was the top of this channel here. And then have a look at $60 is right at that 50-period moving average. That could be set up for a decent break, but I'd much rather be buying dips on Coca-Cola. It's going to end up dragging a few names with it here. I always type in New York for Pepsi, which is hilarious because I own the stock. But Pepsi, I'd say it has not performed as well as Coca-Cola. And if Coke, let's just imagine a scenario where, look, I want longs on Coke today. If it goes down, I want to be sort of prepared for that. Pepsi's right at resistance on the daily, or at least very, very close to it. So I could see a world in which, let's say Coke has a bit of a downturn and the market goes red and they don't like it. I mean, Pepsi's right here right now, and you know it's been absolutely fantastic. It's kind of lagging in that it's already up at those highs. That's why I think Coke's up there, and they're a bit of a different business now because it's not all beverages with Pepsi. But when I look at this, it's right at that, you know, $3 away from that 181 top, which hasn't been able to get through. So if Coke powers through, this could be hitting resistance in any pullbacks on Coke. I'm going to have this one on my watch, but it's really about playing that level up there at 181. So I'd like to dip buy on Coke, but I have my eyeballs on Pepsi, which not doing a heck of a lot, but it is right at some major resistance.
Yeah, we wrote down Coke here long back to 58. If we can get back here into 58, that's where we're going to go long. And we're going to also take a long break of 59.50. So it should be lots of excitement there. I'm into Mullen as well right now. We'll see if this one wants to continue to go up off the 60 level. So we'll see if it can break through 65. We're into Mullen right now. And let's just see where it goes. We could scalp out if we wanted to, but we're just going to see 63, 64, 65. So that's high as right there is 65 right on the knot. I think we could take that out. So let's see what happens now with Mullen. We're in this one now 62.5 cents right here. Remember, like if you take 3 or 4 cents on this name, you're not doing too bad. That's 5%. So we'll see what happens here off the open with Mullen Automotive as well.
Huge move. Ton of volume already for them as well. First segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. Check them out. QR code, link on screen. Shout out to the guys at True Trading Group once again. I wanted to mention Biogen. Just saw a couple of headlines coming across for BIIB, up on light volume right now after they also beat earnings. There's also this entire China angle once again. And we'll get into some of the ADRs all bouncing back to the upside, including the EV makers today. This one, however, we saw get hit pretty hard yesterday. Starbucks downside huge yesterday. No bounce yet. Continued concerns about what's going to happen over in China and their policies, but holding here basically flat on the day for Starbucks. That was a big move back to big levels over here for Starbucks.
Oh, it was. It's weird because like there were so many Look, I don't mind missing out on Starbucks. I didn't have any issues with it. Like if you looked at some of the moves that happened in the direct Chinese names, I mean, if you took that ETF K-Web, you made 8% from top to bottom. If you took Pinduoduo, you made 20-something%. Li Auto moved 20-something% bottom to top. Alibaba moved 10%. So I didn't mind not trading PDD, but Starbucks. But you mentioned Biogen. I'm going to get this out of the way. This is it is a very, I don't want to say untradeable stock. It's got a $2 and almost 50-cent spread on it, and it tends to react pretty heavily when they get the news, when they get big news on, obviously their Alzheimer's drug's a big one there, but I wish this was set up a little bit, well, I wish it was more liquid is what I should be saying, because it is set up that if you hold around 275, it's got some serious chops and room to run here because it is breaking out on the daily. But this is a 100% wait and see where liquidity's at the open, and if it's holding that level, fine, fantastic. Starbucks, as I said, there were a million shorting opportunities in the morning in yesterday's trade, and you basically just had to pick your poison as to which one you wanted or preferred. But I've got my eyeballs on Starbucks right here at that support level as it moves, as this finally loads up there. This 82, and it's about 82 and a half, technically speaking. I think, much like I've been saying, it's resistance till it's not. I think it's support till it's not. Starbucks has been holding this for the greater part of a month or two. So I didn't mind missing out taking a short opportunity in yesterday's open because really it only went 3% when I was just giving you a list of things that went 8 to 20% to the downside. But that 82.50, I think it was worth it for a bounce. All you had to do was zoom out, which I wasn't looking at until after it had happened. If we see 82.50 again, I think it's worth a bounce play on Starbucks, hopefully after the open, because it also hasn't done any pre-market volume.
All right, I'm looking at, for the retail side of things, I'm just going to stick with Amazon here. We had a nice little run up yesterday. This is on our sticky note. We traded it pretty good, short, able to capture profit until eventually it broke that 119.70 area. We talked about this earlier. It broke, then it went all the way up here, and then we got a nice fade into the close, right? I mean, I don't know what's up with that number all the way down here at 118.50 right there. But anyways, a nice little move back to 1960. That's about where we're going to open here today. So I like Amazon to try to protect this 120.50 area up there and start the short. We're going to start a little bit higher than that. But yeah, I like it against this 121. If you're seeing right here, there it is right there, 121. So let's see if Amazon can hold here. A lot of resistance upside. And until they report, I think it's a good short up here. If the market really rallies, we can get out of the way and get out and probably just punch long through 121. So for right now, let's see if we have a little bit of a, kind of a nothing day here. That's kind of what I'm expecting as we wait for all these reports to come through. I'm sort of expecting a pretty sleepy, quiet day here in the market. And, like I said, a lot of those names that reported, GE, Coke, UPS, they're all just ho-hum names, General Motors. They're nothing, they're not big stocks that are going to influence the market one way or the other. So I feel like a lot of traders might be sitting on their hands today as we wait for the big guys coming, starting today with Microsoft and Google.
After the close, Meta tomorrow. We get Apple then on Thursday. So big 3 days to come here. I mentioned this one, CLF, as we came on there. A few analyst notes coming through after their report came in worse than expected. That follows FCX, if you remember, out last week. So here we go. If there is going to be maybe a little bit of weakness in the market today, there's CLF for you. There's FCX as well down on that report from Cleveland Cliffs, guys, under pressure here, it would appear.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to double check because I should know. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I should know what the short float is on this one, and it's worth it. Yeah, it's okay. It's not too bad. It was in double digits last year, but I guess a lot of names that used to be double digits short interest are no longer that. So it's 9% short float on CLF. It did. If it were to open down here, I guess would be pretty close to the short sell restriction as well. So when you have a short sell restriction, we talked about that yesterday, you can't really hit the bid to take out that short. Like you're gapping down, and that's a setup. Breaking a pretty big support level is usually one that I'm interested in, about 14.40. So below, it's about 14.5, let's call it, to make it a little bit more clean. 14.40, 14.5 looks like a reasonable setup to go all the way to the bottoms, but if it doesn't break these lows, you're already down 10%. It does have a decent short interest. That is worth mentioning. We're talking about the It was a little hot this morning in the office again today, but apparently it's starting to improve itself a little bit. So there's some discussion as to how cool it's going to get. Hopefully it gets a little better than this. I always put in the gap down 10% notion that if it doesn't take out the low, you can look for longs if it's got a short flow. That does apply to Cleveland Cliffs here. This bottom at 14, if it starts holding that, there might just be a little scalp long off wherever the pre-market bottoms happen to be. That's a decision that gets made a little bit closer to 9:30. But my initial look is at 14.40 to 50 is where I'd be fading it.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't get any cooler than where it is right now.
It's perfect right now.
Yeah, it's very cool right now with a cool breeze coming through. So I hope it either stops or whatever right now. We were having issues last week, but I wasn't here. But now I see the problem. It was really warm to begin with. I don't even know what's going on with Cleveland Cliffs, but I do like that name. Another name, of course, that's reporting later on today is going to be Google. That's going to be something else that comes through here today, up to $103. Again, another area right there that you're coming into on the 20-minute chart. So, right in here, 103, 103.50. There's going to be a lot of these big tech names that are hovering around some of these highs. I choose to short Amazon a little bit more than Google, but again, the same kind of trade up here, 103, 103.50 for these names. And then if you do get a move back down to 99, 99.50, then we'll see what happens down here near that $100 mark. But like I said, I don't expect much to happen from these names. So today, 103, 103.50 could also be a short here for Google. We're just going to have to wait to see what this market does, but just feels a lot different today. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a big day, which is why I'm just going to default over. Probably look at some Coke. We already have some bids here for Coke down to $58. Looking to take out $59.50 here. That's the high of the day right there. So we'll see if I can take that out. That's going to be a good name to watch. And then I'm not really looking at General Motors. Its volume is pretty good though, almost near 1 million shares, 730,000 shares. But down here to 36.50 coming into play again for General Motors. So a few little levels to look at here. There's a nice move up. But if you see it's going to come back, it should fill, right there. So there's 36 again. Whoops. There's 36 right there. So there could be another support level down to $36 if General Motors does fall down there. So, yeah, I'm looking at a bunch of different names, but I just want this market to open to give us some sort of direction.
Just having a look at, on that note, GM was talking very nicely about the EV demand still being higher than they can even keep up with as well in their report. So let's go to some of the Chinese names here. Here's NIO, 1.25% back to the upside after this recovery yesterday. Neil and I were discussing that V bottom on a lot of charts from yesterday, gapping back to the upside. Nothing has changed as far as these Chinese names are concerned, but a lot of them more positive than the market at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, you take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. They got sold off more heavily than anything you saw in the market, so maybe that's why you're up 1%. You're up 1% on NIO. Yesterday, this thing broke $10 and almost got to $8. Tremendous moves off of the open. Really, at the open, it was $10.20. It went down almost a full $2. So you're talking like $1.85 from the open. These were all trend, and it wasn't even the biggest move. Like I said, there were multiple names that not only gapped down, but moved 20% after that. Pinduoduo was down 15% and then fell another 22% at the open. So the fact that you get that kind of buying, it does happen. When you get panic selling, a lot of times you get bottoms. There's some rumors out there, and it makes a lot of sense to me that there was probably a fund or somebody that got liquidated that might have held a bunch of these. That's why individual names would have outperformed so well. I'll be looking at that $10 area. It's a 10 to 10.20. I mean, if it actually gets through this, that would be incredibly bullish. I think you're looking at resistance here today. $9 held up in the afternoon as a good little dip area. So right now we're diddling in the middle on NIO in particular. Pinduoduo, this was the first place I went to in yesterday's trade, and wow, okay, what's going on with that chart? But anyways, Pinduoduo, there he goes. It finally just showed up a little bit late there, but that rolled over from 50. I was at way too early at 45, and then it made another move down even more spectacularly. But $46 on PDD, and this might be easier to, let me check the 3 minute. Might be easier to see on the 3 minute. There you go. Yeah, on the 3 minute, if you look at 46, There was one bounce, and when I got out of this, it bounced off 45. It did this wick through 46 even, and then had an even bigger sell-off. When it was a reverse long at 43, it could not get through that 46 area, and you're just lined up trying to take out 46. If there's going to be a day 2 on these bad boys, then a rollover off of the 36 level sounds pretty good to me. If you don't take that out at the open, I think you could see another bit of a fall here, and that's a pretty big gap to the upside as well. With Neil's diddling in the middle, PDD's at a key level right now at 56, which is a little more exciting for me.
All right. I mean, yesterday we absolutely, Baba was the trade of the day. Neo could have been as well. Neo, we just waited for it to bottom out there. We didn't wait long enough. Obviously, we waited too long, all the way there to 890 before getting that one, and our best out up there at 944. You guys saw us get out of that one. I do like Neo there, but yesterday's really trade of the day here was Alibaba, and I mean, that was written #1 name, and that's why it's so different. Yesterday I was all geared up, jacked up for this Alibaba trade. It was so nice. We took it thrice. Many times we took that trade upside, many more than 3 times, I guess. One time there at 64, then again at 64, again at 64, then a break of 63.50, breaks down here of 63, and then the cascade waterfall all the way to the downside there before eventually getting out at 60 bucks. We should have got out at 58, but we didn't get a lot of those capitulation bottoms there. But yeah, this was such an easy trade, like Neil said. And like I said yesterday, right when this stock opened up, or right when we were here yesterday, rewind the clock 24 hours, I was like, people are going to sell. No one's going to put money into Chinese names, especially after those reports yesterday. Maybe they're back in today, but definitely yesterday was a flush down day for a name like Alibaba. So we definitely took advantage of that, and it was the trade of the day. We'll see what's going to be the trade of the day today. Might be Alibaba again, as it's still upside right now at 65 bucks. It could be a decent short if we get anywhere near that $65. I'm going to try to wait for that. Ultimately, it is going to fill this gap at some point. We'll see, when that's going to happen. I feel like they still are legitimate companies. You just got to get through all these ideologies and all that mythical stuff that they're talking about over there in China. So we'll have to get through it all. And then once some U.S. investors start coming back through, you're going to need some buy ratings and things like that, upgrades from some U.S. banks and whatnot to get this name going again. But I think it's okay down here at $63, $64. Profit's never been a concern for Alibaba. Now there has sales. You just have the sort of the headwinds there of the government. So we'll look at Alibaba, but I also do like Neo today down here near that $10 mark. I think $10 is a nice little break long spot for NIO.
A few positive notes on that group today, once again, even with what happened yesterday. Here we go. A few notes from the cannabis sector today. Cron downside. Aftermarket yesterday, there was some fraud allegations thrown across for Cron. There's CGC upside as well. Almost 5% on this news this morning, picking up acreage. So it looks like Canopy going to acquire Acreage Holdings, which will be their ticket into the U.S. market. So positive for CGC. There are some analyst moves for you today. Netflix to the upside. Yeah, Daywa busy. Number of different moves for them this morning, including this one. Netflix to the upside. Weber on some takeover speculation. Wells Fargo to the upside on them. Ross and Planet Fitness, guys.
So just on the Weber news, because there's been a few questions about it. It's not a firm deal, but there is an offer for them to be taken out and bought at $6.25 from a firm. And I should double check the name of it, but the firm already owns like 89% of Weber. So it's trading above the price right now. That I think. Well, look, when you own that much of a company and you're basically saying you're willing to take the rest of it, I think that puts a pretty decent floor on it, right? Because clearly that holder is not going to be selling their shares. That wouldn't make any sense in the world. And if anything, they're looking to take out the entire thing and maybe make a few changes. So look, I think it puts a fantastic floor on Weber, and I'd be buying any dips. Probably even at that 20 area, that 25 area where the deal is. But Netflix, for actual, for trading that I think we can all be a little more interested in digging into, Netflix looks very, very spicy. Yesterday it was relatively weak. Now, when the market made that huge V-shaped bounce, Netflix couldn't get back above that 290 level, and I'm kind of zooming in here so I don't get that crazy wick to the downside, but it couldn't break that 290 in the afternoon. It was a great short off of this 286 to 287 area. That's exactly where I'll be looking back here again. If we decide to explode to the upside, any shorts I'd be taking out if it gets out of that 87, and then you look at that 290 to maybe reaffirm itself as resistance. Great stock, great quarter, certainly on the move up. Now it looks like it might just be channeling. Last time it channeled for a couple of days, then broke that 279 and made the next leg to the upside. So it could be doing that same thing with that 290 level as well. If the market turns red and is weak, Netflix already showed you a little bit of weakness. But if it gets through 87, yeah, I would not be trying to short it off that. And if you're looking for dip buys, 80 was absolutely fantastic. Like I said, it was that 79 to 80 area. It bounced off 80 yesterday, even if that breakout 2 days ago, well, sorry, on Friday, that breakout was at 79, but it bounced off 80 as a bit of support. So if you're looking for dip buys, I like that 80 level.
Yeah, I just added 80 to the sticky note right there for this. This is a no-brainer buy here at 280 for me. I think you just got to wait and support it. If it comes down into there, then that's a gift that hopefully will keep on giving. A 280 long there on Netflix. I really, really like that level. We've broken above it here. And let's just see if it can hold. My position is long Netflix 178 or something. I did cash some out of it at 228, which seems to be a mistake. But now up here at 290, you're getting close to filling all the way back up now. Oh, where's the daily chart here for this gap down? I mean, you're not super there yet, but 330 is coming through pretty soon. You've already filled that second little gap right there when we made that move back down. This is where I started buying it up. The first time I've ever bought Netflix was down here. So then when we started to barcode a little bit, we actually got out near the top of the range, but now it's starting to go upside for Netflix. So this has been one of the better, probably the only good dip buy that I've had here to some extent anyways. Like, it's up $100. So this has been a nice little name here for Netflix. I still think you support it down here at 280. My bids are going to go in there right now. And then if you get lower, like 275, 278, something like that, would be maybe where you'd want to drop that. So if you take a 280 long, I think you'd want to get $3 or $4 on that. So risk to reward, very, very similar. But I just did post that right here as an amendment to the sticky note. So with some charting as well. If you want to come over at Trader TV, Sean, you can see here's why I like it. And I'll try to do that a little bit more of that with the sticky note by putting out some charts and whatnot with that. So thank you so much. Russian court denies that U.S. girl that brought in weed, Brittany Griner.
The basketball player.
Yeah. Star tries to trim 9-year sentence. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe she'll get lucky and only serve 8 there, Brendan.
Yeah, that's Paul's.
Just having a look at the Fed's Red Book. It just came out, reading on economic activity. Market not really doing anything, but 8.2% versus 8 over the last. That's the final reading on that one. It's basically the other side of the Beige Book. So we talk about the Beige Book from time to time. The Red Book, the other end of that. Here's a look at European markets so far. A little bit of pressure as well over in the European landscape. 0.8 right now for England, 0.1 for Germany. Interesting that Rishi, new prime minister over in the UK, was reading about him a little bit more last night. 0.16 for France to the upside. Italy's downside. Spain positive. Bit of a mixed session so far for Europe. Not sure I've ever seen anything but the market that large on this board. So people only talking about one thing today, guys, and it's Mullen after a huge day yesterday. A huge day, once again, 20+% to the upside already. MULN, very, very positive on social media. SPY also back in positive territory. There's Apple up there, positive on the day. Tesla, NIO then, AMC, all downside. Digital World acquisition, downside. Amazon is here green. That Hellbiz I saw popped up on a volume scanner earlier. Wasn't really doing much, though, overall. UPS is here green as well. There's GE. It's tough to see, but that's GM as well at the top. But wow. Huge positivity for Mullen on social media.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that could be a bit of it's a trap. It's a trap. I feel like that. I don't know if you guys can even hear that one. It's so quiet for us. But if there is a trap, it could just be because it's already a triple up. Like it's basically taken 1 week, and not even that. You're shy of a week from breaking out at 20. holding 30s, breaking out at 45, and now you're trying to hold 60s. At some point, there's going to be some serious profit takers. You even had positive news come out yesterday to give it some juice to the upside. Just recognize there's a bit of a gap fill back at that 58 level. If it does break down here, then you could easily be back 10%, right? At the end of the day, that's just, to me, too much to hold back in. So I've been buying in front of 60s. And if we ever take out that 58 level, then I'm out of Dodge. And then looking back, maybe back into that 50 area, that would make a lot of sense to me. There was all kinds of support down there in the afternoon. Even if it didn't run in the afternoon yesterday, was trying those longs, it gave you only scalp trades in that range. I'd expect there could be some buyers if we crack that 58. For now, going to be buying in front of that 58 level on the way to the 65. It's already a double top. It's kind of it's not really a psychological level, I suppose, but it's kind of a decent level. The last time we broke out past here, you did have a challenge of 80, and then, you get to that 80 and you start thinking about that buck. That's the rarefied air. You get to $1, you might find some resistance and some rejection at some point. But my main concern is, does it hold 58 at the open? Because if it starts filling that gap in, I'd be pretty patient with where I want to buy those dips. 50 is probably a no-brainer if it slows down there. But anywhere in between, it could start consolidating. And I'm not going to make that guess. If it's 50, fine. But if it's at 54, 55, I'd wait for it to find some stability before I did that. And if it fails 65 at the open for a triple failure at the top, well, I might have to think about shorting that level. I had paid for locates. For now, I'm really just thinking the long, though.
Yeah, I'm already long Mullen here. I'm just going to hold it. I think we can see 80 if we get up to there at some point today. It's up 20%. Let's just see what happens when the market does open. I'm going to hold this back to 50 cents. I don't have a lot of shares, although, I have a decent amount, but not that much. Here we go, breaking through 60 right now. Yeah, where's the 1 minute chart from yesterday? So here it goes. It is going to take down 60. You do have a 59 bottom, and then right back into here, 53, 54. I think you try to buy it. If it's going to be that popular on social media, why not give it a shot here for Mullen? So it won't be a stock that I'm going to invest a lot into it, but I think that you could have an 80-cent high. And right now you're bouncing around 60 cents. So, we need retail to come in here. That'll happen at about 9:30. Obviously, as some, accounts get turned on now at 9 o'clock, you're seeing some volume come in a little bit here. And then we're going to test that 60 mark, which it looks like it wants to break. And there it goes right now. So next stop, probably right to 59 now. And then, yeah, you have a gap all the way back to 54. So I think getting filled in here somewhere makes a lot of sense. 56, 57, something like that. And there we go. We knew if once it took down 60, the next level down was 59 and change. So let's wait to see. I'm going to be bidding in the middle here somewhere, 55, 56, Brendo.
Just watching the market move upside here, guys. Case-Shiller House Price Index comes out lower than expected. So the move down, the actual move to the downside, or more than expected, which I guess is a positive, seeing as how that would indicate housing prices are falling. So the market upside on that. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market, and see what we need to know on the future side of things. So we get that. Seems to be positive right now, Arun. Also, 10 a.m. worth noting, consumer confidence to come as well.
It's a big number, and this market's sensitive to almost every single number that has not relevance, but every single number of some importance, right? So yesterday was, 945? I think we had an S&P composite number. We had some number coming out at 945, and this market reacted aggressively to that. Here we are again waiting for consumer confidence. Everyone's going to be waiting for that one as well. This market is, sitting at the edge here. This 3820, I mentioned this area yesterday. This 3820 is kind of significant going back a few days or earlier this month. And if it can get above and stay above, we really have a chance at a breakout to the upside on the multi-day. And if you look at the much larger charts, so this is where this market is kind of building up volume, and something like this where you get a number that is positive could break right through that. And that's the kind of reaction that you would get if the number is just good enough for this market to get going. Flip side is if the number, given that we're paying attention to this number now, if the number is somewhat on the negative side and it falls off, you're going to end up looking at like a multi-top again as we come back in. So we're sitting right at the edge, building some volume. Whichever direction it goes, we'll find out soon enough. But here we are, 38.20 and 25-ish is going to be the top end breakout point. I'm going to keep an eye on that one there. To the downside, in the event that we break back down through the 90s into the 80s, I'm going to keep an eye on 37.70. So pretty tight ranges to work with, at least for now. So 38.20 up top on a breakout to the upside, break down through 37.90, potential buying if you can find a reason to go long against the 37.70. And if we break 37.70, you got 37.10 below that. But we should be able to work with those two first levels fairly soon, either breaking out or potential buy dip below 37.90.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. If you go back to last month, remember that consumer confidence number was a big market mover. So we'll bring that to you live, or try to at least, coming up at 10 a.m. Make sure you grab that every single day. That's a link to the watch list if you haven't done so already. Join the more than 30,000 getting that absolutely free every single day, delivered right to your inbox. All you need is your email address. We touched on them briefly, but let's get into it here. Is it just a bounce here for some of these Chinese ADRs? We talked in depth yesterday about the reasoning here behind this move to the downside, but we're kind of fading off a little bit already on some of these. Here's Baba trying to test where we ended the day yesterday. Again, nothing new. Just seeing PayPal and Amazon, possible partnership just coming through there. I'll have a look at that. But nothing new as far as news on any of these really individually, but a bit of strength here for Chinese ADRs today.
Yeah, I saw that PayPal, nice little bounce up there to $86. That'd be nice if they can get that button there on Amazon. I mean, that's going to be the rally. I think if there's anything true about that, you have to buy PayPal. So we'll wait on that one in a second, because that's one of the reasons why I think PayPal's gotten hit, of course. So yeah, look, Alibaba. Yeah, Randy. Now it's chilly up in here. I like it. No, it's better than hot, man. There we go, 64, 65 right now. So I think that you have this kind of a high right now, $65. Jack of all trades over there. Now he's an HVAC guy. I like that. Yeah, I'll take a coffee. Sure, man. Thanks. One milk, my man. All right, 65 right there for the top for Alibaba. So I think you want to try to fade that. That's where we were at yesterday. I feel like there's going to be a rally in these names. Again, you know, it got hit over there across Hang Seng yesterday in the Chinese markets overnight. So of course we came in yesterday, and this was the trade, like we said. That was the trade early yesterday. We had this whole thing short. It was great. We had upsized position. Everything was good on that short. So I always looking at Alibaba. Pinduoduo is a great trade. So is NEO. We hit NEO yesterday as well. So 2 for 2 yesterday on these names. I just think that we break higher today. I mean, I feel like it got washed out, and that's that. End of story right now. Alibaba's IPO price was 68, so you can still get to that level. Maybe even today. I mean, I really feel like you break that 65 level, and then that's where you go long, because then you have some outs. You could get out back here 64, 64.50, something like that. If 65 breaks and doesn't hold, and then you go lower, that could be, you know, that's a trade. So again, I feel like you don't want to do anything early on this name. There's going to be lots of opportunities here for Alibaba, for NEO, for JD, for PDD, all this kind of stuff. I make my best trades when I'm given, you know, the answer, and I don't have it right now. So up 1.5% makes me think that it's a long. I don't want to short this name today unless we get really high up near that $68, $70 mark. So I'm going to be looking long for Alibaba and all of the ADRs.
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of locked in on 46 at PDD. So if we hold below there at the open, you know, I like shorts beneath that price. If we actually start breaking out from there, I'll try to structure some longs above 46, because there's gaps in either direction, which gives you great opportunity. Said the same thing with NEO. The only other one that I don't think I mentioned that I'll go back over to is XPeng. XPeng, it's gotten so cheap now. And what I like about XPeng here, at least for an opportunity, is it came almost all the way back. And so if you look at where we were breaking down at the open, it was right at this 730 area, flushes through 7. That was like everything else, great flush. And now you're right back looking at potentially breaking all the way. So like you see so many that are still below that 930 price where we're opening up at. Yeah, XPeng not so much. It did almost the entire V shape, and now this 735 to 740 looks like a potential breakout here. And then now you got a bigger gap fill. So that actually is a little bit more bullish than some of the rest. But just like PDD, you're sitting here going sideways, doing nothing in the pre-market. It gets above, you can start working longs above 740. But if it never breaks this, then you kind of understand which way it's going to go. It's not going to, after the volatility yesterday, it's not going to sit in a 10-cent range like it has in the pre-market. No chance.
Oh, Amazon going to offer Venmo as a payment option, it would appear. That's the PayPal-related news, obviously. For PYPL, nice move to the upside on that. Let's go to Coke, another earnings beat right across the board. Looks pretty good, in fact, as far as the numbers, as far as the forecast, everything pretty rosy here, guys, for Coke.
Yeah, and well, the other thing that comes out with that we didn't mention with some of these retailers is if you start getting any weakness in the USD, like that can be pretty positive for them. So I think a lot of people are looking for that to be a potential eventual tailwind. It did just dip actually to 58.5, but this is on relatively light volume. If you go to the daily chart, which is what I'm kind of looking for, you had 58 as previous support. You can see what happened when 58 got broken to the downside. It turned into resistance, and now you're breaking out from there. So on a strong bullish name, essentially I like buying dips into that previous breakout price or previous resistance, and that'll be 58 today on Coke. If we see 60, that's your 50 period on the daily. I think that can be a pretty solid level as well. Hopefully 58 comes first. And on the off chance, I said this before, on the off chance that things get a little bit weak in Coke or it starts resisting the top, I have my eyeballs on Pepsi at 181 on Pepsi, just a huge level on the daily chart, so that gets there. Whether it's probably looking for shorts off that, but in addition to breakouts at some point on that. So Pepsi could be in play in sympathy. Right now it's not moving. If it does catch up to the upside, that 181, like I said, monster level on the daily chart. When I see prices like that, I am thinking about playing that to the short side in front of big resistance.
Wow, look at this move here in the market. It's a nice move up now, up 0.19%. Okay, Coke is on the board here, $58 long, $59.50. Looks like we're going to break that early here on Coke. So we'll wait to see there coming through. Thank you, my man. Which one's which?
Now I'm double fisting.
Cream, milk. No. Milk.
How can you like?
All right, we'll see.
I love how they look exactly the same though. Like
there it is. Yeah, this has it.
All right. Double fisting coffee. That's necessary.
All right. Cheers. Yeah. Well, when your hands are freezing, it's
actually that's why I'm holding both of them right now.
I see you blowing your hands. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like.
But I'd rather, it's like you said, I would rather be cool in the office.
Yes.
Because when you're too hot, it's difficult to focus.
We'll have hot trades, but.
Yeah, it's just when it's colder, it's not that, look, you can always put on a sweater or you can blow on your hands and it's fine, it keeps you alert. But when it's too hot, like you start, your mind starts playing tricks on you there. It is what it is.
Yeah, I know. All right, Coke. Yeah, I just prefer the chili, and I prefer my Coke chilled out as well, right there. So here's the break right here. Here's 59.50. This is the daily chart. We're bouncing up against it. Nice little bottom picks. If you were down there, I feel like buying this name is pretty solid. They come out upsize there, forward guide higher for them on revenue. So that's going to be nice coming through. Obviously, they have some headwinds with the U.S. dollar. They address that as well. So 59.50 breaking through there. And then $60 is basically the 50 period. I think you can get to $60 easily today. I don't know what kind of a range it's going to have. I don't normally trade Coke. So I'm not convinced on, where exactly it's going to go. But yesterday we had a nice rally in the market, 56.50 it opened at, and then we closed at 57.50 or so. So about $1 move yesterday, intraday. So I'm thinking like if we can get up to $60, that's a pretty good move today. So a buy back down here to 58 is what I'll be doing. I'm sitting right now bidding 58.15. So if that comes through, we'll get that long down here. And there's Mullen. We just average into Mullen, so that's fine. And then, taking out the top. I really like Coke here. I think it's a name that we could buy today and sit in it with not too much damage to worry about, especially if you get those good prices. Down here at 58, I feel like you can hold that for a bit if we get that. I don't really see Coke on here at all. I don't see many names on here whatsoever. So we talked about NEO, wanting to get a rally back in NEO today. I think that's good. What is JP Morgan at? The banks continue, 122, continue to be pretty high. So we'll watch to see what happens with the banks here today as well. But so far so good, man. It's going to be an exciting day, but not according to these market on open imbalances. Pretty light. It's a nice move up there. Let's check out PayPal, as Brendan talked about that quickly as well. Up to 85. Venmo, of course, being added. So that's really great for PayPal. I think this is going to be a good move back upside here, up as it comes up to $100. You do have 80. What is this? 88. Oh, man, I mean, we're probably going to get there, man, today, 88 bucks. So watch out for that break. 80, is it 87.50? Basically 88. I mean, you could just wait for 88 to come through. We're already breaking some of these levels right here. That's 86.50. Man, that's good. Okay, this is going to be good news for PayPal. We're going to put PayPal on our radar right now. 211,000 shares, not that many, but definitely like this movement, man. Goes up on the rumor, comes back in as people figure it out, and now the move continues higher. So I like PayPal here. I think this is a good buy down here near 86 and change.
Another one moving here, Intuitive Surgical, big medical equipment maker, just popping up here, about 6% already, taking out the highs currently. $1 billion buyback just announced for ISRG. Not a lot of volume, but worth a note. Let's go on to GM. Nice report as well, right across the board. They even doubled down on their forecast. This number down here was pretty impressive. 170,000 reservations for the new Silverado EV pickup to come.
Convert them. Well, look, reservations are fantastic. You want them sales. But look, the good thing for GM and what I probably am more interested in is the fact they reaffirmed their guidance. They guided last time, dumpster fire, and pulled everything down with them. You dragged forward a little bit as well. It's making a nice little breakout here from 36. You know, everything is. But it's gotten to that 50 period, threw it briefly on that pre-market volume that you got with the earnings, and now right back below. So that 36, that's a breakout price. That's probably looking for some dips. I'm holding back because when you got the call or an issue with the call, I'm actually not sure when that's going to be concluded. So I'll double check to make sure it's concluded. If it does bounce off 36 and I know the call is done, that's where I'll be looking to pick some up. But the other name worth mentioning here and watching that I am bidding on because I don't care. Well, it's not that I don't care, but if it falls down, if GM falls down on the conference call, well, Ford doesn't have one today. And Ford has been breaking out from this $12 level the last couple of sessions. So if there is a dip into 12, I'm buying in front of 12, right now $12.30 on Ford. And this is sort of what I'm getting at. If you get through $12.75, much more room for a consolidation breakout on Ford than you have, just technically looking at the chart, just more room to break out there on Ford than you do on GM. So this sets up almost a little bit better. I'm hoping that there can be enough sympathy that can chew us through this top for a breakout. For now, I'm going to be buying those dips because sometimes you get that whipsaw in the open, and we've seen some of that selling action come in. That's what you kind of hope for, and then you can pick up a good name or a name that you like to the long side on a dip buy. But yeah, you can see it on the daily chart Ford there. It's about $12.80 or so. Lots of room. The 50 period sits at $14 essentially. A lot of room there if Ford can make that break. Already a couple of good days in a row, or 3 good days in a row, but would like to see that breakout on Ford.
Yeah, I mean, General Motors is 1 million shares right there, so we just got long PayPal. I don't know. I'm not super interested in GM today. I don't think I'll be looking at this. I don't normally trade it, so it's like stay in your wheelhouse here. You don't need to go back and forth. I'm already looking at Coke. I like Coke a lot better than GM today. I did look at Ford, and again, yeah, not really super interested in too many of these plays. So, I mean, if we were up here, 42 bucks, different story, but we're not. And then you still got to run into this 38 top right now. I mean, that could be a good short right into 38. That could be something there. But I'm not super excited about the EV space right now. If anything, I'm going to be trading Tesla later on as I look over at that price, 210. But we'll see what happens here with General Motors. I think it's going to be a short around that 38. But at the same time, right, like it wouldn't surprise me if it took out 38 and then just continued to rip up to the upside. There's too much analyst coverage and too many people that hold GM and trying to know everything about it, that it's definitely not something that I trade. So I'm not going to look when I'm trying to make trades, man. I'm trying to put positions on that I'm willing to risk certain percentages of your day, right? Like I'm not. And for GM, it's just not something that I'm very comfortable with putting on big shares. So if I'm not going to do that, then I'm not really going to look at it today. So 1 million shares is great volume. I like the 38 short if it came in, but again, not enough trading experience for me on General Motors. So I'm going to stay away from it. But a good quarter. And look, man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 positive days with 1 red day in there. So yeah, whether or not someone knew this was going to be a good report or not, it's well done. It's well cooked up to the upside right here. So yeah, General Motors, man, congratulations to anybody on that name. Should be a good day for them.
I want to make sure we get to Meta because it is Quest Day for anyone who was wondering. It's the day you can buy your $14.99 Quest headset for Meta. I want to talk about GE, though, quickly here before we get to that. I mean, it seemed pretty negative until the call started, and then they started talking about the energy division specifically and said a whole bunch of very, very positive things. So including this, Q4 free cash flow will be significantly higher quarter over quarter. GE worth a bit of a bounce here today?
So, like, the cautionary thing for me on GE, and probably a little bit more excited for things like PayPal, and we'll definitely talk about Meta to be sure, and maybe some Snapchat. But like, this was down in like the high 60s, gapping down on the initial earnings, got up to 77, and now essentially isn't even moving at 75. Like, it's just going sideways here. So, yeah, that screams sit it out till it opens. If it wants to show you that there's, hey, we're going to be going today, look at the daily chart. It needs to be above that 76.5 and starting to break out. Otherwise, I mean, where's support? Probably down in like the 70 to 72 range. I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole in the middle. Not when it's you go in both directions there, off an earnings report, and then some positive talk on energy. I'd rather play it at the peripheries if it gets there at the open. So I'm going to be sitting out General Electric here. I didn't realize actually how strong that's. I mean, look, everything's been bouncing, but I didn't realize that had made such a good double bottom at $60. So kind of look everywhere. When the market was getting back to those June, July lows, it was worthwhile to sort of see what else is down there and holding support. GE held up better than I expected. So, if we ever saw 60 again, I guess I'd be pretty interested at that price.
All right, let's look at something that we'll trade here. What about Microsoft up at 250 right now? So this is another one of those names coming into play right here. I wrote down on the sticky note, I mean, of course, when we wrote this, it was a while ago and the market hadn't ripped yet. We were down here at 247. I said we would take a 248 long. Now that we're above that, I think this is going to be a level for us to watch out for here today. 248 longs on Microsoft. If you do pull back, you do have 246 as an area, but for right now, look at the market straight upside going into today, which is why we looked at the long for Microsoft. Here's 250 coming into play again, so that's going to definitely hit today. So we'll see. I mean, definitely hit. I mean, we'll have to see what this market does, but I feel like you could get there right off the open up to that 250. That's going to be a little bit of a short, right, if it gets to there, and then you could see what happens at that level. But realistically, if you're going to go short 250, you probably got to hold it to 251 or so. So I'm looking long on Microsoft. So let's see if we do get any bounce backs here into 248, 240. I mean, 248 will probably happen off the open, but 247, 247.50, something like that. I'm already bidding 246.50, but that's, that I put that in, like I said, when we wrote the sticky note down here at 8 a.m., which we were at 247, 247.30. So I thought, maybe we go this way and we can pick up some longs down here, but that doesn't seem to be happening. So that's the close yesterday down here at 246.50. So these are some key levels for me on Microsoft. Hopefully we do come down, and now we'll have to buy a little bit earlier on Microsoft, maybe into 247 instead of this 246.50 area, but let's put those bids in. I do like it. And hey, if the market's screaming, man, that 250 long instead of the short probably gets taken. So if the market's up 1.5%, 1% and still going, Apple's going, and Microsoft is going, right, then I think you don't stand in front of that train and you take the 250 long. The only time I'd short it is if we just sort of have that back and forth area there. It's trying to show that it doesn't really want to break, and the market maybe starts to turn southbound. So we'll wait to see about that. But yeah, I'm excited for Microsoft up there at 250, now putting a bid near 247.
All right, also helping this move back to the upside is the Treasury yields, guys. Here's the 2-year and the 10-year. Both, this is a 4-hour chart for both, rolling over, currently testing recent lows, in fact. 10-year, 2-year, both pretty negative right now. So helping the market overall. Here's Meta, not really doing a heck of a lot, positive on the day. A couple of minor notes from analysts on the downside today. However, it is, as I said, the day you can now buy your Quest VR headset for $1,500 for Meta.
Okay, so look, I don't know if that's going to be too big of a deal there, specifically the headset. But look, I look at the range that it put in yesterday's trade, and there was that news, of course, the TikTok clamped down, and that was positive for Snapchat and for Meta. That's why you probably had a little more outsized of a bounce than some others. But when there was that pullback, saying, yeah, there's nothing really there, it found support. And whenever there's like a news-based move, I always look to what levels get held there because that's liquidity vacuum. So this 128 to 129, that's where I'd be buying dips on Meta. But I also want to be looking at Snapchat because that was a fantastic opportunity on Snapchat. It, on the same kind of move down, held 780 there. So I like 8 to 780 for dips on Snap. I'm actually seeing there's a New York sell here for 300,000 shares on Snapchat at 831. I didn't see it on the imbalance locator, but Snapchat, if it breaks out this high, 850, it tried to go several times and was a fantastic short up there. So I will take my shot shorting it. If you had an 860 stop or just got back in 850 when it failed, that was a great short twice. So I can't give up that notion until we're through that 860 area. Not touching it in the middle. I'm either dipping down just at or below that $8 into 780, or we're looking for shorts only at that top there at 850. If it breaks 860, that's a monstrous gap to be filled. I'm not saying it fills a gap, but I'm certainly not holding a short through it.
Yeah, Meta is the #1 name on my worry list for earnings. But yesterday we actually had the short 127. That was on the sticky note. And again, like so much conviction yesterday and basically none today for me. So I don't know what we're going to do. But we did have a 127 break short yesterday, and then we had a 125 long. So, you know, what could have been, again, another trade of the day for Meta yesterday. You know, again, just watch out for these dip buys. Meta gave us this bottom yesterday at 125, so we took it and rode it all the way up. I think we got $5 or $6 on this name, and that was a good trade. So 125 up to 130. Let's see if it can happen again. I own the Quest or the Oculus 2 or Quest 2. It's a great headset there. Obviously, I'm not going to be buying anything new for $1,500, but I like the one that we have, and I just think that, hey, Meta, man, I mean, there was that open letter penned to them yesterday. They do need to stop spending so much on the metaverse. And the problem is the share structure, the corporate governance is the problem with Meta. So I'm honestly thinking about lightening up a little bit maybe on my Meta position. If they do have a good quarter, then great. But Zuckerberg controls about 90% of the voting rights. So whenever that is the case, it is tough to get something done. And, you know, you saw Sheryl Sandberg leave. And I don't know. I don't really love their direction, but they have 4 billion active users. So, I mean, they're going to be able to turn this around at some point. Obviously, the Apple iOS change has hit them a lot with all of these names here. Google, Meta, Snapchat, any of the advertising names have been hit by that iOS change. I just think they're smart enough to figure it out. So for me, I like Meta at some point, but it's my most nervous position heading into earnings. Not sure what to think about it. That's going to be later on this week. So until then, I'm not playing any breakouts, no levels, nothing. Let's just wait to see what Meta wants to do. If anything, it might be a 128.50 break down into this level again, and we're not too far away from that. So let's just see what this market gives us. Here's the open right now. There's nothing on here. There's Mullen with a small buy, Twitter with a small buy. That's getting close to closing as well. Nothing really else. Hellbiz down there. We've talked a little bit. Neo. Other than that, man, XPEV. I mean, there's really no big NASDAQ names on here. I do expect a pretty slow day. So I don't think this will be as crazily traded as I was doing yesterday. But hey, you never know, man. Is this a money day? Hey, man, is it a day that ends in Y? That should answer your question there, CDP. Are we done, Brenda, or what do you want to do?
I can show one more if you want, just to wrap it up. TSHA, which is a small cap moving around today, right at this level right now, 225, 230. This is a gene therapy company. It's about 25 million on the float. Ton of call options yesterday, apparently, heavy volume. Nothing else as far as significant news, but you can see huge volume coming into this. So 225, 235 pre-market highs would be that level. And then there's a ton of room all the way up to about 350, 375 to the upside for this one.
And look, the NASDAQ actually, the market, the ES just got green. The NASDAQ was already green. But taking out these tops at 115, 11, 515 or so, if we hold that, I mean, finally we can maybe get one of those breakouts and start going. I'm watching NVIDIA here. NVIDIA, yesterday's high, we're long at 126 in the afternoon. You have a 127 that it couldn't get through. I'd much prefer to be buying dips at 125 if I can. And then Tesla, did we talk much Tesla today? Tesla, holding, diddling, all kinds of diddling in the middle here, but 215, that's your big upsize level for a potential break on Tesla, and it held 200 like a charm. The couple of times that it got down there before the break, it held 02s and 03s. I think if it goes downside, it might not get to that 200 again, and look for those 2s and 3s as buys. First things first, Mullen is bouncing again off that 60 area. Go to the 3-minute because it's a penny stock, bouncing again off that 60 area. Every time it gets to VWAP, it finds some resistance. It broke through once earlier in the pre-market. I just got some out 61.5. If it breaks 58, it starts filling in that gap. I'm not guessing necessarily where it's going to be. It closed at 50. That's the first level I like.
All right, just a 60-cent win right there on Microsoft. We just took a 247 long right there out, 247.50. So we'll hit the sirens for that one. This market's starting to go. We're already took a nice little win there. 247 flat up to 247.50. That's 50 cents right there on Microsoft. And we do have only 30 seconds. You guys are right. Paging Tony, he's on the bell today, so that should be fun. 86.60 right here. Watch out for PayPal. We're long PayPal. We're long Microsoft. We've already cashed out of Microsoft 50 cents. Let's see if it wants to get back up to the upside, 248 and change right now. But it is going to be a good day. We just got to make sure that we're trading the right names like we keep on saying. But so far, so good, man. 50 cents on Softy, a couple dimes here on PayPal if we can get it. But now we're into it with only 10 seconds left. There it is. We've got the Coca-Cola shirt on today. So thank you for that one, Tony. With only 3, 2, and 1, we got to definitely look at Coca-Cola. Now, I feel like that's going to be my #1 stock today, Coca-Cola, based on that shirt. Thank you, Tony. And by the way, bang alert again right there for Microsoft. Nice upside move, man. We take double outs up there. 247.80, already 80 cents in the money on Softy, guys.
Yeah, there goes the break on NVIDIA. So that's already sort of churning through those highs. At 127 has been taken up. But look at, my goodness, Pinduoduo.
Look at PayPal.
PDDs now, that 46 break, unbelievable. It's already at $48, so you can pretty much forget about that 46 break. I'm like, why didn't I just have my stop locked and loaded? Was not paying close enough attention. It could get to 50 already. So as I take profit on NVIDIA here. As I take profit on NVIDIA, this is pretty crazy. Are you kidding me, Pinduoduo? And NVIDIA is now up about $1 to the upside, but I can't get my eyes off PDD. What the heck must Neo be doing?
I have no idea. But
that's insane.
Microsoft right now, we took $1 on Microsoft. We took $1 on PayPal. Well, not $1 on PayPal, sorry, 80 cents on PayPal. That's starting to go to the upside now as well. We talked about trying to go long all these Chinese names. Hopefully that's what's happening. Good call by me, but we're not in it. So, there goes 65 on
You couldn't have got...
you could have...
I don't know how much liquidity was.
Baba you could have had probably.
Baba,
$65. Not even open yet. So Alibaba's not open yet. Neo is open and really starting to go. But hey, man, this is why you're here. Hopefully, we called that Chinese ADR rip there, but we're not in it. So let's wait to see what happens. Nice move upside as Microsoft right now, $1.20 in the money and still trying to go to the upside. I'm waiting for 248.50 now on Microsoft.
No, I'm not trying to be angry or anything. And by the way, we also got this one finally breaking that 830 level that I know and love on CCL. At some point it was going to happen. I was going to be right there locked and loaded when it did. It's already broken and gotten to 838. So on the way to 840, then 850. NVIDIA continues to be absolutely fantastic, breaking that 127. It's now through this level here, going back into last week, 127.75, over $1 in the money there. And Snapchat, there's a few things I like to that short side, but if this takes out 860, I'm out of Dodge on the short in Snapchat. That is screaming upside, but this was a good short at this price yesterday, so got to take a shot there. By the way, Tesla within $2 of 215 already.
Wow. All right, we've got to look at Coke here. Coke dipping down, not a dip as much as we thought. We're looking for a little bit longer on that, down to 58 and change, so we'll cancel that on Coke. We've been averaging into Mullen here. It's not really, doing much. It did make a move down. We did take a 57.50 fill. So right now our average price on Mullen's 59. So let's see where that goes. We're just kind of watching this go up. I mean, Microsoft, we did get a 247 bottom. That's not really doing anything. But you know the name that I said was going to be an awesome move, and I actually tweeted this out as well. There you go. You wanted the money. It's dropping out early again here today. PayPal. We talked about why we like that one. There's the 86 bid. There it is, up to 87.50. So a nice little runner there for PayPal. while. Let's see what kind of damage this one has in it today. And there goes Microsoft as well. We're missing the boat on some of these because we need to get some shares in. Amazon not really at that level yet for me either. So yeah, just not much happening right now for the shorting of names. Maybe Google. Yeah, Google broke that 103.50. So we're not really into that one yet either. I don't know, man. We're just watching this money like just come in right now off Softy and PayPal. So far so good on all of these, man. Roblox up 8% as well.
No, there's some serious jailbreaks happening. But here's Tesla. Like, that was just one shot to the upside. Forget about dip buys. It just got right to 214, 215. If you kind of zoom further out, that is a pretty significant level. It gets up there. I will take a shot at a quick little reversal play. I'm going to hold on to NVIDIA. That looks like it's going to be solid. CCL, I didn't actually get profit fast enough, and now it's starting to pull back. If it holds that quarter mark, I might just be adding to this and maybe doing some more aggressive scalping. And then back over to Mullen. My plan of action, whoops, that's not NZ. If you do it too fast, I don't know why New Zealand's even on there. It broke that 58. So we're scalping it. It broke to 58, but then it holds yesterday's high at 55. I decided I didn't want to guess where that bottom would be. It looks like it decided that 55 level yesterday's top. So that's where I'll try reloading it on Mullen. Snapchat starting to roll over. That's a huge move to the upside in the market, but Snapchat was into resistance. So going to start working out of that fade. 860 is that big level. It got right to 60. I just missed a chance maybe to grab some 57, 58s off of that stop. So crazy movement already. CCL and NVIDIA. Got to try to find somewhere to add to these longs if this market wants to go. Coca-Cola is coming back in on the dip, but that's going the opposite direction of the market. And Netflix. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Netflix. That was a good one.
It chewed right through that resistance. So you're only watching so many things right at the open for stops, but it got right through that 87 level. If it holds 87, that's bullish. But this was a little bit counter trend yesterday, so I want to make sure that it wants to continue with the markets. Snap working, NVIDIA working, CCL at the money, but Tesla 215 might run me over. We'll see.
Yeah, we're still in the same positions that we've been in the whole time, but we did get a great Microsoft out all the way up basically to that high of the day at 248.33, giving us $1.40. But now you're starting to fade back in a little bit here on these names. So it's another good out there. We don't have the best out on PayPal. So let's get our orders on PayPal right now. 87.30 or so. If we can grab that one, as that was the high, we'll take that. Apple's come back in. I want to watch out for 149 flat again, down into here, sort of where we started the day, down to 149. So if the market, and right now it is fading in a little bit. So as this market comes back in, we're going to watch out here for PayPal. So for Apple, trying to get that bid near 149. It doesn't look like it wants to come in though right
Mullen.
now. What was that? Mullen to the downside right now, 55 in change for Mullen. We'll be averaging into this one at some point as well. What's up, Brendan?
On Apple, TrendForce out with a note, guys, on Q1 2023 production for the iPhone. 52 million expected versus 56 million was their prior forecast. So a bit of a downtick for production, apparently, according to TrendForce for iPhone production.
Okay, I mean, look at Apple's been a bit of a strong stock lately, but look at that 55. So get in at 56 and now takes out 55 on Mullen. That continues to just churn into the downside. Man, it might really just want to fill in the entire gap down to that 50 area. If it does, yeah, you're probably going to have to sign me up at 50. I said that's a level I for sure would be in on. I did get Coke. It just bounced off the 58.30-ish, probably back down to the quarters. I like it in front of 58. This is the first leg in front of it. Tesla just pulled back to 212 and is right back up testing those highs. So right back up to that 215 area. That's the only place I do like the shorting opportunity. And then just going back over to NVIDIA, I was looking for a dip buy back at that breakout. Never really got it. He has some wicks down there to 127, but it never really came all the way down into 127. So a bit of a missed opportunity on that dip buy. I want to hold on to NVIDIA. If the market holds these highs, I like this chip name up here. Some rarefied air for that. And I was watching Ford more so than GM. Well, it's basically sideways. I was looking for a break or a dip down into 12 even. Might have to wait out on that one.
All right, Microsoft did pull back, but we missed the bid, so we're going to try to get it again right now at that 247. Yeah, no, we didn't get it. Oh, we did get it, sorry. So nice little take there for that on Microsoft. So there we are long. We're going to wait for 246.50 break, right? So we're going to try to see if that's going to be coming through right now for Microsoft. 246.50 break on that one, but we do have a nice reload spot. So, hey, if this gets back into the 50s or something, then we should be here for that. So let's wait to see, can we get that fill up to 247.50? Remember what we're doing, it's like a risk to reward type thing here, making sure that we do have the right amount of shares here for this, because we are willing to hold it all the way back down to that downside of 246.50. So Microsoft coming into play right now. PayPal's trying to hold out highs here, so it's all good on PayPal. Let's see where that's going. I'm not too much worried about that. Wouldn't mind getting longer there for PayPal as well. So far so good here. There goes Microsoft. Let's see if we can hold 247.
Yeah, and to the downside, the only thing I have short is Snapchat. So when the market tried to pull back in, it's coming all the way back to its breakout price. Just got some 40s out there for 15 pennies. Look, I think it probably gets to 820, 825. Anything below 8, and I was looking for longs in front of 780. So have to ring the register on this dip back into VWAP and that breakout price as it starts to fade off here in Snapchat. Got to check some meta as we go to Brendan at the desk.
Big move for biotech name here. MedPace up huge this morning after an earnings beat. Big $200 stock, but nice report across the board for MEDP. 40%. Again, this is a $200 stock. 40%. Not a lot of volume, though.
We do have a new position alert right now. We'll say Coke is the new position for me right now. So we are long. I mean, we talked about getting this trade, right? So here we go, man. We want that 58 long. Now it's running. So nice little trade here for us as we'll take a piece out on that downside right here and look to get more upside for Coke. So this is the trade that we wanted, man. 58 long. So there it is right now. Out some 32s. Let's just wait to see, man. It's only a 15-cent win. Sorry, 17 cents on that one, but still more to come. Okay, there goes Microsoft. It's trying to break lower there. It did, break lower. I don't know why we didn't get out on that break lower, but right there it is right now, 248. So yeah, we are going to do the work here and get out of this. This trade does not look like it wants to come in for us here. Microsoft continuing to go to the downside. Remember, I like this long because I thought that, earnings could hold out, but yeah, it doesn't look like many other people like this long either, or as well. So now taking out 246, down goes Microsoft right now.
Yeah, there's always that risk of that risk on, risk off mentality, I suppose, before those earnings there. I'm not even looking at Alphabet, but wow, Meta. Look, when I'm in Snapchat to the short side and it's working, I got to look over and see how strong Meta is and think about taking some profit a little more aggressively because Meta is filling this gap in a big way. I was just on the bid of CCL and missed that dip buy, but I've got a few positions. Look, I'm comfortable with what I'm in right now. I like the long in Coke. I like the long in CCL. NVIDIA is working fine. And Snapchat, I got to keep an eye on because of how strong Meta is. So the next thing is going to be Tesla here. It's right back up. Now you're testing that 215 area. So this is a pretty strong move up as the market's just trying to get back upside, guys. Pretty strong move to the upside. Here comes 215 on Tesla. First sign of a curl. I'm going to have a relatively tight stop here. I'm not giving this up to 216, 217. There's a pure scalp against the grain on Tesla. Brendan again?
I mentioned that note on CGC this morning, guys. Nice day so far. 13%. Just took out the highs here for CGC picking up Acreage Holdings.
Acreage Holdings? I thought they already bought Acreage Holdings. Maybe that didn't go through. Yeah, we'll find out. That's good. Yeah, I thought they already owned that. Okay, nice move to the upside there. Look at PayPal right now. Ring the register on that one. It sucks because our Microsoft is right back all the way to the upside now as we got out on a 246 break. So unfortunately, that's what happens when, I don't know why that didn't trigger at 246.50. I had to manually punch that out, but we suffer the loss as it goes all the way back down to that downside. And then we missed our Apple trade as well. I'm just really happy that we tweeted this out, man, as soon as the news came out, a little bit late on it, but PayPal to the upside, there's the 86 take. So we do like that trade. And I was a little bit nervous, man, about some of these trades today. So that would make sense why we're not super convinced, with that Microsoft long. We probably should have held that one, but, not enough work done there for Microsoft as now it's bouncing back to the upside. Just got to watch out for the market there. A little bit of a dip down and Microsoft shot down like crazy. So, yeah, a little bit nerve-wracking there for MSFT, but it is down today against the market, which isn't a great sign.
Yeah, so I was in at 214.87 and out on the break of Tesla. That got Look, that's pretty quick that it goes through. Tesla's now absolutely jailbreaking. So if you got a good long, this is like hold mode if you got something at those bottoms. And NVIDIA 130 is probably going to be sort of an obvious area to target. If it gets to that level, I'm going to probably respect that even dollar and then try to get back in. And I said Snapchat had a chance to go. It got down to 45s, actually down to 40s, and then looked like it was going to give me these bottoms. Now you could be taking out that 860. And if we do, I'm reversing Snapchat through that 860. It's too big of a gap to ignore that level. Just a gigantic move there. And I'm seeing a lot of chatter. Well, not chatter. Just a lot of people talking about Rivian in the chat. We're looking at usually the Chinese EVs because of the last couple of days. But wow, is Rivian ever booming to the upside here? So Snapchat's now broken out. I'm long in Snapchat through that 860 break. But Rivian at $33. What in the heck is going on? Big level, if it gets through, it's like 33 and a quarter or so. Remember the last time it got there, it kind of failed. But Rivian on a big move there, worth at least some attention as this market tries to go higher.
All right, so another position, we shorted Microsoft, so we went the other way this time against 247. So let's see if 247.30 or so can hold on Microsoft, and we'll just go short. Look at this trade on Mullen right there. Picked up that bottom there on MULN, so far so good on that trade. We had a 54.50 there. Let's see if it can hold, man. I mean, we can get some out at 59. Our average price is 58.2. I don't want to get it out at 59, but if that has to happen, that has to happen. Okay, now we're going to wait to see here. As Softy's starting to go back upside a little bit here. We did take out, oops, that's not Softy, this is Softy. We did take out some of our trade already at 50 there off of these 80 and whatnot short. So we just got another reload there. So let's put another bid down here near the 60 level. 61s we're at. Oh, we just missed it, but hopefully we'll get that here on a move down. A little bit of a sprinkle downside. We should be able to get that fill as we just, still bouncing off of us right here. We're bidding 61s, so we didn't get those again, missed them. But all right. Microsoft against this 247.40 there. I like that trade. We'll see if we can average into this short. But hey, man, this market, it could still take out the top. So we're kind of going light right now until we definitely see a level. When we see something that we really like, we'll holler at that. But for right now, it needs to come back up, and then we'll start to average into this Softy trade, which I do like at 247.40. There it goes. Now it's got to get up here. So now we're getting to a level. But look at this market starting to break upside right here.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, there's one thing we forgot about. Apple 150, again, there was a break at the open off 150. Oh, that wick. There was a break of 150 at the open that got rejected pretty heavily. Now it's chewing right back through that 150 level. So second time, hopefully a charm here. I just went long on Apple. Snapchat's starting to go. So that's starting to work to the upside as well. NVIDIA is now $2 heading toward 130. But Apple, oh my gosh, cannot be forgetting about Apple in a strong market. That was the break I took in yesterday's trade. Sometimes the second time is going to be a charm. If you're checking back in on Tesla, Tesla looking pretty darn strong, holding at 215 to 216 up there. So it's rarefied air. CCL, I missed the dip buy on CCL on that break, and I'm kind of holding out there. I would like to get 825s. If I can get some down here at 825, I'd like to buy some dips on this impending break. But I waited a while for this trade, and I'm only taking out like the first 20% if it gets to 840, and then again at 850. So I'm trying to be very, very patient with CCL as it goes. Snapchat, which we just got into on the break. That's what the gap looks like on Snapchat. That's why I like that reversal. Now it's starting to turn to the upside. 875 next out. I think $9 is sort of an obvious area to be taking shares out there. It gets to $9. I mean, that's pretty darn good if this gets to $9. It was a terrible report.
Microsoft,
so obviously, at some point, I think this is going to be a bit of a fade as people take some profits.
All right, so Microsoft did break there. I just realized that right now. We're going to get back in a little bit on this one, but we don't want to be here forever, especially if this move just continues to keep going. Wow, 248 now. That sucks, man, because we were hella long right here on Softy, and now we're averaging into the short. So hopefully something will pay off for us at some point there. But yeah, into a long, now into the short here for Microsoft. That sucks, man. We just got taken out at 246, and now I'm shorting 248. Frustration. That's why we said today was going to be a fun day, because look at that. Now you're up 1.1%. So wow, this market definitely starting to go. We missed, I think you got the Apple long. We missed it, man. We were, again, pennies away, like literally pennies away, 149.49 right right there came into play. We bid that afterwards. Until then, though, we were at 149.20. So it only went down to 149.35. When we got stopped out of Microsoft, we should have been there, sitting there, grabbing that long for Apple, which we were. It just didn't come in for us. So, all right, here goes Microsoft up to 248. So watching out for that level. The high of the day is 248.50 here for Microsoft.
Yeah, I'm just going to get some more outs there on Apple because, look, when it broke the first time, it got to 150.75. So it takes them out halfway to that, and then it takes them out in front of that top. If it breaks the high, I'll hold on to a piece because we're jailbreaking to the upside. I mean, everything is running here, but the rug pull that happened on some of the Chinese names, like Pinduoduo got to 49.5 and pulled back $3. If this stock gets back up to those highs, I might just be thinking about if I'm going to short something at the tops, the way that this got sold when it got to 49.50, this sees the highs again. I might have to go over there. But Apple now getting back to the high of the day. We're jailbreaking to the upside. It's all long right now. And I'm not sure what short I'm doing next, but it feels like it should be a Chinese name. Brendan?
A few of these moving around this morning. Here's Bingo, BNGO, Bionano Genomics up huge. Not seeing much on this yet, 15%. Again, 2 or 3 from this group moving around, guys. Heavy volume behind Bingo today.
Well, it was strong now. It wasn't strong when I had it. Just saying there that I've already gotten screwed on Microsoft here, so I don't know. I'm pretty upset about that one. Because we were long, a lot down here before dropping it off and creating that losing trade for us, which sucks. But we'll take some revenge a little bit here. This trade came in, so let's see if this one wants to work for us. Amazon right now short 84 right here. We just captured a little bit of profit because it went to 75. We always try to take out about 10 cents for a piece of it. Now let's see if it wants to continue to move to the upside right now. Goes Amazon. Wow, there it goes, man. It is going to take out 121. This market is definitely breaking higher now. Needless to say, it's already broken higher, but up 1.3%. Wow, didn't think this would happen. And I'm pissed off, honestly, because we wrote down on here, Microsoft 246 long. I mean, so I don't even know, I just, I got to settle down and really just trade what I have written on the board and not worry about, what's happening here with this market. So we just got long too early, like 247, 246, and that unfortunately got us out at 246 there. That should have been the long, and then we'd still be in this name as it rips to the high side right now. So yeah, that kind of sucks. There goes Amazon as well. All right, let's just so now we reversed into a little bit of a long for Amazon, which we don't want. So let's just offer that out. Now we're out of Amazon, and that one failed to the upside as well. So looks like everything is breaking now. Amazon, Softy, all of this starting to break higher. So yeah, just be careful if you're short, not like me trying to hold out for some hero prints here. But yeah, this market doesn't appear to be pulling back at all.
No, it's home runs to the long side here. 130 just got taken out on NVIDIA. This is where I look for those trails, and I always kick myself if I do the trailing stop, but that was that target in there. I'm going to get that thrown in a second. Snapchat, I got to go to the 3-minute here, stop showing you guys that gap. Just got to 875, so I took another leg out. I think we can clear this level and maybe get to that $9, but I need to be taking profit on the way upside on some of these names. CCL is having some trouble getting through 850, so it got through 830 pretty nicely. Started taking it out when it got that first 10 cents in the money, but hasn't been able to break that 850. Still super strong into that upside. And Apple, that's the other one up here. It couldn't really get through 151, but I'll be buying dips down at this 150 and VWAP on Apple. No issues there. Brennan again?
I just saw Polestar popping up, PSNY, guys, just a heads up on that. There's also this one, more earnings. Logitech with a good report. They came out then on the call and said, cost cutting going to be key during an economic slowdown going forward. Yeah, LOGI having a big day, up 10% right now.
Oh my God.
Really?
I cannot believe this because now you're seeing a move down, of course, in Amazon as there it goes straight to the downside after stopping us out at 121 again. So yeah, that sucks there for Amazon because that's pulling right back in, right? Just didn't hold it long enough and just didn't have the right out. So unfortunately, that's what that's going to be for us on Amazon as now it's trying to pull the other way again, I guess, for us. So yeah, Amazon right now, not a great trade for that. So I apologize apologize for that Amazon trade, but what are we going to do? We are holding out for Microsoft now as well, so that's a name that we're hoping to come some coverage here for Microsoft. Now hoping that we can get a downside move for this name, but it doesn't look like that's happening either. It's just bounced off 248 a couple times. So the frustration kind of mounting here for me as these longs are just printing, which is great. It's just they keep getting psyched out. It's like, oh, long, nope, short, long, no. So that's sort of been the problem. As here we go, Amazon right now taking out 121.50, it looks like, as we're back once again into the short. That's not going to work, it looks like.
Oh my goodness, NEO. So NEO continues to hold $10 here. It's a pretty big lie. I was about to say, look for some of the Chinese names if they pull back in because of what what Pinduoduo did at around $50. So I'm thinking NEO, if it breaks 10, pretty interesting. And it's now consolidating 10s and about to break 10-10, which is setting it up, I hate to say it, I don't hate to say it, but it's setting it up for another potential jailbreak at these highs. I just can't bring myself to go long this NIO. So I'm going to back off, be a little bit more patient. No need to rush into that trade. I do want to go back over to some of those small cap names. I know I started out talking about Mullen, and maybe I got shook on Mullen a little bit, but it is holding now 55. So when it broke 55, my second entry to the long side, I took it out, got down to, I don't know if that's real, if it got down to 52, that's insane if it did, but $50 looks like it's 50 cents. 50 cents looks like it's coming in on Mullen, and that is that next level. If we were going to sell off on the news, I had some concerns over that double top. 50 is the next level that I'd look for. Apple is now through 151, so this now continues to go higher. Long and strong on this name. Coke can't seem to, I mean, like, they're selling the news here, but they're holding that 58 level. You look at that pre-market bottom, right around where close, 57.50. But if it gets below this, that 57.80, I'm going to give it up. This is way too counter trend to be fighting this too far. Maybe it's too tight a stop to risk 40 pennies on Coke. But when the market continues to boom higher and every single long is working except for this one, that's some frustration as Coke is coming back into the downside. General Motors was another positive earnings name. And look, it's also trending to the downside as well. Still up 1.8%, but I mean, you can see like the longs are working everywhere except for Coke and GM.
Yeah, the longs are definitely huge today, but oh man, that sucks about that Softy, because Softy was a trade that we wanted long, and we just flipped it over and did not capture enough profit on that at all. But we are back into this Amazon short, which has ripped our face off a couple times here to the short side. But we're back in this name now, trying to see what we can do downside now, as we're making a little bit, not a little bit, we're making a decent amount back here on Amazon, as we'll wait for this name down to one. There it goes now, right back up to the upside again. So frustration. Yeah, you know, I was sneezing a lot the other day too.
Sorry, my allergies right now.
Yeah, and that must be what the situation is right now. But okay, here comes Amazon. Let's bring this back in, man. We got to get into the 80s, and then we'll see really what's going to be good with Amazon. But that's sort of the play that I'm looking for right now. Back downside for AMZN. So I don't know, man. We're short at 10s right now. Doesn't seem like it wants to go too much. We'll keep. I don't really want to scalp this name out, but I mean, I'm thinking we got a couple fills down here at 75.80. That would be another spot for me. But look at the NASDAQ, still continuing to push higher and higher and higher. So yeah, it doesn't look like these shorts want to print today at all. We've already got killed on Microsoft, which we should not have, because we already had the 246 long. But again, this has been the worst stock for me today by far, as we've been stopped out, stopped out, stopped out. We said we'd look for 250 maybe as an area. Maybe that's the next spot. But wow, big time movements to the upside here today, guys.
Yeah, there's no question about it. We'll go this power up. Snapchat, look, it gave you the short opportunity, but really once it took out 860, it just hit 885. I think $9 is like that terminal point for me where I want to, look, I'm going to be getting out through 9. I think you can always make a decision point on a level like that for a break. You know, actually, no, check that. I'll get one leg out and then just hold like 10, like the smallest amount through that $9 just for the home run potential. But there can be another trade maybe breaking out through that level as well. CCL starting to slow down, however. So that long looking good, but can't seem to get to, like I said, 850 is a bit of a trouble zone for CCL. I've got my trail on NVIDIA. It tested back lower. Didn't get to VWAP and now goes higher. So now I tighten the stop into that 130. If it wants to break out and go, let's just see how far the market wants to take us up. If we get one of those 2-3% days, then NVIDIA could see 5 or 6. But I got the trailing stop on that, and I want to hold up on Apple as well. I wish I could tell you, with only longs, I wish I could tell you that I reversed long in Tesla. Didn't do it, and now all of a sudden Tesla, like, that's going gangbusters. Up at 218, so that 215 was probably worth a breakout.
All right, so all is getting back better now. It's too bad that we did have that huge hit on Softy there, because now we're actually up now on Amazon. So that trade turning out to be pretty damn good right now, as we're 40 cents in the money and still have some shares on board for this Amazon trade. Wow, it's funny because, like I said, Microsoft was the one name that I really liked into earnings there today, and yet I really got smoked on the short there. The short was what really hurt, because we averaged into that short against 248, and then it wound up getting out 248.50, which was a mistake for that one. Look at this now. It's so crazy because we had on our sticky note, like, we can't do this enough for you every single day. I wrote it down there, 246 long. That's literally the bottom, and that's where we got out. So I got to regroup here a little bit. That should have been a monster trade to the upside, and we would be just really printing and loving life if that was the case. But look at this hold on Coke, man. At least this one's printing out now for us nicely as we're back to 26, 27, 28. We tried to get long down there. It just didn't go far enough. We were waiting down here to 57.70, right into where we closed yesterday. That didn't happen, but it's a good hold on Coke, as that's made its move all the way back up. And then once again here, let's take some more bids on Amazon if we can get it. There we go. We'll take a 76 bid right there, as this has fallen back in right into those levels that we talked about again for AMZN. So yeah, good on us today. Just one screw up there, and of course that was Microsoft. So there comes Amazon again. Just took another 80 fill, so all well on that one. And Coke now really ripping to the upside now, 20 cents plus in the money. I mean, everything is perfect today except for that trade on Microsoft, but that's what day trading is going to be all about. Let's just, like I said, regroup. We're now back into the money on Microsoft. We've annihilated Coke today. And then Mullen, I don't know. Mullen now
here comes
testing 50 cents here on MULN.
Yeah, now it's testing that 50 level. I said I'd sit it out, 55 into 50. If you can make the bounce here, that's sort of an obvious one. I'm looking down toward the level 2, and I'm seeing about 500,000 shares on the bid. It's probably, with dark pools, it's probably closer to a milli. To a million shares. Did I really just say a milli? It's probably closer to a million shares on that $50 bid. So I waited for it. Let's see if it can make that bounce. If it bounces from here, you could definitely see that 55. But as I said, the only long at this point now that's not working, because Coke just got back to the upside, Coke really is just Mullen that isn't working out. So we'll see if it holds that 50 level as we go to Brendan. Long and strong here, but what else is happening now?
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. We're going to get consumer confidence numbers here in about 10 seconds. Check out Chart Prime T-Live. We'll get you 20% off. Let's go right to my screen if you can there. Lucas, for October, consumer confidence 106.5 expected here, guys. Downside, it would appear at the moment here for the market anyways, but we'll wait for that to populate. Looks like 102.5. I'll double check on that, but yeah, 102.5 versus 106.5 expected. Not sure why that's not populating, but a heads up. There it is. 102.5 delayed. 102.5, as I said, versus 106.5 expected, so worse than expected. To the downside, 0.94 right now for the S&P. There's the Dow 0.6, the Russell all positive, 1, 2, and 3,000. It's the NASDAQ leading, though, right now, 1.5, 1.45 for the composite, and the 100. A few things we were talking about if you joined us early on this morning. NIO, all of the Chinese ADRs on a bit of a bounce. I'll show you that in a second. Coca-Cola, yeah, raising their annual revenue and profit forecast. GM reporting higher quarterly profit as well. Good luck for both right now. Here's UPS, another one that was on the watch list this morning, kind of stuck in its pre-market range so far. There's the NIO. Nice bounce off that resistance from late in the day yesterday, guys. Up 6.5 right now. Again, 102.5 versus 106.5 expected for consumer confidence.
All right,
Yes,
so
sir.
not good is what you're saying.
Well, the other thing to look at, I mean, look what's happening. I have dollar yen up for the USD. You can watch DXY as well, but this is starting to roll over a little bit heavier as it made a second salvo to the downside. This is what, helping to push the markets up. Any dollar weakness. We talk about rates all the time. We talk about volatility all the time, but you also got to watch out for that old USD. Bounce off 50. I didn't get anything till 51 because I wasn't just sitting on the bid on Mullen at 50. Suppose that would have been a better play. Just just got to 52. I want to get some more shares down here, so I'm going to pop on the bid. Look, the more times you bounce down here, I'm going to keep taking that long in front of it. As I said, it's the one thing that is not working to the long side. Apple continues to churn. At this point, I'm not sure we see that dip, but if it's going to happen, it just did a wick high at 150, 150. Could see that pull back into VWAP where I'd be looking for those dip buys. I've already got the trail on NVIDIA, but watch out for Snap. So Snap got to 885. As the market went higher, Snap was already pulling back in here. So a little bit of concern with Snapchat. I don't know if I want the dip buy in this name, as it looks a little bit relatively weak as it gets close to those highs on Snap. But I'm not giving up the longs just yet. Still holding on to that. Coke finally worked. It got up to that 58.50, found a ton of resistance at that previous pre-market low. It's headed back to the bottom. I'll be buying that dip again right at that 58 level, but it really needs to hold up this time. Relative weakness still over there in Coke. The longs have been fantastic. This one, it took some effort for it to get going back into that upside, but churning pretty much everywhere else. And as I say it on Mullen, here comes that dip. It just turned it. Well, it's trying to turn to 52. I'm looking to get back on that bid in front of 50s.
So Amazon just ripped up, and we just go boom shakalaka on that one, and have finally another good idea there. As Amazon falls in, we just shorted again up there on that move to the upside. So nice little take back downside. Good outs on Coke, man. I mean, Coke went all the way to 58.50 there, and we were able to capture some profit on that name as well. So far, so good here on KO, as that's starting to go back up to the upside there for us. I mean, we're flat on it now. We're up on the day, but flat on this position right now. Actually, now it's starting to come in a little bit for us. No big deal for me on Coke, though, guys. We're waiting for Amazon. Amazon, we have more shares on, and this is a name that I believe a little bit more than KO on the positioning side of things. So far, so good. Let's see if that one can come in now for us on Amazon. It really saw. I'm still bitter about this Microsoft trade, man. I don't know why. Bouncing off 250. That was another level there that we probably should have shorted again. But right there, so far, not so good here. Shorting Microsoft today. We do have to find some more positions. I know you're on NVIDIA. Well, we don't have to. I know you're on NVIDIA. Nice move upside for AMD, as that is still going as well. We did take a piece out of what is this name? Mullen. We're long at 56 right now. So we'll take another piece out here as it breaks a little bit above 53. I don't know. Do we have the bottom there? I don't know what positioning we're going to have here in Mullen, but we will take this one out. There we go. We got another piece out there for Mullen. So I don't know, man. It hasn't been a great stock. I don't normally trade it, but there goes Mullen. Nicely done to the upside off that 50.
And here's something that gets interesting if it gets a little higher for a short. It's a firm. It's back. It's almost at $20. This is a 15-minute chart. If $20 doesn't stand out on this chart, then I don't know what does. So as the market tries to get to, we just turned it at 38.40. I remember you on the ES, 38.40. As we're trying to turn, I'm looking for names that can be fades. I've got trailing stops on the bigger names that are running to the upside, but $20 on a firm. I'll be there for you. If it gets run over, fair enough. I will have at least taken a swing in something that I believe in at a pretty key level as well. Oh, my goodness, Tesla. Tesla now at 218.
Oh, wow.
Just to refresh everybody's memory, if you go back to last week, there was that 225 level, which, I mean, we're not there yet, but, I mean, something crazier things have happened. Let's just put it that way. And then some of these other names that, like CCL and Snapchat, great breakouts, but this one gave it up at 850. Snapchat gave it up at 885. Those are good returns, but these are already coming back in without the market. So if we can't hold 830, as a matter of fact, I don't want to dip 820s here. I still had that bid in from when I missed it earlier. If we can't actually start holding this 830 to 825 and we bounce through 825, I'll just get out. If we hold it, then I will buy back in the 825 to 830 range. So I'm in patience mode. It's 10 o'clock. No need to be rushing into anything. If it's working, throw some trailing stops in there. Take the profit where it does lie. I mean, NVIDIA is absolutely churning. I still have the trail at 130, but I want to give it a chance to maybe even go even further than this. I did miss the one shot for a dip buy at the open and didn't really like a 29 break. Kind of felt it had gone too far at that point.
All right.
What's wrong with Baba?
Yeah, I mean, we have a new position right now. Google, we take that short against 104. It's so funny because Amazon here is really, really working for us, man. We got stopped out early on it, but that was okay, 121. And then we just let it go to the upside even more. And we knew we wanted to short this name out of all of them. And so now you're really starting to print to the downside here for AMZN. Nice movement here. Downside push here for Amazon. And we have this whole name. So this is going to be a big one for me today. AMZN downside right now. We just took a bunch out at 50. So we're getting close to covering that right now. 120.20 is the bottom for Amazon anyways. So good outs. We're almost out of Amazon, but we did have a pretty sweet reload there. We'll see if we could do it again. But it's just bouncing out to where we want to get out anyways. So 120.50 is a good one. Another out 120.30, I think, where we just bounced off of. That was probably good. That's it right there, 120.30. So, all right, Amazon on watch. What's up, Brendan?
This Sober Safe starting to go again, just popped up on volume. Double check, not much to talk about as far as reason why, but that was 420 right at the end of the day. Just rejected pretty hard there on volume, guys, for SOBR.
And look, someone said what's going on with Baba. Baba's right back at the bottoms, and I watched Pinduoduo also make some moves down, but I'm looking at NEO and XPeng near these highs. So if they're going to follow the group and the market's kind of getting to a resistance point, then I like a reversal off of the 770 high, looking for like a 760-ish short in here off that top. Once we start settling down and get some selling in here, which is about to happen, it looks like, on XPeng. But NEO's a similar move. I'll show you the 15. That's a bit of it. There we go. Yesterday's pre-market highs. Look at that churn through 1020 to 1030. If it fails there, I think that can be worth the short. The reason why I'm looking at those is because look at what is happening to Alibaba. That just wicked top through 65 and is only fading in. It's about to go red. So the weakness in Alibaba is real. This could be taking out 63 to the downside. This is what I hope Pinduoduo would do. We're seeing it happen in Alibaba, unfortunately. Not unfortunately. I thought Pinduoduo could just roll over from this. Instead, it broke out 46. It's Baba that's leading the weakness in the Chinese group. And if it takes out that low and everything follows, I like that XPeng level off the top. It gives me a clear out at 770.
Man, that's funny because, Google was just in the money, and then it's retracing a little bit as well. But we're going to go good idea. I'm going to hit the bang on these Amazon shorts, man. Shout out to anybody that had that with me. So far, so good on that one. I'm still so bitter about Microsoft, but we are going to try to move on from that. Google 104 right now coming into play. That high is 104.50, 104.05. We'll see about averaging into that play here. But look what's happened, man. Yesterday, we talked about the NASDAQ 11,500. Well, that's exactly what happened off the open, and then it boomed from that level. So yeah, now testing back down to 600. Will we test that or go back to 7? So yeah, kind of in the middle here right now with a lot of these names. So we're gonna have to watch out what's gonna happen with the NASDAQ and with some of these plays happening throughout this day. Look at Coke. Coke has fallen all the way back down again. So we're actually turned negative on this name, even though we're holding this. So
I just got stopped out on Coke.
Yeah, so Coke is down here, down to some of those levels again. We are going to try to go longer down here, but it doesn't look like it really wants to hold. So here comes 75 in again. Let's see what happens with Coke. But yeah, so far not so good here on Coke. I was actually bidding 75. So let's see if that fills. Oh, that sucks. That went to 76. I still think we can get Coke on the downside here. And then we'll wait to see what happens at that 50 mark. But let's see. We need a 75 first, guys. There's Google. So we're loaded into Google now as that just ripped up right into 104. So let's see what happens. We're now short Google 103.90.
Yeah, look, we show the winners, we show the losers, but this is like, I'm still only long right now as I'm looking for some of those Chinese names for short opportunities, but that's me getting stopped out of Coke. I'm just taking the hit and moving on. But when I see the market get the resistance, Baba is just bouncing off this 63. It looks like it's primed to take it out to that downside. Finger on the trigger for XPeng. It's right at that 770 level. It rejects that high. I'm looking for, I'll zoom in. If it rejects this high, I'm looking for a short on the way back in with a 770 stop, or if it makes like a 2 or 3 cents higher than this, then my stop would be at the high of the day. But this looks like it could be the next shoe that drops. If we break out from here on Baba, let's say Baba bounces, then I will cancel the notion of the short on XPeng. But it just feels like we've gone a little bit too far here, counter to some of the other names. Brendo?
Disney up here, guys. Nice day for DIS. Strong, just about to take out the high. There was a note suggesting their ad tier, similar to Netflix, will restrict share play and Group Watch, I guess, which is similar to sharing your account on Netflix. So that's just out there for Disney, but strong. Anyways, nice day.
All right, yeah, good day for Disney. Good day here for Google, as that's fallen in a little bit again here for us. So, yeah, so far so good here on Google, but we're going to wait to see how far it does fall down now. We're bidding in the low 70s, but why not bid to 75? We'll see if we can get that right here, as there it is. Yes, sir. Not yes, 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 yes. Finally, let's go, man. Now the money's starting to come in a little bit for us here, like if I don't, we'd be at 2 times our goal if we didn't have that Microsoft trade on today, because these prints are really coming in now. Look at this Google trade back down to the downside. This is what we're talking about. Like I say, I don't want to take trades unless I take real positions, right? So these are starting to pay out a little bit for us now here on some of these names. So yeah, now we're making back a lot of what we took earlier. So nice trade there. $1 in the money now for Amazon, as we're back down to 120. So let's put it, there we go, boom, on Amazon. Chicken dinner winners coming through right now on these shorts. So all good, man. We made back most of it here. We only have one red name, and it's going to be Microsoft, and that really sucks. Too much risk on that. And the worst part about it is, it's not that I lost on it. I mean, we're going to lose on stocks anyways. It's just that I wanted the long, and then some reason got in love with the short there. So that really sucks. But we're getting our revenge on the other tech names now, as we're short Google against that 104. We just been covering a lot down here right now, and yeah, Amazon, we just took $1 on that name as well. So man, good day so far, sans Microsoft. I hope you guys are having a good one. Make sure you hit the like button.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you don't like a market that goes up and gives you the longs like it did today, I don't know what you like. I'll hit the Gronk spike. I'm not calling it Gronk, so we'll hit the spike. I'm now trailed out of NVIDIA. I talked about that 130. I moved the trail up. We broke 131. The futures got to a resistance point. I just ticked into XPeng off that 770 top, seeing a bit of a bounce in the USD as well. So you are catching a bit of a bid there. Some of the other longs are fine. I'm holding on to Apple. I just feel like even on a dip, Apple's going to be okay. But CCL, which I said, well, some caution because it couldn't break 850. It's now holding VWAP pretty nicely. So still working to that upside. Snapchat, that just got to 890. So I said I'd hold on to a piece. This has been an absolute, just a monster the last couple of days, despite the fact that the stock was garbage. Garbage is maybe the wrong word, but now it's probably the right word. This went $11 to $8. So it's just trying to fill in this gap here. 9 could still be a bit of a break. I'm out with just a small piece left. If I see enough size or enough interest at that 9 level, it could be a breakout, but I want to make sure I grab that profit in front. The stock at some point is going to be a short for me. It just, obviously that just hasn't happened yet. And I don't want to ignore Mullen. Mullen came back into that 50 level, was able to bounce. I got some 51s. It just got back to 55. So I'm waiting down at 50 for some support. If it gets to VWAP, great. But it has been a sell realistically on Mullen. So just getting out and back in as it's making this downward trend. Fighting it a bit here on Mullen, but that 50 bottom is at least worked out.
Yeah, Google started to go back upside a little bit. We got some more out at 73 there. You can't really tell because this is what it looks like on that one. But yeah, I'm still with you on Mullen there. I want to get out a little bit here near 55, as that's been the best position for us here so far, 55. So we're long at 52.90, but we did take a hit on Mullen because we had to get out here a little bit off those averages. So we'll wait to see. Hopefully it'll be a positive name for us, but it still needs to get going right now. Okay, so now we're going to try to find some names that maybe are at support because it's 10:15, right? So look at Microsoft. Now it's at that 248.50. That could be a decent support level right now. I think these guys are going to beat tonight. So, looking into that. And again, we're just going to wait to see. I think it's going to beat. I don't know what it's going to do, but let's wait to see here for Microsoft coming into play one more time. I like the name. It's just, is it going to be the right name here to long in case there's a little bit of problems here. So far so good on Microsoft. Nice little downside move, then an upside. I know you're already, let's check PayPal. Holy crap. We knew we didn't know it, or we should have done it, but we knew we had a good long in PayPal down there at 86. It's now $89. So that Venmo news that we tweeted out earlier, big time movement off that. So that's going to be a good little spot there for Venmo and PayPal going on to Amazon. So nice upside move right there for AMZ dead end. Damn it, this one should have been a $3 winner because we had 86 longs all the way to 89.50. But there's the first cash out for 70 cents. There's the other cash out for $1.30. So we did pretty good on it. It's just looking back, sometimes these things sting a little bit.
Oh my goodness, it's Baba's stinging if you got this one to the long side. It just went red on the day. So despite the market being strong and a lot of these other Chinese ADRs actually being strong, Baba is just, it's flushing down the toilet. Look, if it does a wick bottom, it was a 63.15 close, so if it does a wick bottom, holds back above, it's got room to play some catch up here. But I just grabbed a little bit more of XPeng as this is like fading a little bit, and I like that top at 770. Never broke it, so my stop is going to be at 770. I'm essentially risking 10 cents once you work in some slippage. So until it gets to VWAP, it's really not that intriguing of an out for me. I'm just going to alter my stop because I added to the position, so my stop's back in if 770 were to break on XPeng. NEO as well. Pretty strong, but NEO, very similar to XPeng, it got to pre-market highs, faded those pre-market highs, and now it's leveling off. So it's setting up for a short off of those tops. Strong name, of course, but if it doesn't reclaim some of those highs, you know, the risk to reward, at least for me right now, would favor shorting maybe 25s off of that 30s. I already have XPeng. We like it. I'm not giving up on you, Apple. I still think this market can go higher. I got a crazy wick there, so it's kind of hard to see. We got that 150. We already scalped out. If it takes that 150, 150, this could easily see 52 to 53. The 50 period sits at 156. And there's a lot of dark pool wicks there, so it's kind of hard for me to clean that one up for you in real time. I'll try to do that on the chart at some point. But I like that 52, 53 area, holding on to that after I got trailed at NVIDIA. That was a great one for NVIDIA, but I also ignored my personal favorite, and that is Intel as it tries to load up here. That got through yesterday's tops pretty convincingly, but right now you've got a wick high through 27.50. If that ends up holding and this market does not stay above 38.40, Intel beneath 27.50 is not a bad short level.
Oh man, that Mullen is starting to turn around a little bit here again back down to 52. It looks like it bounced off that 55 level there for Mullen. So I am there to get out in case that does happen down to that downside, or sorry, back to the upside of 55. That's where I'm offering. But if we do break lower, back down below 50, I feel like that's going to be a good out and one that we should probably take. So let's wait to see if that does come into play though. But for now, yeah, I think that that's going to be the right play for me on Mullen. Get out at 52 and then really just try to regroup with it, right? So that's going to be the play for Mullen for me, and that's what that is. We did not get that Coke reload, which kind of sucks for sure, because we wanted that Coke reload and we just didn't come through. We were there, missed it by one damn penny right there. So let's take something out at 08 right now on that name and just see if it goes back up to the high side. Oh man, that really does suck that we missed that Coke. But we're definitely not missing Google because, man, that Coke, now I'm really starting to get peed off a little bit because we've missed a couple decent trades at some decent levels that we should have gotten more shares in. So, you know, getting out of that Coke, missing that Coke right there at 75 when I was staring it right in the face. I could have punched 76 long. We waited for one extra penny and it didn't come through. So that's a little silly for me on KO. But all right, it's small cap recap time with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, quiet day overall for small caps once again. I'll show you a couple here moving around so far, including what we talked about just before the open, this TSHA, still up 50%, just hanging out here. 225 to 230 is that level right there on the daily chart, still acting as resistance. So tight stop on this one for TSHA, just hanging out. And then there's a ton of strength in cannabis names so far today, including this one. Tilray still up 13. Been sitting here watching this, waiting for any kind of sign of rollover, but nothing yet for Tilray. And Grow Generations, GRWG, similar. We're coming into yesterday's pre-market levels for that one, up 10% as well.
I'm now out of this name. You can I shouldn't have hit flush down the toilet. I meant to hit the home run, but it's next to the button. But wick top that got to $8.99 on Snapchat. So we got up there. You rejected $9. That was the level. I would have been willing to maybe look at a breakout, but you get a wick top and then like this. And usually I'm thinking, can I structure a short off a 9 even? So the 860 wasn't an 850 break. It was 860 is going to be terminated here. But watch out for some of the Chinese names because I'm sitting in I'm sitting in XPeng here with the short off of 870. Look, it's going to risk 10 cents. I like the risk to reward. But look what Alibaba just did. It broke that 63, and you got a wick bottom here on BABA. It's basically trying to hold positive right now. And if this does hold right here at 63, it toes the line, you could see a bit of a jailbreak. It's been going counter trend to some of these. I mean, it's the EVs that have been strong in the space. That's why you want to look at some of these as both. But if it holds at 63, this has room to come back into VWAP. So I am looking for the opportunity on a 63 bounce to try a quick little tight stop long on Alibaba. And of course, that could mean if it goes, XPeng's probably going to lose. But as I said, that's 7 cents worth of risk plus slippage. So somewhere between 7 and 10 cents worth of risk.
All right, here comes Google. We tried to get more short. We were waiting for the exact same price again, so we missed it. But here it comes in. Did we just get a fill there? What did we just get filled on? Oh, we got filled on Mullen. Nice little move back upside for Mullen now, trying to take out that level. So, yeah, okay, I like that, Mullen. Nice little upside move there as we're taking out 55 now off of a 52.70 long. So, yeah, let's see if that one can work to the upside. It's going to struggle a little bit. Let's see if we get to 57. My next offer is 56 and change. So, hopefully that'll come through there for Mullen, and then we'll see the rest is good. I was debating getting out a little bit of this name here, Google, but again, it's kind of just hovering around now. 50s. I'd like to see a little bit of a break back down below into the 40s now to capture a little bit more profit on Google. So let's put that bid down there, mid 40s, and see if we can get that on Google. That's going to be my next play there. It is faded out. We are waiting for another short near that 104. I feel like today is going to be pretty key that you are very, very patient with the trading today, right? I mean, we weren't early with Softy and we got burned on that one, as now it's right back to 248. But, missed out on that opportunity, getting a little too excited. Should have stuck with our first thesis of going long on that name, but we didn't. Okay, here comes Google. Hopefully we can break this 50 and hold below and then get that 40 print. Trying to be a little bit greedy there. I am seeing that it is stopping at 50 every time. We're 50 cents in the money on this trade, so it's been a good one. It's just, looking for a little bit more. Can we not break through 50 there and retest VWAP? I'll be pissed off if it bounces back to the upside. So you know what? Based on that comment, let's stick a 51 bid there. If we'll get that 51 and then move on from that and then hold for a little bit lower. Because look, even right now, it just bounced off 50 again right there. So yeah, not really my day here today. Let's go fill it back down in now. Give me that 51 and then we'll move on from you, Google, and then see if it comes back up to that 104 area. Come on, just a little bit of a push downside. We'll get that. Amazon's at the low, not of the day, but at the low of this move. We did go a little bit lower than 120, so let's see if that can hold for it as well. $1 in the money now on Amazon, and we're almost out, and there it is. Yes, sir. A little bit of money throwing around now on Google as we get hit there at 51. Coke all the way back up again. Wow, this name crazy. Let's see if we get in peace out here at 30 on Coke. This name's pretty wild.
Yeah, and pretty wild is Alibaba just made a fresh low. So looks like XPeng is going to have a chance. I went to Pinduoduo because it wasn't at the low of the day, and it put a wick top at 47 even. I'm trying to get anything in front of this 47 area to the short side to join this party. If Baba's going to be doing what it's doing, some of these names are probably going to start falling. This is getting actually ugly on Alibaba as that reversal at 66. Kind of came out of nowhere, but XPeng is the only one I got. If you hop to any of these other ones like NEO is already back at VWAP. I was looking at 1025. Never even got the opportunity to short those highs. I'm just kind of using Bob as a bit of an indicator for lack of a better term there. Wow, Tesla. I mean, Tesla 219 here. That 215 level, it should have been a reverse. For whatever reason, I liked NVIDIA and Apple and probably should have liked Tesla just as much. Snapchat as well, CCL as well, but this clearly was the missed opportunity. It's about to go 220 to that upside. 25 is better resistance. This might be interesting for a buy the dip because what I see happening, also even a potential break, but what I see happening over there on the ES, there's a previous resistance that we're actually breaking through on the S&P 500, and we've held this dip and consolidating and going higher. This is why I'm not giving up on Apple. This is happening next leg up. Then I got to try to hold Apple. If we get a 2 or 3% day, then Apple certainly can go with it. But Tesla's already at 4. This is so strong.
Tesla, yeah. Oh, you know, another name that we haven't really looked at too much today was Netflix. Yeah,
I knew you were gonna-
300 right now. Huge move to the upside there as we talk about strength in the market. Why not look at NFLX? A huge move, man. I mean, I guess we're going to short 300. I already talked about that gap fill. I might just sell in my account, man. I mean, this is a huge move up. But then, hey, you know, if we get some good reports coming through, maybe we'll have a good little move to the upside even more than this for Microsoft, for Netflix. So watching out for that $300 level. Google, good out for us there at the 50 mark. So we'll continue to watch that and see if that one wants to print out for us downside there at 50 again. That was a good out, like we just said. So we'll try to respect that as a level there as well. And then just for a report there, we did get some more out on Mullen right now. It's at 54.50 and trying to go higher. So Mullen right now making that move to the high side. So watch out here. MULN, we are at a spot now where we are debating just getting out of the rest of this. But right now, Mullen starting to go upside. Our best out was 54.90 there. So that's why we got that out. Let's see if it can still print for us. Mullen right now back to the downside. Watching out for a 50 break on that one. And then, you know, getting ready to get some more short here on Google as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to add to shorts in some of the Chinese names here, but this is only falling like an absolute rock. PDD's doing it. NEO obviously was already challenging to the downside, but it's a matter of whether it breaks 10. If it breaks 10, that can be looked at as a potential breakdown trade. I'd rather be selling in front of the high of the day. So I'm waiting for that bounce there on NIO. You just covered Mullen. I should go back over just to show you guys CCL. It continues to bounce off VWAP. I have taken the bulk of the position out, but I'm still holding a quarter of it here. If it holds VWAP, it has a chance to break 850, which hasn't happened, giving it some room. The market's at the top, so why not hold on to longs as they are working out? Anyone that's working out, I should say. But these Chinese names are starting to get a little bit out of hand to that downside. I'm like you. I mean, I missed out on Netflix, obviously breaking 287, but 300. I mean, look, it's psychological. It still has more. Even if it breaks 300, it's still got some gap to be filled up to 330. So it's not as if it can only go in one direction off that 300 level. But yeah, that needs to be respected. If it gets to 3, I will take my shot on shorting Netflix.
Okay, we reloaded there for our trade here on Google. So, yeah, nice little reload. Well, we'll see if it's nice or not on this name. So Google right now trying to make some money back down into that downside now. So we're going to wait to see here if Google wants to print. We still do have that 104 area on cover as well. So we're watching out for that trade to come through there. Coke battled to the upside. Did we get that fill on Coke? No, not yet. We're still waiting here in the 20s, high 20s right now on KO. So maybe we'll get that print and then we'll move on from that. So that's one that we're looking for right now. All right, Apple down to 151. I know there's some nice Apple levels that I like, but that's a little bit lower than that, 156 or so. Sorry, 150.60 is a level that I like for that. So that's something to be concerned temporarily with there on Apple. That's right where this, I mean, 150.60 is pretty obvious of a level there for Apple. So we'll wait on that one. But we are looking to put on some new trades right now. Tesla, I still think that that's a short, but it's been real nice, man. Real nice upside move today for TSLA and the rest of them there. We'll have to look at Rivian and Lucid and whatnot. But Tesla up 4% and right now trying to get back to that 220 level there. 220.20 is the day high. I don't want to stand in front of this one either, but a nice move upside right now for TSLA. And are we breaking 55? We're getting close to breaking 55. I just want to see a 55 break here on Mullen, and then we'll see. I am offering mid 56s because I think a 55 break gets us to mid 56 for sure. So all right, that's a little bit of coverage on all the positions that I have. Now let's go over and see what's up with crypto.
Hey guys, want to start with a notable move here in yields, helping to the upside some equities and crypto markets. Look at the 10-year right now, 15 basis points to the downside almost for the 10-year currently, just falling off a cliff currently. Same story with the 2-year, back to the downside in a big way for both. However, the consolidation and back and forth continues as far as Bitcoin and most of the cryptocurrency markets are concerned on continued overall economic worries and inflation worries. Here's a daily chart of Bitcoin. This is as tight as you're going to see, a consolidation on Bitcoin trying to maybe start to resolve one way or the other. Just below that, 19.5 right now. Once again today, 20,000 obviously just above us, 18.5 that support as well as we continue to work into this tight wedge pattern for BTC. Higher on the day, however, 1.5 back to 19.5 as I mentioned, 4% now for ETH back to almost 1,400. Been a while since it's been up here. 1,381 so far. Nice green numbers top to bottom. Otherwise, ADA, Solana, Dogecoin, and Matic all positive on the session, guys.
Yes, sir. And look, Mullen's still positive on the session, but it has been trending down. Now there's this offer at 55 even that can't seem to be breaking, but some higher lows being put in here at 52. So, well, anyways, it did a wick bottom at 52. I was only waiting at 50s again. I'm actually going to buy more at 52 and then look for a 55 potential break. Breakout trade actually sits pretty decently there. Just on breakouts, usually a tighter stop than dip buys in front of support because you know where your out is going to be when you're buying in front of support. It's in front of support, but I would not be holding a 55 long all the way to 50. Don't like that 10% move. Alibaba continues to be relatively weak, and so as long as that's true, I'm holding on to my XPeng and I'm looking for other opportunities in some of these related names to go short. One of those is Pinduoduo. I'm still sitting in front of 47. It's showing signs that it doesn't quite want to get there. So I don't want to give up on this. It had a huge wick at that 47 area, so it did reject that price. That's why I like the shorts at that particular price. But if we do get back down to that 46 even, this was the breakout that I liked at 46. I did end up missing out on it. I think there's a decent chance that if Pinduoduo breaks 46 and Bob is still at the lows, I'll probably just jump over into the breakdown trade because I don't want to miss out completely on any kind of a big reversal on these Chinese names and only have XPeng because I've been sitting in XPeng. It goes 5-6 cents in the money, and I want more than that.
Yeah, XPeng, definitely a problem. But one problem here is not going to be Google because Google right now is making a move to the downside off that reloaded position. So pretty happy with that position for sure. But yeah, no, would like a little bit more movement here on this name. So let's see. Now we're back into the 40s. So this is kind of where we've been at with Google. So where do I have any bids down here? No, I don't. All right, let's just put a bid now, 45. This has been a pretty good move for us here on Google. So let's see if that one wants to print out for us now to that downside. There it is. Did we get it? Yes, we did. So a nice little 45 bid there for Google, now creating some cash money opportunities for us. But yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to do much here. Google's still trying to go to the downside. We're not loaded up or anything. So that's the one thing here for Google. Needed to make a move, man. Hopefully that does come through for us. Back down to that downside. Coke right now, just hovering around. Mullen still doing the same stuff. And PayPal really up to $88, man. Definitely a missed opportunity on that one there for PayPal. So that kind of sucks that we missed out on that. But PayPal right now, decent move back here, back to 88, looking to get longer. But again, trying to respect some of these levels. That's 87.70 right there. So that could be something to look at for us on PayPal. 87.78 is going to be a good little average in spot there for me with PYPL. So not average in, but a dip buy. We're going to try to take on PayPal. 87.75 there to go. So let's see if we can get that. But so far, so good. This is going to be a really clean trade for me. Went long 86 when it came back in off of that news. We tweeted that out, and that was a good move from 86 on that Amazon news all the way back up to the upside. But really, man, I mean, Amazon is right now going lower, 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 and just keeps on going, man. We had some nice outs early on Amazon, but now it's really fading down. So a big movement to the downside here for Amazon. Let's see if that will continue here. I think there's a lot of pressure on this name. We'll see if they can deliver when it's earnings season, but
I like that
we
punt.
Keep on coming up here to 121.20 for Amazon, and then we'll see if we can fade that. But right now, $1.30 in the MONEY.
Yeah, if you don't like the trades, you damn sure better like the punt because I saw what you did there with Amazon Better Deliver.
Oh, that was a good one.
Come
yeah.
on. That wasn't on purpose?
No, man. Now I'm just getting natural at this stuff.
No,
it's just flowing out.
It's all about the bad puns, the great puns. That's what it's all about, guys.
Yes.
We don't ask anything, but I just checked, man. Only 1.4 in the likes. The longs were, I mean, look, the longs all across the board. We'll see what happens with some of the Chinese names short here, but they have been pulling back in. Baba's a great look. We don't ask a lot, but take a quick second, hit that like, hit that subscribe, grow this community because it is the best one out there. Well, it's the only one I know out there. And I saw Henry just tell me to not diddle in the middle. I think he's referring to Tesla because I said 225 is the next level up. Look, 15, then 25. 20, it just rejected. It's already rejected this once. If it rejects 20s again and I can risk 30 or 40 cents on a trade to see if it pulls back into 18s, then that's risk reward that I'm not going to necessarily ignore. I did just grab Pinduo Duo short, so I now have that and XPeng. I like that 47 area on PDD, but I've seen a lot of, look, there's a lot out there that's moving, and I don't want to be ignoring anything that's out there. But you got to try to focus in on what's working for you, on the names that you can try to hone in on. One of those for me is to go back to the well on Snapchat because look how many times it's testing 9 even and won't go. I said I would look for some short opportunities off that $9, and it's giving me that inclination that I can risk less than 10 pennies and just grab that short. It was a short initially for me at 850 that turned into a breakout long. Now I'm thinking, okay, if I can get like 95, 96, you know the drill, 9 breaks and I'm out. But until it happens, yeah, I'm looking for that short. Like I said, just got into Pinduo Duo. This is entirely off of what the heck is going on with Alibaba. So Baba just continues to churn lower, now down 1%. Right? Like, give me a break. If the market's at these tops and Alibaba is dragging down, I don't see why these don't follow suit. If I see a 60 printer challenging lower in Alibaba, I'm going to take some out and ring the register just in case we don't fall like an absolute, like a tree falling over, and we don't break that 46. That's a significant level on Pinduo Duo. So I am taking profit on it, and oh my goodness, I always say this, clean up your stop orders, Neil. So I just got an accidental short on NVIDIA. I had a trail initially at 130, and that was for that last third of NVIDIA. We had that long. I moved the trail to 131 and did not cancel it. It'd be nice if that automatically canceled. I'm going to put a ticket in for that. But that trail put me in and out for about 10 cents there. So I'm going to go clean up some of my stops. When those longs work to the upside, you have to cancel your stops because you don't need them after the fact. Brendo?
Just saw this one, BBBY catching a bid here today. One of those starting to go. Not much on this, but huge volume spike there as we head through $5, guys, for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Ooh, so some of these names starting to go right now. We got some bangers on board right now, though. This Amazon short really is starting to work to that downside. And again, we never have enough shares. But there's a nice little move to that downside for Amazon. Congratulations, you got that one, man. This has been a good one. We have this one $1.80 now in the money for AMZN as the market is breaking below the 50 period. So we are going to look for some longs at some point. But I do still like a Microsoft long down here at 247. So, I want to try that one more time. We'll average into it if we can get it. We're sitting right now at 247.50. So hopefully that can come through for us, 247.50 or so here on Amazon, looking like a decent spot. So, on Microsoft to get into the long. May just capture this profit now on Amazon as we've bounced into some of this, sort of consolidation. I don't really want to look too much at the pre-market and make decisions based on levels that are here in the pre-market, but still nice little downside move there for this name. And yeah, we need to make sure that we capture that. So 119.40, 119.30, that's been the bottom. I think we could sit around 119 though. So let's do that. If we do get a little bit of a move down here, we'll be able to, we'll wait about 119.05 or so, try to capture a little bit of profit on that name. There's going to be Amazon, a nice little move to the downside on that. And then on everyone's favorite automotive stock, apparently today, Mullen, still looking like it doesn't want to do much. And that 55 apparently is the wall. So we've gotten more outs, man. I mean, you could see as it was coming up, look at these 1, 2, 3 outs right there at 55. And then some more outs at 54.30. And now we're down another penny. You guys got to trade this. Like, you guys have a lot of shares probably. So like a 5-cent move up is 10%, right? So just be careful with what you're doing on this one. Don't be too greedy with Mullen. But it's been a good trade so far today. Over 200 million shares done. So yeah, there's definitely some work being put onto that. And then Bed Bath & Beyond, as Brendan just talks about that, up to $5 now. Nice movement. Ooh, yeah, real nice movement from 450 up to $5. Yeah, we haven't been up here in a while. Probably got to pay for shorts. Not a bad idea if it gets near 550. That's probably a fade right up there, 550 for BBBY.
And Yeah, the opportunity cost of making that little bit of an error on NVIDIA and leaving that stop order in. As I was talking about Tesla, it gave that wick again to 220, and there's your fade opportunity. But at the same time, I got triggered into position in NVIDIA, flipped my level 2 to NVIDIA to punch out of the position that I didn't want. The hilarious thing about it is I missed out on that Tesla, which is now $1 and change in the money, is NVIDIA. Look, it would have gone against me, but if the market rolls over, it's probably going to look like that was a fantastic short. But the rule of thumb is if you did not mean to take a trade and you get in, just get out of it. Because, look, let's be real, it's an uptrending stock. In the long run, that is not going to work out for you. Breaking rules, even if they work once or twice, in the long run, you don't want it. So I missed out on Tesla. Hopefully somebody got it up there. As we go to Sector Watch, pretty looking board there, Brendo.
Yeah, we're trying to hold on to some green here, guys, right across the entire S&P 500, up 0.91 currently as a whole. There are a few notes of weakness to be careful of, though. This is the financial group. Insurance names specifically, a couple of reports coming from this group today to the downside, so 2.5% as about an average, but BRO, 11% notable name after a miss for earnings for them. So banks are weak, consumer discretionary names strong, tech and healthcare all very strong, offsetting that and more back to the upside. In the consumer discretionary group, it's actually the retailers showing the most strength right now. Some of the travel names catching a little bit later on in the morning, but that's tough to see. But that's LVS in the red there, down 1.8 so far for LVS after what happened yesterday. Tesla, meanwhile, 4% higher. GM, 2.6%. Ford there, 1.8%. We talked about most of those pre-market. Talked about that one as well. PayPal with a huge day, 6% on that Amazon news this morning. Semiconductors with a bit as well. NVIDIA among notable names there, 4% to the upside. Good looking board to start, guys. Back to you.
Yes, sir, and I haven't really done this one. We'll go Gates of Hell for $50 on Pinduoduo. This will be in my nightmares because that was a short this yesterday at the 49 break, and when it got up there, just not even remotely close to fast enough. It's got to be my old age to catch that short on the way back in. If you just stood in front of the freight train, you were definitely rewarded. But I'm now short off 47. When it bounced off 45, it got right here, 46.5. So you can see, where am I short? Pretty much at that same breakdown in front of 47, 46.5, 46.60. But if we take out 46, I think we can get to that pre-market low. If it breaks the pre-market low, I want to hold something beneath this level because suddenly you could be breaking $2 or $3 to the downside. And why do I like it? Because for whatever reason, this is happening to Alibaba. Maybe Charlie Munger's dumping his shares today. I have no idea. But everything in this space, I suppose, was just churning to the upside at the open. And then Baba reversed first, and it's now continuing. So I'm holding these shorts. You got to give me a reason to get out of them. Probably should have just, hello, McFly. If this one's relatively weak, it's like, yeah, Pinduoduo might work and XPeng might work. Or could have just shorted Alibaba itself, right? It seems pretty darn obvious in hindsight, like 10 minutes later. But yeah, wow. Just any single one of these looking pretty solid to that downside. We'll see what happens. But I'm not giving up on Apple. As the market diddles around here at this high of the day, you know, Apple, now I have another wick. Apple's still holding well above VWAP. If it bounces off 150, bounces off VWAP, which is 150.50 now, then I want to see if I can add back into this. But it has to hold. Apple, bastion of strength usually in the market. I want to give it that shot to do so again today. CCL and Apple, well, Mullen technically, are the only longs I got left after giving up on NVIDIA and Snapchat. But I want to get the Apple dip by because usually it holds up pretty strong relative to the market, Brendo.
Netflix still up decently today. It's on the way back down here, guys. Business Insider with a note suggesting a TV advertiser, a very well-renowned TV advertiser or an agency, I guess, saying that only half of their known advertisers initially interested in the ad-supported plan. Again, that's from Business Insider, suggesting that one ad agency saying that only half of their potential advertisers are interested initially in the ad-supported idea for Netflix.
Okay, that's a bit strange. I feel like as long as they get the subscribers, man, people will come in and pay for that. So, the advertisers will come in and pay for it. I mean, I'm still keeping, obviously, the full subscription, so I'll never see an ad, maybe. But yeah, I still like that model, and I think it can work for sure. And so does the market, man. I mean, you're up to $300. Like I said, some of those bottom picks there, that stock was 175, 172, now breaking $300 in over about 6 months. I think it was the report before last. I think it was 2 reports ago where we got hit, and then now starting to revamp it, and that's why I bought it right down there. I mean, it's ad tier. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, fine. A very good possibility it doesn't. All right, Microsoft right now making that move back to the upside. I'm going to try to hold this out for 249. We've already seen. I mean, this will be a much better hit if we do get hit on this name, because we're only going to take a 20-cent hit on this. We have a very, very defined out. We're below the 50 period. I just saw this thing scream down. So that's why I was like, you know what? If we're going to go short something, let's just go short Microsoft, because if the market does hold this 50 period to the downside, which it doesn't look like it wants to right now, then I was just thinking that Microsoft has some aggression to it back down in, right? So let's see. Again, now I'm going to lose again on the short here for Microsoft. We're only out of the money 6 cents, not the end of the world yet. But let's see if it does pull back here. I still like the name short. I just wonder if we have the wrong level again and we have to wait for 249.50, something like that. It's all about the market right now, though, with Microsoft. We're bouncing below the 50 period now, or bouncing above it, sorry, and that's not good. It's got to hold it, or we are going to get taken out of this Microsoft. We're pretty close right now. There's the rip to the upside. I guess I just need to go long instead of short, but okay, we'll see here. Just a little move down in the futures, and we should be able to get some of this back. But for right now, looks like we want to hold out for the high side now. A dip down would be nice, though. Let's see if we can't test this 11,600 again here before breaking higher, which it looks like it wants to do right now. There's the break to the upside there for Microsoft, guys.
Yeah, and well, sometimes it's about how you get the shares, and it tells you a bit of a story. Mullen just did this candle where it looked like it was mostly dark pool, but it did test back higher and then slam down into that 52. So the second time it's put a wick down into 52 and then bounce. So I've got it. I did get 52s, but remember this wall at 55? I'm scalping it to 55. You always got to think as a penny stock a little bit differently. If it was a $5.20 stock and you saw that range, you take $5.20 into $5.50. If we break $5.50, 55, there's still a chance for a breakout. But this 52, at some point if it breaks, I'm waiting until 50 to add back into it. Mullen, you had to be really careful. The actual home runs on this stock was if you just shorted at the open, but there's been a couple dip buy opportunities that I want to dig into that we've now gotten. I never got Snapchat on that short, unfortunately. Never got close enough to that $9 range. And that 46 on Pinduoduo broke, got down to 45.85, came back above. Now it's retesting it. I have taken some of this out, but I am still holding half the position on PDD for those lows of the day. I keep checking BABA. BABA's still on the lows. That's good enough for me. I will hang on to it. CCL is starting to fall asleep. It's holding VWAP, but that's about all it's doing at this point. I don't like to cancel my bids for the reload. It either bounces from here and takes out that, or gets to and takes out that 850, or I'm just holding it back into that 25. I might even tighten the stop up on CCL. It has slowed down a lot, and I do not want to ignore this one today. I said Morgan Stanley gets up there toward that $81, 15 minute will be better, that I would take the chance of shorting it. So here it comes. Since the earnings, this is that 81 level. It got to 80.50 the second day, got to 80.80 the first day, and I was shorting 78s. So we get back up to that top at 81. That is a level I want to fade in Morgan, as there's some relative strength. The market's strong, but the bank's holding up. Actually, this is pretty much at the market, so 1.1 to 1. The ES is at 1, and this is 1.1. But 81 is in a level I've been waiting for on Morgan Stanley. I'll take my shot shorting it if it gets up there. They had a bad report. I know the banks are strong, but their report actually wasn't that great.
Oh, yeah, Morgan Stanley's was, they were down 5% off earnings.
Goldman was good. Everybody was good
Morgan
except
was
for
good, Morgan bad. But that's okay. There's lots of opportunities here in this market every single day, including not shorting Microsoft, as I did that again. And there it goes, breaking through 249. And here we go again, man, approaching that 50 mark, that 250 mark there for Microsoft. Here it comes, man, big time movement now to the upside as the futures are starting to break higher now. Trying to to test that 11,600 or holding 11,600. Now trying to take out some of those highs in the day. Now approaching 11,670 now. Nice little movement. We talked about not really knowing what kind of a day this would be, and I think we've been right. We just started the rally, right? And then since that rally, it's kind of been touch the top a couple times and then come right back down into that bottom. So, you know, I feel like this has been pretty range bound so far today. So playing the extremities really hasn't worked. So we're going to watch out for this. Hopefully be careful with all of these plays, but I do want to get short again against that 250 because now, just like here, I mean, I'm okay with getting out on this one. Going short into this area, I thought it was good. We just saw it scream down. But again, you know, the market versus Microsoft, Microsoft is not as strong as the market. So that's something. And then with earnings, I don't know, maybe we're just reading this wrong here, but I'm going to try to go short again on Microsoft, but this time be a little more patient. And this time, look what we did on KO. So there it is, man. A nice little shout out there to Kevin O'Leary, who yesterday dumped GM.
The other KO.
Won't be happy the other KO. Won't be happy with dumping GM yesterday on CNBC. But right there, nice little movement to the upside off of that reload. So you can see there. This time we didn't wait for 75. We got 85s there on the reload for Coke. So far so good here on this name. This has been a big one for me today. KO. I knew it as soon as I saw Tony in his Coke shirt as requested, man. That guy always delivering. What's up, Tony? Okay, let's go over to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, big moves in currency markets once again today, all on some dollar weakness coming off that number we got at 10 o'clock, consumer confidence number, as we said, lower than expected. DXY downside on that, 0.9, in fact, big move. Back below 111, or it was there, 110.99 at one point. Recent lows anyways for the dollar index. That has everything else back to the upside, including the British pound. More positivity surrounding this new prime minister over in the UK. So back to almost 115. Once again, it's been a while since we've been up that high for the pound. Euro flirting with parity once again, up 0.75. Canadian dollar 73.4 so far today. 1.9 there for Russia back to the upside. It was down 2 days in a row. New Zealand and Australia back higher, if you remember. Big move down yesterday, about the same amount downside yesterday. Higher on a bounce today for both. And crypto, yeah, still hanging on to gains here. 19,500, 1,384 for Ethereum, guys. Back over to you.
So the second time wasn't a charm on Tesla. I talked about missing that short on Tesla, that 220 in front of 220, and then it got down to 218. The second time I grab it, but my stop was right at that high of the day, right? Like I'm not fighting it. If it wants to go up from here, it's going to do so without me shorting it. Snapchat, similar move on Snapchat. This is that time of day where if you're holding those highs, I want to take a shot. I had the 96s short. It broke 9 even. I did reverse into a long at 902. But you know, there's a caution here because you're still in the consolidation on the NASDAQ, so the ES, the NASDAQ as well, not really breaking out those tops. It's a lot easier to hold in the money when you're testing the highs of the days than it is to take these top breaks. Snap's been relatively strong, up that 8%, and I know some of it's probably just that relief rally that it got from the disastrous earnings, but this long at the top, I don't want to give it too much room. If it gets past 95, I don't think it's worth it. I had to, didn't have to, but I did take out some more PDD at 46. It kept trying to break this 46 level and then rejecting it, coming back to the upside. So I took another leg out. Same thing with XPeng. As the market continued to go higher, this rolled and broke VWAP, but I took another leg out here at 745 because the market tried to hold up, and then off the opening range, this was that opening range top. So I'm like, if it can't break and hold below there, I'll take another leg. Those shorts working, both those Chinese names, I think because Bob has started dragging the entire group down. But I don't want to fight some of these too much. Holding on to Apple, holding on to CCL because they've given absolutely no reason to get out of them. And then Mullen. I mean, Mullen has not, like I'll slap the fail on Mullen because I've only had longs today. And basically it's like they'll work and then the same long will, okay, then stop out. Didn't even work when I tried 56. And then 50's been good. 52 has been good. But that's just sort of making back what lost on all the way back to that downside. You know, I had an inkling that Mullen might start taking some profits, but the only way I was shorting it is if it failed 65 at the open, and it didn't really get close enough. If that same move here goes to 63, 64, I probably put the short on because that's a setup that I like. It just never really set up, so I didn't get it, and then it would have been a gorgeous shorting opportunity. But hey, you got to play the reads as you see them. Hindsight's always going to be 20/20. At least it's catching a bit of a bid off 50 cents. Let's see if it can hold that up here today.
All right, yeah, that sucks. I mean, we were upside there. Now we have to hold on to this 52 and hopefully get a bump up for Mullen and then make back sort of what we lost after buying that in the pre-market. So we'll wait for it, and hopefully that'll come through. I think it will for Mullen. And we just got to hold 50. I mean, it's a pretty simple trade right there. Okay, just so you guys know, Coke, if we can get to 58.30, we're going to take some more out and then pretty much be done with that one. We do have a new reload here. I like the trade. Let's just see if it holds 120. So that's that, man. We do have a small reload right now at 75 there on Amazon, giving us this average price. Remember what our average price is from all the way up here. So that's why it's looking like that. We're going to get some more short right now. I think it's in the 90s. Yeah, high 90s. We'll get some more short here, mid 90s, sorry, into this trade. So hopefully, again, we can rally back up to the upside a little bit. There it is. We just got it right there. So now we are short. Oh, no, sorry. It was 90. It was Google was the one that we're looking at. I'm going to cancel some of the Google trades now because now we're into Amazon, and we do have a pretty full position now against 120. It's not like a crazy position or anything because we have gotten hit today going short into this market. So not short on Amazon. We were getting hit short on Microsoft, as you guys know, which is crazy because we only wanted the long. But sometimes I break my rules and I shouldn't do that. Here we go. Amazon, we are now short into this name, just against 120. So what are we short at right now? 92. So we'll hold this one about 10 pennies against us and see if we can get a little bit more of a movement to the upside now. Average price 92. Our last reload rate here at 90. Look, man, it's always a busy day around here, but even busier when it is earnings.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go over to Brendan there at the big desk because it's Super Bowl starting tonight.
World Series.
First of three, in fact. Yeah, going to be massive tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. Here's what's to come, guys. Get a good sleep tonight because you're going to need it tomorrow.
Not for a long time. Yeah, I think Neil's just asking when the World Series starts. I think it's Friday.
You're waiting all the way to Friday?
I think so. I think because they weren't expecting those sweeps and everything.
Right, yeah, you're right. Right.
But might be wrong. People will
No, I think you're probably right about that.
Okay, hopefully people will correct it.
What you mean, of course, is gimme. You always get Alphabet, Microsoft, but don't sleep on some of the other names out there. Spotify was on the move in yesterday's trade. I haven't even looked at that today. That had a big move yesterday. And then before the open, Boeing always look, that's always a decent shot to have some volatility on it. I like looking at that. The only reason I'm chuckling here because I see Garmin up there. Yeah, I mean, at some point I should just buy the stock because my wife gets a new Garmin like every time they get a new watch. Those things are expensive.
Ouch.
Look, relative to the Apple Watch, Garmin's are pretty expensive. But like, it's like if you're distance athletes, like they love them. If you're triathletes and marathon runners, they're loyal to that brand. But you saw what's up there. It's about Alphabet. It's about Microsoft first, then mix in some Spotify and Boeing. It's going to be a big day, not just for the market, but for big tech.
Yep. Yeah, see, it's Friday. Yeah, I thought so. So, yeah, crazy.
That's such a weight, man.
Houston minus 190 or something to win. So that's
Philly.
Pretty heavy favorite there for Houston. Pretty heavy favorite against the Philadelphia Phillies. Yeah, I think Houston, I don't know, it could be 4-1, something like that in the series, I feel like. Because Philly should be able to win one game at home, and then we'll see.
They got good pitching.
That's the good thing about, yeah, I mean, Houston does.
No, Philly's got,
yeah,
like,
Philly does too. They both do.
But
They both do. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if the pedigree matters or not. But, I don't think the lights will be too bright for Philly. So we'll see. Crazy fan base there. So that should be really fun for everybody. So I'm just resting right now on Amazon, seeing if we can get a nice little downside move. We just got some out there in the 80s, 78, 79 there as we made a move back to the 50 period. But again, like I'm noticing one more time here that although we are retracing back here in the futures, we're not really retracing on Amazon. So I feel like a lot of these big tech names want to just continue to sky here. So I feel like during the lunch hour, and we're going to cut over to these guys right now, but I'll probably be looking, although we've been sort of counter trading this to the short side because there are names that we like short. short. I feel like the long is sort of what we'll look for here on any dip long buy opportunities. But I am still bidding Amazon into the mid 70s. Let me put one more bid there to get a piece out. 76, and then we'll wait for 70, and then hopefully Amazon can give us something down here, 119.30, and we'll retest some of those bottoms. But the market has to go. For that to happen. There we go. We just got to 76. Yeah, before we go, what's up?
Two things. I got a firm short off 20. You knew I had to do it. Got to do it. And I reversed that long in Snapchat, scalping some of that out as it goes. But I want to shout out, there was just a fantastic Greg the Bull Luzinski quote there. Kyle Schwarber is the Greg the Bull Luzinski. And I only say that because I actually read his autobiography, and it's more interesting than you'd think. He's kind of one of those low-key, he was a star for his team, and if you knew Philly, you probably loved him, but everyone else is like, who was the Bull? But he was a beast, kind of like the Edwin Encarnacion of the Phillies in the Mike Schmidt days. It's past 11. I see they're locked and loaded. Trader Pratt and Luca.
Let's go.
Go get them, boys.
Oh, it's a brand new Tuesday, almost the end of October over here, and lots of opportunities, as you guys heard. It is earnings week, and big earnings coming out at the end of the day today, going into tomorrow morning, and also end of the day tomorrow. We're looking at some of the earnings plays already, so we're going to cover the news for you guys. We're going to show you how some of us have looked to make positions and entries. A couple of them which I'm in currently. The position board will update in a second as soon as I punch into a new trade or take profits. But yeah, let's have some fun. I'm your host, Trader Pratt. This is my co-host, Luca.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day, enjoying the day. And yeah, it is the Super Bowl with lots of earnings on deck coming out tonight. Google and Microsoft. Yeah, kind of crazy. Today's crazy. Lots of movers. I don't actually have experience trading like the UPSs, the GMs, the GEs, so tend to stay away from those. But yeah, always interesting to watch the move here, and yeah, see what trades we get going today. I like that idea, dip buys, and as I say that, I actually was thinking maybe short in front of 120 on Amazon. But if we're actually going to rip right through VWAP, like that was a pretty strong up move on the overall market to start the day. So we'll see what we get going here today. And yeah, hopefully everybody, having a great day and, enjoying life. That is the most important thing.
I just punched a position, Lucas or Fahad, and the position board didn't update for some reason, so maybe you have to restart it. Just take a look at that. But yeah, I'm looking at Snapchat. Snapchat clearing the $9 area and trying to push higher. We do have that little bit of a gap to the north side that was created on Snapchat post earnings day, which is probably all the way back up to this range low of 934. So I'm just expecting, maybe it does pop back over there with the buying that we saw coming in yesterday on Snapchat and the buying today, allowing the stock to get past $9. We're just looking for a possible bigger move to the north side for some shorts covering and even buyers stepping in around these prices if you're bullish enough. And if you also think that, Snapchat's products and software one day could get bought up by Meta platforms or Google for their AR technology and so on. Just a quick idea for the future, that's it. Not that that's going to apply into the day trade realm anyways. So looking for this long over here around 908, that's where I'm long. And my stop would be just basically if we do go back below 9, because then I would much rather like to add in this consolidation range over here at 860 and then 870, and my stop somewhere around 860 or 865 to the downside. So let this trade work out for us. Looks like it does want to pop up. We're looking at good green prints come in. Yellow prints are the prints above the ask. So basically people being more aggressive than they need to. That's 2,000 shares above the ask. Now we got a little bit of maybe longs taking their positions out and just trying to capitalize on those profits. We'll just have to wait and see over here.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a kind of quick dip and rip there. Taking some longs here. Alibaba was kind of interesting off the morning, testing that 65-66 area. And for anybody watching this after that, big down move in all the Chinese names, kind of interesting how, above the level looks like there's no resistance, but this is the classic setup where, it's obviously, you have the negative catalyst, and I'm just kind of bringing this up for everybody to see here. You have the negative catalyst, it gaps down, it's a huge move down yesterday, and it almost feels like, oh, if we get above 65, look at that gap fade. It could definitely run to the upside. But, runs through 65, gets a little test of 66, and then just, boom, all the way back down. I think it feels like there is some support, 62, 61 here. So taking a long, looking for a move into 63 area. That'll be interesting if that comes to fruition. It is SSR, so remember, shorts cannot punch the bid. I think, maybe a lot of the selling is done. You already had that morning flush. Same thing as yesterday. You got the morning sell-off and retracement of at least 50% of the move. So this is the morning flush. Let's see if we can retrace that move back to 63. Gonna hold this for $1 here, and see what happens next. Yeah, it kind of just feels like all these names are I don't think the long can be wrong today. Things are just strong. Things are moving to the upside. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can hold on to these. Took a long on Google. That 103.50 is kind of interesting. We popped above it in the morning and dropped a little bit back down. Now back above. I think we're going to go for another 104 test. Would not be surprised if we see Google closer to 105 before earnings after the bell today. So it'll be interesting to see if we can actually get there. Long on Apple as well. I think this thing could easily, test 152 today. And I think Sean's call from yesterday was actually, Apple could be 153 by tomorrow. And I was like, I don't see why not, right? It's holding VWAP really, really well here. And let me just bring this back to the 1 minute. Anytime you see this kind of pattern where, you have the 150 level, it blows above it, it comes back down, it holds, not even testing close to pre-market low there, then rallies back up, you're seeing this kind of sideways action. So my logic here is the long in front of VWAP, maybe take some off if we can get to 150, 150. But at this point, we're probably going for high day on the overall market. You're seeing this kind of sideways action, similar sideways action on Apple. So maybe the right idea to get some out in front of 150, 150 on this move up and hold the rest for a 152, maybe even 153 test.
Yeah, this is clearly a beautiful move to the long side one more time on this market, especially off the 10 o'clock number that came out. Well, we're 1% up now on the S&P 500, NASDAQ up 1.5. Looks like that whole idea of watching 4K coming into play that I was talking about not too long ago might just come out true, especially if these companies come out with good earnings the way most companies are. We saw GE come out with somewhat of a decent number. I think GE actually did bad, but they predicted better for the future. GM saying that the inventory problems that they had earlier is now getting fixed up a little bit, and inventory is coming back to dealers' lots and so on. And a bunch of other companies that were previously predicting a poor number, coming out with a better number than expected. So these companies allowing the markets to move up to the north side today. Looking at the S&P 500 futures, we do see a little bit of a higher high and a higher low trend. So clearly we are trying to push once again to 3850. Maybe we see 3900 today, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see 4,000 coming into play for the S&P 500 futures. I believe that would be on the SPY. Would that be 400 on the SPY? Like 4,000 would be 400 on the SPY, you think?
It's very close, but it doesn't always line up perfectly. So from my experience,
pretty close to 400 then on the SPY. Maybe we could see that coming into play. I'm not saying go mortgage your house and buy longs and buy call options, but just an idea just to look for in the market to come in. People saying go Coinbase. Yeah, I saw Coinbase today going to the north side, absolutely taking off. Here's Coinbase right now making a new high a day, past $72. Let's see if Coinbase is on the scanners. Yeah, Coinbase is on the scanners. It did win one race already not too long ago and getting ready to win another race here, which is basically putting stocks on a relative scanner according to strength on the long side. Up 8%. Let's also quickly go check the cryptocurrency market just to see if we got a couple of the cryptocurrencies in the green. Look at Bitcoin over here taking off the high a day and pushing towards 19.5K, which if I do remember was a pretty solid level according to this. Well, not solid level, but like we had a pretty decent level around here at 1950, which we're now clearing. Looks like it wants to go to 19.7K for Bitcoin. And if that does come into play for Bitcoin, there's a good chance that Coinbase keeps on ripping to the north side.
Wow, this move up on Apple is actually crazy. And I know my position board shows that I'm short, but I think it's just a delay. I'm actually long. I just covered some, as you guys can see, taking the long here. Getting some out over there, and gonna hold for 152. I think we get to 152, and I'll take out the last portion on that one as well. And long Google, Amazon short is correct, but I think I think this one's wrong. Like we're just rallying, and I thought maybe the 120, but I think if we get a pullback here, even to the 120.20s there, going to try to cover this one. Don't want to hold it too much. I think selling will come in, so we'll see what happens there if we get cover going. If not, I might just have to cover this if we get up. And I mean, if it's like just a straight line to the upside, then I'll cover. So got the longs going and the one short there. We'll see. I added to this Google as well for the move up to 104. If we get to 104, take some out over there, and then see if we hold for a potential move to 105. Yeah, this market's definitely interesting. Market heading north. Yep, it's definitely super strong to the upside. I'm not really sure of any particular levels, and I think it's very clear, like looking at the ES, this thing was just straight to the upside. Now it's kind of, giving that very, very strong feel to it, just, very clean channel. Question is, are we going to, continue to the upside, or do we just stay in this channel? It's maybe this is a good place to take some off. That's why, you buy the dip, you look long, you buy the dip, it rallies in your favor, scale out, but obviously hold some in case there is a continuation. But more likely, approaching midday, approaching European close, like I would say that there's a good chance that we could, go sideways and bounce off. I don't really think we're going to, it doesn't feel like we're testing view up again today. So, if you are long from around this area on any of these names, hold on to your longs because it definitely feels good for sure.
I'm looking at glassware, GLW. Well, it's not called glassware. It's Corning, the company that makes, your phone screens and so on. A lot of companies on, I'm pretty sure this is the one, right? Corning Incorporated, unless Corning Incorporated is a different company compared to the ones that make your glass. But with the ticker GLW, I'm thinking that's the same one. Coming out with a little bit of a negative catalyst today for earnings report. Let's actually go make sure that is the same one. GLW. It is, right? Okay, so I was correct on that one. Didn't want to be wrong in terms of like it's a different financial company or something. But yeah, these companies make your phone screens for a lot of companies for the most part. I remember when I used to use a Samsung phone, today coming out with a little bit of a sad negative catalyst. I think they missed on their earnings. Let me just quickly check. No, I don't want to see that box. Go away. So yeah, they missed their earnings by only 0.32%, and they beat their revenue by only 0.05%. So not too big of a beat. They probably also guided lower for the next quarter coming up, and hence we did see already a big decline in the stock in pre-market. They did bounce off the 2950 areas, moving right back to the 100-period EMA. I have seen a trend in the market, or at least in earnings plays, where a couple of these stocks that did get maybe oversold off of their earnings report move back to the 100-period EMA and just keep rejecting the 100-period EMA. So risking that day's high around 3150, 3160, just trying to pile into a short that possibly can go back to the downside around VWAP, and then maybe we get an extension all the way to the downside, well below today's low, around 2950 or so. So GLW, Corning Incorporated, one of my trades that I have on board right now. And Snapchat, as you guys saw, still above $9, which is good. But right now, moving pretty quickly right back to 9, which is not what we want to see. So if 9 does break, I will stick to my plan, which is get out of it and then reprice myself at 880. Instead of holding all the size from 9, I could come back in at a different range and get more size as I'm closer to my stop. Brad, thoughts on the new Nav album? I did not even know he had one, so I'm going to have to go listen to it probably sometime on this weekend. I'll look into it. People in the chat also talking about CGC taking off. Looks like weed stocks might be coming back into play a little bit, looking at the scanners to see if I find any other marijuana-related positions, but no, I'm not seeing any. CGC over here, though, 26% today, moving to $3 on the daily chart. That's around the 50-period EMA, apparently. So let's see if we do get to that $3 area. We could see some resistance around 305 and probably even around 3. If CGC is doing this type of move, let's quickly also go take a look at Tilray. TLRY on NASDAQ. Yeah, there we go. Tilray on NASDAQ, probably up at 15 to 20% itself. Yeah, 15% over here for Tilray.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat before was also mentioning Tesla going crazy. Kind of wild to see this, this very, very strong up move on it. Obviously, we're at, 200 yesterday. And I think it was Neil who said, it's interesting to see Tesla at 200 and then at the end of the day near 210. Now we're talking about it at 210. But, obviously has these crazy moves. And I think, safe to say, I mean, maybe I'm going to speak, safe to say that the bottom is in for the short term, at least at 200. You had all that selling from yesterday, very, very strong move to the downside, and then just kind of floating to the upside. Very strong move this morning to the upside. And, most likely we might even see a 225 test today. This thing kind of just really wanted to print 220s, had a little bit of a sell-off there, but never really retraced back to VWAP. Definitely extra strong with the overall market. And, hopefully some of you guys are along this name as well because, obviously, working. I'm trying to add to my BABA long here if it does wick down. If not, then I guess I'll just be stuck with what I have for the move to 63. Seems to be working. 60 cents in the money just feels good. It's SSR, and there was some size on the bid. But, yeah, I don't think I'm going to get that fill now, so I'll probably just have to cancel it. And, take some out at 63 as planned. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna add to this BABA here as well. Let's just see. I'll add to the BABA here, and then I think we'll get a 63 test. If we don't, I still have a good average on it. So yeah, we'll see where that one goes. It kind of feels like we're on track to at least get to 63-ish, or above 62.80. So we'll see there. If we do flush back down, test 62. I guess I'll reevaluate if we do get down to that. And AMD as well, kind of interesting today. Blowing through that 60 level. It was good for so long, and, now, didn't work today. And I think, you take one look at the daily, rejecting 60 for so many days. Like, you could have recycled this level like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days near 60. And now, like riding that moving average, and this is the first day up. But something to note on this move actually is, perhaps volume is not as strong. I mean, the day's not done, so it's only half there. So yeah, no, that's probably incorrect to say. But yeah, now through 60, is this the reversal point? That's a great question. Are we on track to get to 65? I actually wonder when their earnings are. Maybe they come out next week at some point, if I'm not mistaken. But will be interesting to see. I think it's on track to test 62, 63 area. Maybe get it today. It's already up 4.5%. So yeah, definitely one of the stronger names today. Up 4.2%, not really breaking through VWAP. Everything has a very similar pattern, except for Amazon, which is the reason why I'm short, because it did break through VWAP. So I'm like, okay, if I'm going to short something, maybe this is the name to short. But yeah, probably going to be wrong on this one and might just have to cover it.
Yesterday, Warner Music Group started moving to the north side with the Apple catalyst behind it, that Apple is going to start raising up their prices for Apple Music. I believe the Apple TV prices go up by $2, and the other subscription that I can't think of right now goes up by almost $1 also. Overall, they are raising that because they said that the music companies are asking too much for the licensing and the whole distribution deals and so on. So raising these prices should bring in more money for Apple, but should also start benefiting companies like Warner Music Group. So today, WMG leeching off of that catalyst another day and up another 5% over here, holding the $27 area also after consolidating near the range high and started breaking out to the north side, popped up on the scanners. So I started taking the long over here. Going to give it to the range low pretty much under 26.90 to see if I'm wrong on this idea. So already getting a nice little push up on that trade on WMG and GLW, the trade that we are in. We're a little bit out of money on that one, 20 cents out of money, but it's pretty much exactly around where our stop is. So that's going to give me opportunities to add more size to that trade in order to work with it a little bit more. In our work chat, Brendo mentioned that Beyond Meat is pretty strong today. So I pulled it up and he's not wrong at all. It's 12% to the north side. Recently taken out the $14 level, but sadly pulling back under 14 over here as the market's trying to decide if it wants to continue creating new highs and push towards maybe 3,900, right? We're only 50 points away from 3,900 on S&P 500, which is already up 42 points on the day. And NASDAQ currently slightly above 16.5K. 11.65K, sorry, that's not 16K, 11.65K, and bouncing off of that to the north side, also deciding what it wants to do when it comes to creating a new high or not. I know Luca is watching Apple for you guys, so I'll leave that for him. I want to head over to Nike, which is also popping up on the scanners. Did you know, Luca, the Nike logo was only paid $35 for?
That sounds about right. Normally, a lot of these logos are so cheap. Like, they bought them for so cheap, and yeah, it's kind of crazy.
They paid like some student $35 to pay for the Nike logo, and then eventually, when the logo or the company went public, they also gave her 500 shares, which is now on the IPO day, 500 shares, which is now apparently millions and millions of dollars for her. She's still not sold a single share. At least this was the story from back in the day. Maybe she did now after the market going into turmoil and whatnot. But yeah, Nike today, though, looks like a pretty good investment for that $35 logo, as now today it's up 3%. Look at this, the stock bouncing from the $85 area. I thought, was it Nike that they said they had inventory problems, they were going to cut down prices? Yeah, so they said they were going to have inventory problems, cut down prices, but their stock price is going up like this today. I don't think we're going to see sales anytime soon. I need those sales to buy myself new Air Force Ones.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of interesting. And, you know, seeing some of these symbols, you know, it's like, I could have did that. I think I could have did that. And I would have loved to just get like 500 shares at the IPO price. That would have been amazing.
What was Nike IPO price? I'll look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. And, you know, speaking of IPO price, I think the Bob IPO price was 64, if I'm not mistaken. We discussed this yesterday. Sorry? So, oh, 68. Okay, so 68. And, you know, maybe that level, you know, we obviously didn't run to 68 this morning. It was 66. But I'm wondering, we're probably going to get there at some point. And I'm actually interested to see how it reacts at that price. Is it going to give like a similar, you know, let's say we channel for a little bit and then we, you know, inch higher. If we get to 68, is that like a quick rejection point? So, you know, that's definitely, if we are close to that level for whatever reason, it'll be interesting to see, you know, if how it reacts around that price. So I'll definitely be watching it. Probably not today, but, you know, maybe sometime in the future.
Like 14 cents? What is the IPO of Nike, dude? What?
Is it? They've probably had splits along the way, right?
I just see dots all the way across the chart over here, going back into 1982. I think we can quickly do a Google search over here. Let me pull up Google NKE IPO price, and what do we see? Yeah, no information probably because it's too old and whatnot. But yeah, got to be a great investment from back in the day till now if you're just holding on to it. Look at that now. Warner Music Group trying to really push to the north side for us and working the trades, working like we needed to. Go ahead.
No, somebody was saying Nike $22 IPO.
$22 per split. Wow, beautiful. We're looking at, once again, the Warner Music Group, though, yesterday's high around $27.50.
Yeah.
Do we get a break of $27.50 and a continuation past that level? Maybe we could start going play with the $28, $29 area for WMG. Even Snapchat trying to hold on to its move today. Consolidated above $9 for a little bit, allowed me to add to my position once more. And now we're just watching the stock go to the north side as the market continues to stay green on the day. Beautiful longs coming in. The shorts were a little bit of a, you know, harder trade, obviously, with the market taking off the way it did. So we're just going to continue looking for more positions to punch long, maybe. Currently looking at Rivian also popping up on the scanners, up 7.6%, and trying to go see what it wants to do near the double top. The high of day currently around $34. Let's see if we can get a retest off that level, a break off that level, and then a run all the way to 36. I still need to see, I'm still waiting for the news as to what's happening with the recall. Did they fix their cars or not? Did they, you know, ramp up their productions and so on? We haven't got any news articles for a while based on that recall.
Yeah, and guys, I think, you know, Amazon, I'm wondering if it actually is going to run through 121. So I think I'm going to continue to add to the short here. So I'm still in the short. I covered a little bit just at the moving average just to kind of take off some risk. And it's going to be the same plan. If we run into 121, I'm going to short this just because the overall market is near the highs. And I'm not actually convinced right now that we're going to blow through like 38.55 and then run to like 38.75. I think, not to say that the juices are done. It's just, you know, just giving me the feel of, you know, we're gonna stay inside this range. So anything that kind of lines up with this, you know, we're getting that little bit of a channel. If we're at the top, I'm thinking short or covering some of my longs. If we're at the bottom here, I'm thinking adding to the longs or looking for longs. So we'll see if we can, you know, get that high day push and then a flush, or if it just keeps going, then I'll just cover that trade there. Everything is kind of, you know, Apple 50 cents in the money, Baba 30 cents in the money, Google 10 cents in the money, so pretty flat. Google's kind of like, you know, that 103 50 area, this is what I see on the daily. And it just looks like kind of, not, you know, like a little bit of a breakout level, right? It's like you had the downtrend, you had the sideways consolidation, it's in front of earnings, we're moving to the upside. So, you know, somebody yesterday actually said, Google 106, why is nobody listening to me? And I'm like, no, I hear you loud and clear here. And I kind of feel the same way, but, you know, it is, it's not moving the way that I thought that it could move, but yeah, that high is, you know, 103.50. So, you know, it had the breakthrough in the morning, but obviously, you know, it's just missing that little bit of follow through. So I don't know if this is just going to come down a little bit more. If we actually get to VWAP, I think I'm going to add to this for a potential move back to 104. My orders are scaled up here to get myself out, and then obviously hold for the 105 there. But I'm actually surprised that it's not, you know, really running. It's just kind of dancing around, going sideways. So maybe the better look might just be to scalp and recycle there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Somebody also asking any thoughts about NEO. So I have not traded NEO today. That $10 level was kind of interesting off the morning, and I was thinking, you know, maybe short near that level. Remember, this move happened, this was like right at 9:30. So I was, you know, reluctant to, you know, take a trade at like 9:31 using the $10 level. Like, who knows if it could have kept going. You know, then the dip, then the rip. And I'm glad I stayed away because I think I would have shorted at 10. Again, NEO is SSR as well. I think, you know, if we get to 10, my level is 1040. So if we can actually, yeah, you know, and we're going higher right now, I think I'm going to try a short here. I'll risk off maybe 1050, and I'll just add into this as well. If it's obviously, you know, making a strong move to the upside, it is SSR. I'm you know, cautious of all these kind of indications, but you know, overall weakness, it's already up 10%. 1040 was the level before the initial run that me and Prad were discussing last week. So I'm going to respect that. You know, I'll risk off 1040, 1050. If this thing goes to 1060, then I guess I'll just have to get out of it.
Yeah, I just punched into a brand new GE short. GE wasn't up on pre-market actually to begin with, even with a little bit of a negative earnings report coming out. But later on, later on did turn itself back to the south side. So here's the earnings report catalyst. If you guys did want to read up on it, it's on our watch list. So lower after reporting a 19% drop in Q3 adjusted profit, and also citing that you know, parts of their where is it? Was hit by raw material shortages and rising costs across the operations and so on. So GE, even though it did go up in pre-market, gave back most of it, turning back in the red and breaking that range low around 71.50 allowed me to punch in that position. We're short 71.38 after our second ad, and basically my stop is on the break of 71.51. If 71.51 breaks, we're gonna jump out of that trade, and if 71 breaks over here to the downside, we're gonna probably add to our position too, as GE now looking to put some more damage on itself and continue the weakness that it showed from pre-market, or at least going against the pre-market strength that it showed, going into the opening market sell-off that the stock is showing, which is where the investors and traders clearly want to push the direction in for this General Electric position. Currently 15 cents in the money and pushing to the downside. Would love to add on the break of 71. Let's just see if that's a possibility. Along with this stock working out for us, we still got Warner Music Group longs working, and we're going to try to hold on to those trades a little bit more. Coinbase still taking off, now around $73 for Coinbase. Let's go quickly check again if Bitcoin is anywhere close to 16,700. Was it 750? Was I saying? I think it was 16,750. Yeah, right there. Ooh, the order's still there, 16,700. A nice 200-point move from 19,500, breaking on the Bitcoin stock market, or Bitcoin currency, sorry, allowing Coinbase over here to leech off of that success.
Something I want to note here on GM. So I'm short GM here off that 37 area, and the logic behind that is sort of a little bit of a pre-market high resistance. I'm not really expecting too much. We already had the morning dip. Now it's sort of respecting that 37. So it's basically like, okay, wick off tops here using 37. I think, you know, there's a good chance we probably get back to VWAP. I'm not going to be too greedy with this one. If we do get to VWAP, I'll cover there. I'll maybe hold a piece for another flush down, but not really feeling like it's going to have too much of a crazy move. But it just feels right. You know, in the money on that, it's just starting to work, you know, 8 cents. Nothing crazy, but here's a good example. You know, GM obviously with earnings, positive catalyst, you know, reporting, anytime these names like GE, GM, like unless there's something crazy that happens, a lot of times they're beating, it's going to be positive, the bid is going to be strong. And something I'm noticing throughout this earnings season, although it is early, is when you get the gap up, in the pre-market over here, if you're wondering, where do I put my bids on this? What am I looking at? A lot of the times it's like this is yesterday, right? This is yesterday, this is the 1 minute, and this is today. Look where we dipped. We literally dipped down to 35.80, which was the high, give or take, from yesterday. So if you're looking at GM and it's the morning, and you're looking at a chart like this, you're like, oh, where do I bid? How am I feeling? For myself, I'm like, well, here was the high from yesterday. It's a positive catalyst. You got VWAP up here. I think there's a really good chance that if we do get a quick dip for whatever reason, I'm bidding 35.80, 36 to 35.80. Scale your orders. Maybe you get some, maybe you get them all. And, you could potentially risk off of the low of yesterday, which is a very, very wide risk, or just be discretionary. Is selling coming in? Does it stop at this level? Did you get the fill? Do you get part fills? And look at that bounce, right? Flush right down, run the 36. I like to think that, there's probably a lot of stops at these even dollars. So run the 36 stops, quick flush and quick bounce back. Like it never happened, right? Like it never happened. It's kind of funny because it's like this price action is very, very lackluster, just kind of trading around VWAP. But it's like dip and rip, right? So this is where you want to get involved. GM's not really going to give you the range. If you can, take size, or if you're thinking, kind of however your approach is, you want to get involved in these quick dip and rip actions because you're in the money right away. You're actually going to make, 50 cents if you're risking. So you make 50 cents, risk 20 cents, call it a 2-to-1, give or take. Get some out at VWAP, hold some for maybe a 37 test, like next dollar up. That's the logic. For myself, the trade, if I wasn't involved in that, hindsight bias, obviously 2020, but if I was involved, take the fills, and as it's working for me, I'm just getting out in front of VWAP, and then I'd probably just be out of the trade before this even happens. So, now it's obviously way, way slower, but I'm short here. Maybe we get a dip down here, so my target is VWAP on that one. We'll see if we can get the fill there, or if this thing wants to run and then make a high, maybe I'll just add to it, and then it'll just be a break-even trade. I really don't think we're going to 38 today. It just doesn't feel like it. So we'll see where that one goes. And I think Amazon is slowly making its way down. We'll probably get back to VWAP there. My average is 120.35, so somewhere over here, very, very close to my average. As much as I want to add to this, but I'm just going to let it. I'm just going to hold it. I told myself I'll add into 21, so I don't want to really add right here. If we get back to VWAP, my plan is to cover. 120 is probably a level. We already had the dip through and reclaim. So even if we get back there, maybe 120 holds for a little bit the same way that it did over there. So my logic is, cover some at 120 and then hold maybe for low a day. But, this pattern is, remember, Amazon earnings are coming up on Thursday after the bell. They'll probably be at 4:05. And, it is kind of holding, whatever you want to call this, it kind of bounce over here after hours, holding this level, right? So I don't really think we're going to flush lower. But yeah, we could easily get a VWAP test going, so that's kind of my target on that one.
It is 11:30, which means we're going to head over to Brendo for European close.
A nice reversal at the end of the day here for European markets, guys. Back to the upside. We started very mixed, a lot of them when I sat down this morning, in negative territory, but we end the day nicely higher right across the board, including this one, the IBEX in Spain, up 1.5%. On the day, England was leading to the downside, gets back to basically flat, 0.02, 0.8 for Germany, 1% then for most France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Swiss market as well. Turkey back to flat as well. So following some strength in North America, guys, for Europe. Back over to you.
Currently watching Snapchat as it creates a new high day around $9.22, taking profits around these levels for myself. Watching the market completely make a new high day around 3,856. Even NASDAQ trying to make a new high day at the moment, and taking the longs along with it, and also burning the shorts at the moment, sadly. So the shorts that were working for us, such as GE, also pushing back to the north side now, 7 cents out of the money, and most likely we'll get stopped out on it. Let's quickly go check where GE is. And we're good. We're still 10 cents away from our stop. If it does move another 10 cents to the north side, then our stop does trigger on on it. And same thing for GLW, which is Corning Glassware, a couple cents away from the stop over here on this one too, but looks like a quick little double top action coming in right above the 100-period EMA for GLW. Looking at UVXY is going to be your volatility ETF, which is down 3%, almost 3.6% actually, well below $12, which is the area that we were trading around yesterday. Now pushing right under that and showing you that the market is today struggling. Let's also go take a quick look at VIX. VIX is now at 29, exactly 29. Wow, okay, flat 29. And coming away from that 33 levels that we were looking at not too long ago, volatility going away from the market, and the most volume leaderboard leader stock, ignoring the 3 times leverage ETFs, is going to be NIO. I'm using trade ideas to scan such things over here, such as what stocks are doing the most volume on the day, how much relative volume that stock is doing, and currently the relative volume for NIO is 2.21. Looks like we have a stock over here doing 950 relative volume, TSHA. Guessing that's some sort of a biotech stock. Let me just quickly click on that to see what we get. Yeah, Taysha Gene Therapies. Probably a biotech stock, XBI related stock, up 50% on the day. Looks like it got up in pre-market a little bit, either from an FDA catalyst, or most likely what could also be an earnings play, since it is an earnings season currently. But jumping up from there off of that catalyst and then consolidating around VWAP for the rest of the day today. Looks like if you do want to go long, anywhere long around the 50-period EMA or VWAP could be something to look into in case the market keeps on ripping the way it is, or at least trying to keep going north side the way it is. We could maybe see TSHA get another big volume spike later on in the day around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Somebody in the chat was asking me, Luca, what is your profit target on Apple? The moon. I think the moon. That's a good. You know what's funny though? I was actually just thinking about it. I'm like looking over my positions, and I'm like, okay, like what am I doing with this? Where am I going? Because I said 152, but the thing is, I'm getting the vibe that Apple's going to be at 153 by the end of the day. And it might take a while to get there because it's like slow to start, right? Channeling, holding VWAP. And I'm trying to get into the habit of like, look, if it's showing you what it wants to do, it wants to hold VWAP. If it gets back there, there's probably going to continue to be buyers at VWAP. Are we going to get some news catalyst that comes through randomly and just crushes the market? Like, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's coming through. So, it is working for me. I'm 75 cents in the money from the dip buy over here. I already took profits at the top of the channel. And as much as I want to get the rest out at 152, I'll just reevaluate. So I'll be discretionary at 152. I think, look, if you're like super long from the bottom, like if I was super long from the bottom and you give me like a $1.20 win, at this time of day, I'm taking it, right? I'm taking it. But at the same time, hold for the rest of the day. Is it going to be at 153? We could break 152 channel, come back down 50 cents, hold, maybe test that again, and then run. But it's like I have the position, let it work for me. So yeah, maybe be discretionary at that 152. Is there size there? How is price interacting at that? Is any size that comes on the offer, is it getting taken very quickly? Are the bids continually stepping up on the name? Every time I glance at Apple today, there's bids. Whether it's down over here, there's bids. Whether it was over here, there's bids. So you're seeing the bids. The bids are getting hit, but you're seeing them, and they're continually stepping up on the name. It's holding these key levels. So kind of giving the feel that it's going to 153. So for myself, it's either maybe cover 152 and then create a new trade, or just hold and watch it go and see what happens. I already took the win on it, so yeah, I think safe to say anywhere between 152 and 153. You could scale out of it. You could have a target. I like to tell myself again, it's going to print 152. That if you have size, that's where you probably want to trade at. But yeah, those are my thoughts there, and it's great timing on asking that because I was thinking about it. And I'm like, okay, I feel like this is kind of the play there. So yeah, I'm going to hold on to that long most likely and see where it goes. Somebody else in the chat also talking about BBBY. And, we spoke about this yesterday, and I was like, I'm not going to be trading BBBY anytime soon. This thing is dead. And this is what I saw. The daily, and let me drag it over. This is what I saw. I saw nothing. And go figure, today this thing is up, doing volume over 5. So I'm definitely watching it, and I think shorts are probably extra cheap on the name. So yeah, You know, it's one of those names. It's similar to AMC. It's like, why do you even have to pay for shorts in this name? It makes absolutely no sense. But if we actually, you know, continue to push higher, I kind of like that 550 level. It is, you know, daily level here, kind of interesting. 550 is like where it topped out before. It's where the initial flush down started. Obviously, there's candles here. Not sure why they're not there. But, you know, 550, definitely the level of interest. So, you know, if we get some type of over-under action on 550, I think I'll be there for the short. You know, if not, if it fades from here and then tests 5 again, I'm going to let it go. I'm not really going to get interested in it. So, yeah, we'll see what happens if it gets to 550. Feel free to update me because, you know, it's on my radar, but it's like maybe a little bit lower, so I might not see it there. Yeah, so if we push to 550 on BBBY, I think there's a trade to be had there. Whether long or short, you know, whatever your plan, just stick to it. And, yeah, kind of unfortunate that missed the bids on Coca-Cola. I think 58. Yeah, that 58 bottom was really nice. And this is another good example because I was actually watching this morning. You know, same kind of logic. You're asking yourself, oh, where do I bid on these names that beat earnings? They're up, but I don't want to chase because I don't think it's actually going to run to 60. You know, Coca-Cola not being like a momentum stock per se. Look at that. Look where it actually stops. It stops right at the high from yesterday. So let me just increase this for everybody to see. This was yesterday's price action. We ran up, you know, 57, 58, give or take. Where did we stop? We stopped right at that level, right? So you're wondering, oh, where do I have my bids here? It gave you nice wick-off bottoms at this point at 950. You know, you could have justified, you know, showed you it the first time, makes the low, boom, you take the long. You're going for maybe a VWAP test. Maybe you hold some for a 59.60 potential test. Doesn't happen. You try it again. But how classic is this, man? You know, look at this. Wick off bottom, you get the pop, makes the low, volume comes in, then you get the run to the upside. Same situation. Coming down, it has to break the low. It has to break the low before it gives you that whiplash back to the upside. If it doesn't break the low, right, if it doesn't stop anybody out, who is actually going to give that explosive move to the upside? Like buyers are passive, right? Buyers are either passive. Nobody's like punching the highs here, trying to initiate a position. I like to tell myself that when people are initiating, this is how I think, like when people are initiating positions and they're not in position, most likely they're going to be very calm. They're not in position. They're passively sending their orders. They're waiting. But think about if anybody, for whatever reason, is short here, and then they see this candle, now you're out of the money, you're short. This could easily go back to VWAP. It's Panic City. They're the ones who punched the offer, right? So it has to break the lows for it to kind of have that steam back to the upside, or else it's just going to be very lackluster moving back to the upside. So that's kind of the logic there. But yeah, another good example of, you know, value name, where do you bid on this name? It beat earnings. Safe to say, right, it's showing you the same pattern, right? So maybe a few more of these set up for the rest of the week. Could be a good look for sure.
Yeah, for some reason, there's a lot of stocks that are, considered meme stocks. At least the high short float stocks are all taken off. So we got Bed Bath & Beyond, we got Carvana. We also got AMC, something that I'm actually long at the moment to see if we can break $7 to the north side. Already up 9.12% on AMC itself. CVNA, I saw that one getting called out in the chat a couple times. Let's go pull up that one. Above $15, and I believe it was like 15 odd percent, yeah, 14% to the north side for Carvana, and same thing for Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY, breaking the $5.20 range high that it was using earlier. It's on NASDAQ. It wouldn't get past 520, but now we're trading around 525, 530 with the high day around 540 almost. Let's see if Bed Bath & Beyond can have another leg up to the north side over here, allowing me to take a good, decent profit on the break of 7 on AMC. Just trying to use the liquidity around $7 if there is any to use as my out on the break of the stops and so on. So just front running that level a little bit. Coinbase though, I saw Coinbase now at 74. It looks like it kind of just broke 74, failed breaking 74 and pulling back under it. So just on the backside of that area, we quickly punched the short. 73.90 is our fill, and now about 17, 15, 20 cents in the money as Coinbase flushes along with the market did pull back a little bit. We made a new high day on the market at 38.60, but it started pulling back, so that kind of gave me extra confidence, I guess. I don't know. The market pulling back and Coinbase filling the 74 area gave me more of a, confidence to punch that short over there, which clearly is working at the moment. But I would love to see the market going back to the south side, not trying to move back up north over here, because I don't want to get trapped on Coinbase, which the spread opens up randomly at times. And if Bitcoin takes off also, that's going to be a little scary. Warner Music Group now up almost 25 cents in the money. I did already take some profits on that position. Same thing with Snapchat, taking some profits on Snapchat. Let's take some more profits on Snapchat as they are being offered for us. So why not do that one? Let's also go do that a little bit on Warner Music Group and Coinbase, which is now 30 cents in the money. I want to quickly take some profits on that just in case the market goes for another leg up north and keeps on ripping. I don't want to get caught up in a Coinbase short.
Yeah, I think I got a fill here on Google, just at the high, going for that 104 test. We're probably going to get the 104 test. I mean, I don't even know every time I look over at things, it's like we're getting these quick flushes down and then they just quickly retrace back to the upside. So going to continue to respect the levels that I had in play there. I think I'm flat on Alibaba, this is not what I expected. I thought for sure this was going to be the next leg up. I'm holding on because it's not really giving me a reason to sell it and maybe add to this if it wants to respect 62. But at the same time, maybe it's just going to go sideways, not really do much. The action's going to be lackluster. Maybe we go for a 62 break, dip and rip. If we come back above 62 for whatever reason, if that's the setup that I see, then I'll add to it. If we stay below and then are around that 61.50, I'm just going to cover that trade for the loser that it is. But yeah, no big deal. Still holding on to this Amazon short, not really going for 121. It has the run up. This is obviously you can see like kind of wick off tops. Very strong move to the upside, coincide with the rest of the market. Everything else held this level, but this faded. So I'm thinking we're going to fade again just to cover this position again. Added to GM as well, but this is moving up. I think this was just a bad ad. Going to give it a little bit of time, see if it wants to sustain this level or is it going to move higher. Somebody's saying MU short, something that I haven't looked at today. So let's have a quick look here at MU. And MU is one, actually, no, this is, sorry, I was just thinking of something else. MU, nice rejection off VWAP. If you have the short off VWAP over there, yeah, that's actually super clean. Very rarely do you see these setups where it's like inching its way to VWAP, push for the high a day, quickly reject, fail. Like that's extra clean for the short. Would not be surprised if this, gets back down to low a day. Now breaking this very, very, call it short-term support here. If we get under 55.80, just my gut intuition here, if we get under 55.80, maybe good for a low day test. Not really sure that it would get to 55. Keep in mind that, if you are short these names, you're going for scalps. Look at how it's doing on the day. This is down 45 basis points. The overall market's up. The NASDAQ's up. So, don't really, you got to obviously have an idea of, where are these things potentially going to go. And if it's only down 44 basis points, is there really going to be the selling pressure for it to, get to the lows? Like, is lots of volume going to come in here? Or is it more likely going to just, float around and really do nothing there? I think I'm in the money here on NEO. Respecting that 1040. When I saw this, obviously I wanted to scale in. I wanted it to go a little bit higher. But when I saw that quick initial flush right here and then pop, I was like, okay, this is probably going to be good. So I'm going to add to it. But, it's probably going to be very, very slow. And I don't know how long it's going to take if it does get back to that VWAP area. But, yeah, if we get to, like, 10.15s and down here, again, it held VWAP, obviously up 10%. I'm going to respect my stop up here, but at the same time, it is strong, so I'm going to respect it. Maybe it gets lower, get the fills down here. But so far in the money, so far looking good. Offers are stacked on the name. It is SSR, doing way less volume than it's done, the prior yesterday and the day before. So, yeah, not really too concerned about that one. And somebody was also asking, what are thoughts on buying Google? I don't know if you were asking what are the thoughts on buying Google into earnings and then holding, or if you were saying, what are thoughts on just buying Google and holding forever? So, from an investment standpoint, there's not many companies, like the Amazons, the Googles, the Apples, the Microsofts. Like, you got these mega caps. They're going to go up. They're going to go down. They're going to touch all these prices. But if you think of it from a Warren Buffett standpoint, like, I want to own companies that I understand. I don't understand what Google does. I'm going to be honest with you. They do a lot of things, but it's, I understand that they are good and they are the top. So, I want to be involved. And if I'm buying a company, if I'm putting my money in, if I'm holding, it's Google, it's Apple, and, unless crazy things happen, you're probably good there if you're holding long term. Now, if the question is, do I buy this going into earnings? I'll be straight up with you. You know, that's a gamble, right? That's a gamble. The only thing I could tell you there is pull up earnings whispers, earnings calendar. You can go to earningswhispers.com and earnings calendar whispers. Hopefully it brings it up. This is it's obviously a free website. It's very good, for anybody that doesn't know this. It's very good, to gauge what is the potential earnings, what would be a surprise, what is the expected move, the implied volatility of the move. So I have yet to find Google's implied volatility, and I'm not actually sure where it is. But, if I had to guess, I'm going to say 6% implied move. So, do the math. It's a $104 stock. That would entail that it's going to move, $5 to $7, give or take. So if you are saying to yourself, oh, I want to gamble on these earnings plays, like what information do I need to know? You need to know what the market expects to happen. If Google has a 20% move, something crazy happened. If you're long and then it has a 6% move to the upside, that's the expected move, and then it just stops over there. Well, a lot of traders understand that this is the expected move. This is probably where you take off some of the long because it's as expected. Obviously, trade your own book, but just keep that in mind. You want to, if you are gambling, you want to have as much information as possible. So hopefully that helps you. I'm not really sure. I personally would not be gambling. Just long or short, like without any information, but at the same time, like it is Google. If you're saying I'm willing to hold it forever, then, I'm assuming it's a great company. It feels like it's a good company. So, and when's the next time we're going to see it? Are we really, dipping back to 96 here? Or, is this now last chance to get cheap shares before we go to 110 and 120?
Yeah, we're going to send it to Brendo here for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, still pretty green board to show you here. We'll take a look at the S&P 500 trying to lead the way for us. So far today, 1.34, basically day highs at the moment. Still tech stocks lead the way here. PayPal up on that Amazon note this morning, 6.5%. Down here, however, the entire group of semiconductors in positive territory, including pretty impressive move for NVIDIA today, 4.7%. SEDG and Enphase, there's AMD as well, 5%. But the clean energy related names leading the way as far as individual movers. Healthcare stocks very strong as well. Really the only weakness still down here. This is the banking sector, specifically insurance companies, a little bit weak on some earnings from the group today. But the rest of the board, nice and green, guys. Back to you.
Coming back to Rivian at the moment. Rivian around $34. There was about 500, I think around actually, well, it doesn't show up now, around 34, but 400 lots on one gateway and another gateway had about maybe 300 to 200, 300 lots on there. Looked like it wanted to break that $34. Was just watching it, was also watching the market to see if the market takes out the high. Again, it's possible that Rivian takes out 34 and also goes for another leg up north over here. But it looks like we did pull back off of that 34 a little bit. As 34 comes back now, let's see if that size is still there. Looks like maybe that size got taken out already and I just wasn't watching it. There we go, 34 now finally breaking, clearing it. Either the orders got pulled out or they actually got filled from earlier when I wasn't watching, and now a new high day coming into play for Rivian, and looks like it wants to hold 34 on the bids currently. Holding at the bids basically means, buyers are stepping up even after breaking that price and showing some sort of a support. Now, the next thing that you want to see are the bids stepping up, and are they taking out the asks and above the ask, which are the yellow prints that show up on my time of sales over here. So as you guys see, we see mid prints coming in, we see green prints coming in, no real red or blues yet, and there we go, a little bit of a red and blues, but the yellows come in right away, punching above the bids. Punching above the ask and trying to show you that they do want to push the stock a little bit more higher, most likely, as the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 tried to keep on soaring through the north side. Coinbase now 40 cents in the money. I want to take out more size just to be safe in case it does, pull back all the way back to 74, and this time sticks with this break and continue going north. Snapchat 11 cents in the money, but not really pushing up for us the way we wanted to. So not going to take profits just yet on this one. Looks like a little bit of a battle happening around these levels. We'll just have to wait and see who comes out victorious, the Bulls or the Bears on Snapchat. And Warner Music Group Also in the money, but only 20 cents now. A little bit of a consolidation coming in at a higher range than earlier where we punched long. So that's perfect. That's exactly what we want to see. The next thing would be, just continue holding that area of 27.20, and then maybe we get another test of a new range high if NASDAQ and S&P 500 come out breaking to the north side. Crypto is screaming, says Logan Flips in the chat. Then that's exactly why we want to make sure we're taking profits on Coinbase when it's giving us 50 cents in the money, just in case, Bitcoin comes out to come help Coinbase a little bit more on this pursuit to staying up 10% on the day.
I got another fill here on Alibaba. Long, broke that 62, so, looking for that dip, that rip. If we start to head down, I might scale out of the loser, but, kind of giving the feel that we could, just pop again, stay in this range. It's midday. There's not really lots of selling that's coming through. I don't really think we're going to low a day and breaking the lows. This is the point of pain, right? The point of pain. It's like we're probably going to dip, maybe go sideways, maybe retest 62. So I'm not really too worried about that. But if for whatever reason we pop and get to 62.50, it showed us that is the top of the channel there. So yeah, I'm going to get out of that one. But yeah, eyes on Alibaba for myself, just continuing to watch that one. And continuing to add to Amazon, because for whatever reason, this market is staying at the top of the channel, not really going higher, not really selling off. Some of these names are working, like Google is going higher. It's running for that 104 test. We're probably going to get that in the next 10 seconds, if I had to guess. It's probably going to print 104. It feels good. That's where I'm getting out for some of this as well. And yeah, Apple working, right? Apple closer to 152 than 150, 150. So things are looking good over there. And why is Amazon not going to 121? So this is the justification for continuing to hold the short and adding to the short. Maybe I was a little bit early over here, but had the longs to hedge. Took some out, re-added it back, add. I think a flush is coming. That's what it kind of feels like. If we go higher, I'll continue to add and just manage the position and continue to recycle shares on that one. Yeah, crypto is booming for once. The real question, why is crypto, it's interesting how, Bitcoin is just at this price, and this is Canadian, right? It's not actually at 27, but this is Canadian prices. But, we spoke about this before, right? It's just staying here for so long. You get a little bit of a rally up, then a quick flush down, and this is definitely giving vibes of post-2017 run, where you're getting these sort of, call it black swan events every single day. It rips to the upside, it rips back down, it goes back into the middle, and then does nothing. So it's like you're getting these crazy moves, and then it just stops. And so, my logic is like, if I was a crypto trader, I would wait for the extension to the upside or the downside and just fade that move every single time. Feels like that could be recycled over and over again, but yeah, we don't trade crypto over here, so I will not be doing that. Somebody mentioning, look at Microsoft, it's at 250. Did this break 250? Oh, this did not break 250. Okay, yeah, 250 is definitely interesting, and I was looking at it in the morning. I thought we had the move up, the dip. I thought we were going to for sure get the test going there. Now we're at 250, and Microsoft, they are reporting earnings after the bell. Maybe I should have been long this name at VWAP as well, but yeah, you got kind of, you can't trade them all, I guess you could say that. But yeah, 250 definitely interesting to the upside. I'm not really sure this warrants a stop to take it long through 250, just because it's very slow. It's like it's probably going to test 250 again and break it, but why not just get long right now? I think if we get a little bit more of a dip here, it feels like the market wants to dip. So if for whatever reason we do get some type of dip and it holds and it looks extra strong, up 1%, maybe take a long for another 250 test. The last thing I don't know if I want to take the long here, go for 25 cents, and then risk 25 cents, because I think the downside is a higher probability that it prints there. So we'll see if it can get back through 249.50 and then hold that level, pop back up, and then maybe go for a quick scalp of 50 cents. Maybe I miss it, maybe I don't. But for anybody else looking at the name, and yeah, if we do break 250 to the upside, I think I'm just quickly looking here at the daily. It's like you have 250. Last time it broke, I'm not really sure. Some of these wicks are just dark pool wicks, so don't mind those. But it's very similar to Google, right? It's had the downtrend, sideways action. CPI day comes along around over here, dips, rips back up. Now are we, going back up? Where's the top of this channel? We're not going to get there, before the end of today by 4 p.m. But, easily, earnings beat. We could be at 260, 270 area. I'd be surprised if we tap 280, but, anything's possible. Are we going down? It's Microsoft. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. They already talked about their layoffs. They already kind of, gave the indication there. So yeah, we'll see what happens there and go from there.
Yeah, Coinbase shorts really working out. $1.10 in the money. I'm out of 50% of my size on Coinbase here. Let's hold another 50% just to see if the market can pull back. Maybe to 38.40s, 38.30 areas to the downside where VWAP is, allowing us to turn this stock into a little bit of a bigger trade. So hit that money emoji coming into play for Coinbase, even for Warner Music Group, taking some profits on that pop on the stock just before the market has the drop. So, kind of vice versa for Coinbase idea, just in case taking profits in case the market goes higher, taking Coinbase with it, kind of doing the same thing over here, taking profits as Warner Music Group is giving it to us before it does pull back with the rest of the market. Snapchat also pulled back, but looks like people in the chat mentioned AMC as it got close to $7 again. AMC trying to yet again reclaim that $7 area, pushing up north, and finally maybe we do see a break of it. And TSHA looks like that idea of going long around VWAP and just waiting for the volume to come in did work out. So if anyone did go long, you saw clean 10-cent pop coming into play, a little bit of more than 10 cent, maybe 20-cent pop coming into play on a $2 stock that has a relative volume of, I believe, 900 or something crazy, yeah, 955. So lots of volume coming in relatively for TSHA, and congratulations to all the longs. We're going to send it back to Brenda over here at the big desk for happening now.
Heading into lunch hour, nice green board to show you guys right across the entire North American landscape here. We're in positive territory and then some for most of these anyways. 2.7 right now. A lot of the small caps, the guys are talking about some of the meme names popping up today. 2.7 there for the Russell 2000. 1.28 for the S&P. Meanwhile, the Dow 0.8, NASDAQ both pushing 2% at this point. So a great day for basically everything tech related as well. Here we go. A few things we were discussing if you joined us pre-market this morning. NIO, Coke, and GM were on watch coming off of earnings for both of these. Obviously, what happened on Monday for some of the Chinese ADRs still at the front of most minds as well. NIO up 8% as a result. After that happened yesterday, we're right back to 1020, 1040. Great day for even the Chinese ADRs, guys. Back over to you.
Those Chinese ADRs got absolutely destroyed yesterday, but as we saw, NIO and a bunch of other positions actually having a little bit of a relief, somewhat of a relief, not back to those same levels. As Luca mentioned, $68 on BABA, still acting as the IPO price, 68. Not really coming into play today. Coca-Cola, I love Coca-Cola. You guys know that. Coca-Cola over Pepsi any given day, without a doubt. Up 1.36% today. Makes me happy that Coca-Cola is still able to do good things in this economy and this environment. I guess we saw that coming, right? In some parts of the world, Coca-Cola is actually cheaper than water, which is crazy to me. And with prices like that, you just can't be beat. Some of us are still waiting, though, for our friend Elon to buy Coca-Cola and put the original ingredient back in it. Maybe not all of us, but we'll see if that joke ever ends up coming out true like that. We're also looking at Twitter when it comes to Elon Musk. Twitter, TWTR on New York, almost back to that IPO, or not IPO, that buyout price of $54.20 today. Sorry? Oh, almost back to that $54.20 area for Twitter. That deal has to be closed before Friday, this Friday, because that's when the court date is. And the lawyer or the judge did say that, if you want to evade the problems in the court, you have to make sure the deal closes before Friday. So not sure if the funding is 100% secured yet or not, and how we're going to get the news releases coming in closer to Friday. We have so many stocks to look for. We got those Microsofts, your Googles, your Apples, and we also have this catalyst to look out for Twitter. Another merger that people are probably keeping an eye out for is the Albertsons and the Kroger merger. So lots and lots of positions for us to keep our attention for.
Guys, I'm short AMD here. Broke that uptrend, kind of lining up with the market, and I I just want to short AMD. It's just like one of those things. So yeah, I'm short over here, feeling really good. I'm starting to work, and I think there's going to be another leg down on this as well. So I think I'm going to add to it. This is a, you know, I think if we get below, 6150, if we break that, it could be a dip and rip. And if it is, maybe if I do end up taking the short there and, you know, it kind of bounces back, then I'm going to get out of it as well. No big deal. Alibaba, as expected, right? Just kind of down, 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 down. Very sharp move back up to retest 62. So I got some out. This is basically, you know, add, like get it out, like, okay, nice, fix my average. So basically flat on the name and now holding, can we actually get back up? That's the logic over there on that one. Still holding Apple here, as expected, you know, printing close to 152, but dipping back. Somebody saying BBBY was mentioned earlier in the morning. Yeah, BBBY, we're speaking about that before. And, we're actually inching closer towards that 550. So you know what, let me just watch this on BBBY. I'll have this on my secondary one over here just to make sure that I don't miss it. If we do actually get over 550, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. GM is the one that is going against me. So yeah, you know, this one's wrong. It feels like maybe it wants to run towards the size above. I'm going to give it a few more minutes, see what happens. Maybe I could get out closer to 37 as opposed to punching the top there. And yeah, holding on to everything. So far, only out of the money on Alibaba, which, you know, it's is what it is. And GM, everything else flat or up. So things are looking good, things are working. And Amazon actually starting to work. Kind of want to add to this, but it's just very lackluster and slow. So I might just have to hold on for it. Hopefully we break through that 2050 and then get that VWAP test. Bitcoin breakout. Yeah, Bitcoin. That's a good one. I never heard that before. And anyone who I saw somebody saying we should do a poll, Coke versus Pepsi. I'm not actually sure how to run a poll, but if anybody wants to run a poll, Coca-Cola versus Pepsi, I'd be interested in that one. I think for myself, I'm going with the classic Coca-Cola. You know, that's obviously, it's you know, I don't drink it all the time, but, you know, I'm not a Pepsi person. I can probably count on, you know, both hands the amount of times that I had Pepsi in my life, unless I was lied to and it wasn't actually, you know, Coke. You never know there. But yeah, so actually, let me just watch this. This Baba, see, this is the thing, right? This is why I get out at 62. Because it's like down, down, down. You're going to get a pop eventually. This is when you take off some of the long. Now we're playing games. Are we going to go lower and then pop again? I'm not going to add to this one. I think my average is around 62. I'm not going to add to it. If we break below 6150, we already had, you know, the little bit of consolidation, the dip, and then the rip. We already had that. So are we going to have it again? Or is it break 6150 and then just kind of stay down here and hold? Different time of day. So yeah, if we actually get there, I'm going to just have to get out of the full position and take the loss. If we don't, I'm going to hold on for maybe another bounce. And maybe 6250 is just too optimistic on this one. So yeah, we'll stay tuned. We'll see what happens there. And, you know, see if these things continue to work. Google finally making the run. Did it actually? Yeah, this thing doesn't want to print 104. It's like it came all this way to not touch 104. I guess we took, like, it already printed before earlier in the day, so it's not really the same logic there. But it was so close before, and then I looked back and it was down here. I was like, what's going on over here? Like, is this thing not going to touch 104? So yeah, I got some out 89s, trying to get some out in front of 104, and I will take the extra 10 cents. It's Google. I think it's going to get there. I don't want to, you know, shortchange myself here. So yeah, we'll see. And I will have some Coke and a smile. That's great. You guys always got to smile, stay positive. You know, that's the name of the game. BBBY now finally pushing that 550 level, 549 being the high. So yeah, let's see what this thing wants to do. It's kind of crazy that this thing's up so much. Maybe take a short here.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond, pretty wild move today. The short squeeze stocks clearly in play one more time. Your AMCs. Let's actually go back to AMC, see if it's above $7. Not yet. We're still having a little bit of a problem around 7. As you guys can see, 500, 600, almost 700 lots on 7 for AMC. Not a lot of lots, if you ask me. It could easily break through that, but so far it has had trouble to get past that. Meta coming in with the catalyst right now. Let's go check out what Meta's doing. Meta from Axios. MetaPay has partnered with JP Morgan Payments to allow merchants in the bank's network to put a one-click MetaPay button on their checkout page. So looks like JP Morgan and Meta platforms over there joining together in order to allow people to use Meta platforms to, you know, buy things directly from their website just with the click of a button. A little bit of a maybe pump coming into the market. Also, the market getting ready to go back to the north side. Sorry about that. The market getting ready to go back to the north side over here and break out one more time. If the NASDAQ and the SPYs do break out, maybe we do see that Google breaking out to the level that you were talking about on your charts there. But for some reason, Coinbase still in $1 in the money for me, and okay, actually trying to go back up at the moment. So let's take out some more size on Coinbase just to take out some more, de-risk ourselves a little bit more on that position in case it does want to fly back with the rest of the markets over here. Bed Bath and Beyond, why you make me greedy? Yeah, the greed's not a good thing, but if you are long in it, enjoy the longs, enjoy the profits, and the day trade on that has been absolutely beautiful.
I'm just complimenting a few different people here. And yeah, Amazon, you know, back up. I'm adding to this. I'm sorry, I'm adding to this. If we get a little bit higher, I'm going to add to this. I have longs going, but yeah, the longs are working. Things are looking good. Yeah, Amazon, give the pop. And, you know, watching BBBY for sure, that 550. I kind of feel as if, and Google flush, no 104 test, maybe it's a better idea to just get out not at 104, because then if it gets there, maybe it's going higher. Yeah, 95 just doesn't want to print over 95 for whatever reason. No, it's going to get there. I'm holding. We'll see what happens. But yeah, BBBY going for that 550. I'm going to call it an over-under before it even happens. That's my bet on this one. If we actually break 550, I'm taking it short. And this is going to be just you know, simple high a day, break 550, run the stops, quickly reclaim, and then flush back down. My target on that move would be like 525. So it's like going for a 25-cent move on that, and my risk is discretionary. If it just keeps going up, then I'm going to get out of it. This might actually happen right now. So yeah, if we break 550, we'll see what happens. I think it's going to break right now.
Some of these companies like, you know, Starbucks and Tim Hortons and whatnot, they actually, I don't think you can pull the money out of their company, can you? Like once you put the money in their accounts, like the Starbucks account or whatever, it just stays there, and they just keep on accumulating tons of money that can be used for their own purposes, as people sometimes, you know, forget that they had money sitting in their cards and so on, and just throw out cards with money all the time. So just a quick little thought over there as we're thinking about the Meta Pay button, and someone in the chat said soon enough, JP Morgan will block your account or freeze your account for bad social credit score. That sounds like an episode straight from Black Mirror. So yeah, I mean, it could happen. It probably won't happen anytime in our lifetime, but it could happen eventually. Who knows? Pretty crazy to think about it. But yeah, I mean, Black Mirror was a pretty good show at the end of the day. Coming back to the market, though, guys, we're still looking at positions that are really debating as to what they want to do themselves. We got a couple positions going to the long side, couple positions going to the south side. The market did pop right back to the high day, but we're seeing a little bit of a rejection coming in around the highs over here. Coinbase still $1 in the money. Warner Music Group still only 20 cents in the money, and Snapchat still only 10 cents in the money. Not really going to the downside, stopping us out, which is good, but also not going to the north side as we would love it to keep ripping. But I guess, you know, for Snapchat, which is already up 10% on the day, probably well past this ATR. You're probably wondering what ATR is. ATR is average true range. It's how much a stock usually moves around in a day based on the last 14 days. And here's ATR says 90 cents. Snapchat's exactly up 90 cents on the day. So just based off of that, since we are at one ATR move on the day for the stock, I'm going to take off some more size on this trade and just take my profits. Now only holding 40% off my position on Snapchat at a 10-cent profit. If it does pull back from here, you know, losing 40% doesn't really hurt me as much as losing 80% probably would have. And we can also quickly check Warner Music Group's ATR real quick. WNG ATR 1.34, and we're already at 1.4. So I'm going to do the exact same thing over here. Take some more size out, and oh, I might have actually taken a little bit more size than I wanted, but that's fine. Profits are profits. At least we still have the trade over here in case it does want to give us more profits on that one.
Yeah, and somebody's saying I would not re-add to the long on BBBY unless it breaks that 555. Guys, I'm short this name. Just, you know, broke that 550, ran the stops, was kind of lackluster. I was expecting a nicer move to the downside. We didn't actually get that move. We're getting the retest of that high again. Yeah, you know, from a short perspective, because I'm short, I like the short here. You know, if it breaks through like 560, I'm probably going to have to get out of the short. But if they're just like, you know, doing a lot of volume up here at the top and then we're going to actually head lower, this is probably the best spot to have the short. So my average on this is just over 550. And I might just keep it that way. I'm not going to add to it. I'm just going to hold on. Yeah, if we break through like 560, you know, things, obviously, everybody knows BBBY, like things can happen here. So, you know, definitely continue to watch that one. Sorry?
I was saying not much is happening.
Oh, yeah. No, things are, I mean, you know what? It's robotic, right? It's just very robotic. I don't know. I'm already long Google here, so it's like I'm just kind of holding 103.58 my average, and yeah, holding for the move. Is the move going to happen? I'm not too sure. We shall see here. We shall see. But yeah, no, Amazon actually making its way higher, so maybe add to this one as well.
Yeah, this day just seems a little slow, to be honest, to be going. Like Sean said, I don't know if you heard him. Nothing really seems to be happening. The market keeps on bouncing to the high day. It rejects off it, comes back slightly by, 10 points, and just keeps on going in and out, in and out. Not much catalyst coming into play at this time of the day either. Keep in mind, it is lunchtime. We're at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So if nothing was happening going into lunch, I expect more of nothing to happen during lunch, and then maybe a little bit of something to happen as lunch comes to an end, as people obviously going to go get their food in. I see Sean and Neil already eating their lunch right now. Hopefully they're enjoying their lunches. And it's he says. But yeah, you know, as more and more people go get their lunches, you can expect volume from the market to depreciate a little bit more. So maybe that breakout in the market that I was looking for to the north side might not happen, because, you know, no follow through volume to come in around this time of the day to help positions really break out, and hence now allow me to hold on to my 30% of Coinbase shares a little bit longer based off of that catalyst. Obviously, use stops. Don't blow your risk management. Make sure you're still keeping your risk management in check.
Yeah, Playmaker saying Luca is in a lot of stuff. Not every day I'm in a lot of stuff. No, that's for sure. Not going to lie, it's a little bit of a smaller positions just because it's one of those days. And somebody in the chat also was saying, you know, like, what do you mean it's slow? My account is blowing up from Tesla call options. Yeah, Tesla, very, very strong move to the upside. I'm assuming like you're just long from the morning and holding and things are working. The thing is, so from our perspective, what we're saying is, like, as a day trader, like right now, like looking at positions, I'm just like, yeah, like, you know, like I'm not in Tesla, but I'm looking at it, and somebody else was like, oh, I'm fighting Tesla and I'm losing. This is the thing. I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, I want to, you know, take a short on it. I'm not going long over here, but I'm like, I don't know. The trend is up. It's up 6%. Like, do I really want to lose? Like, I'll just save it for something else. So that's the thing, right? Just kind of different perspective. As a day trader, you know, looking to initiate positions, you're either long, you either bought the dip on these things and they're just working for you. You know, not all the time are crazy trades going to roll around. So yeah, for myself, just kind of managing all these trades, you know, just kind of spreading them out across the board. You know, I'm long Apple, I'm long Google, and it's basically, in my eyes, it's the same trade. Like, I'm in the same trade, but it's just like, I'll just take Google and I'll take Apple, and instead of having, like, you know, all in on one, I'll just kind of scale it, you know, between the two. You know, the only thing that's just kind of ugly is like the Amazon trade. I covered the GM trade just because it's like, I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, I'll just cover up here. Like, again, it was a little bit of a smaller size. I don't know if the flush down is coming, so, you know, whatever is what it is. Amazon, the only one that's really far out of the money. Well, not far, but, you know, 28 cents out of the money. But, yeah, not really moving to the upside there. So, yeah, things are just kind of, you know, flat-ish. And, man, if this actually goes back to VWAP, these top fills are going to look insane on the chart. So I'm holding on to these ones. If we get to, yeah, 520 area, like if we get that flush, I think it'll just be a very quick flush down. So I'll take profits on that and then, you know, try to hold for maybe a VWAP test, maybe a 510 test. My orders are out because I know how this thing works. It'll flush. But it is, I think it might, actually, no. Yeah, it'll either flush or it'll just be slow. So I think I'm pretty good with that one. So yeah, we'll hold on to that one. Somebody else saying, Luca, why did you short BBBY at 550? So the logic there is, again, this is not, you don't classify BBBY as small cap, but it's very, very strong, right? Moving to the upside. And what I'm looking for is 550 from the daily. So I'm going to bring over the daily just for everybody to see here. And let me just zoom in very quickly. You know, this is where the breakdown happened through 550, and then we tried to test it, and the top here was around 556 on this day. Then we kind of flushed lower, and now we're popping back, right? So call it what you want, dead cat bounce. Maybe there's a little bit of news there. Not really sure what's going on. Maybe somebody's covering, but it runs up. There's size at 550. I look at it, I say to myself, I don't actually think this is going to go to 6, so I'm going to short here for an over-under. I think it's going to break 550, run the stops, do a little bit of volume, and then quickly go back down, and that's exactly what I saw. It broke above, ran stops, volume died, and instantly went back down. So my logic was just like sell, like short into the stops that are long. If it keeps going, I would have just got out right away. So if this was at like 561, like in this candle, I would have just been out of the trade. It would have been a loser. But because it wasn't, now it's like I have a really good position on that short, and you know, maybe we get the retracement, maybe we don't. If we still break above that 555, 560, then I'll be wrong. But it's the same risk, right? Like risk 10 cents to try to make 30, maybe 40 cents. So 3 to 1, 4 to 1, not too bad. I think things are actually now the market's making a high here, pushing towards top end of that channel. Maybe Google finally wants to print 104, finally, or maybe not, Maybe this is the last chance to get 95s before we go back down. I don't know what's happening there, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, market trying to make a new high day and did so successfully on both of them, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. As we still have 5,000 people watching the show, I would like us to take a second to hit that like button for those of you who haven't already. Every like button adds to the YouTube algorithm and helps us push our channel out to more viewers who are trying to learn about the stock market or about day trading and so on. And just help clicking on that one simple button. It's absolutely free for you. It helps out with the whole YouTube algorithm, and also clicking on the subscribe button. About 32% of you, for some reason, are not subscribed. I'll say, maybe some of those accounts might be bot accounts, so it makes sense why they're not clicking on the subscribe button. But if you are not a bot, then click that subscribe button. Help us out with that YouTube algorithm too. We only are at 354,000 subscribers. Eventually, we will get to 500K, and then maybe even 1 million, and more than 1 million. So let's help us out. Share with your friends. Share with your family. In the chat, you'll see a couple people having a green name in the chat. That's basically being a member of the Trader TV Live family. You can also become a member of the Trader TV Live family by clicking on the join button, and Brenda will pop up over here in this pop-up box telling you exactly what it entails in order to become a member. It'll cost you around $5 a month. It's cancelable at any time, and maybe more perks in the near future. As we keep on building. And look at that, already 2.1K likes from 1.9, so pretty good amount of bump over there. But don't stop, keep it going, keep smashing that like button. Let's get to 3K. 3K would be a decent number to end at today for the morning show. We also got a YouTube store or merch store. You can do !merch in the YouTube chat to get the link directly to click on, or you can just go to the homepage for live trading by Trader TV Live. Click on that little store button right there and check out some of our merchandise. Most likely will be vintage very soon, as we are looking to bring in a whole different new set of merchandise. Maybe some mouse pads and different designs and so on. So if you do want to, rock an iPhone case that's says Trader TV Live, or some of these mugs or some of these hoodies, get them while supplies last. Merch in the chat, !merch.
Yeah, and Trader Gordon, I see what you're saying there. I see what you're saying on Tesla. It's kind of the comment of, price action is not reality. The one thing that I can add here is just make sure, as a trader, like you're reacting to price action. That's the best thing that you can do. If you start to take, these bets because you're like, oh, like they have to sell Tesla. Like I think the same way, but I had to learn the hard way. So I'm gonna tell you, you gotta, stay relaxed, watch price action. Things are going up, long, or stay away from them. Things are going down, short. Don't try to fight the trend of that particular day, because things can get nasty very, very quickly. And what happens
1,000 lots AMD 6175.
That's nice. Yeah, and we're getting size on the bid here at AMD. It'll probably get filled. 800. You said 1,000, now down to 800. I don't know if that's. It'll probably. I'm gonna assume. I'm just gonna hold on to my short. If we go, I'm gonna respect 62 level. If we get there, then I'll just get myself out of that one. And Luca, I'm not getting slammed, just sitting here now, still learning. Yeah, that's all you can do. You know, try to learn, learn from your mistakes, learn from my mistakes, just learn from everybody around you. We have a pretty cool community here. And yeah, guys, we do appreciate the likes. Thanks so much. 2.2K. See if we can get that up to 3, because I think we were at that just the other day. That would be much appreciated. I think Alibaba is actually starting to work for me. So I got that top fill near 62.50. I have my orders scaled to get myself out of that. So one of them filled. In the money now, so I'm actually up on the name, surprisingly. You know, if at first you don't succeed, continue to add to. No, I'm kidding. You know, that one just felt good. That felt like it was the right thing to do. And hopefully this BBVY short comes into play, because the longer that it just holds up at these levels, the longer I think they're going to try to go for another high day push there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Well, Luca on 100 trades. Yeah, exactly. It's a surprise to see that, right? But I was saying before, so it's like, some days, you know, it's just kind of lackluster. There's not really super important levels in play. So, you know, just kind of scale my ideas across multiple. It's like, I'm long Apple, I'm long Google. This is basically the same trade in my eyes, but it's just like, hey, I'll just take both of them. Short NEO off of that level, 1040. We dropped down, but this was my worry. I was thinking maybe we're not going to actually dip to 1015, 1010 over there. Yeah, kind of sideways chop action, but still looking like it's respecting that 1040 there. So yeah, if we get another pop and then drop, maybe this one will be good. Maybe, you know, cover. Wasn't really expecting too much on this anyway, so I'm basically flat. I think I'm down 4 cents on it, so that's basically flat. BBBY, maybe now we're going to actually get that flush. So yeah, let's print 525s, please, and get me out of some of that trade there. And yeah, AMD just kind of sideways too. Nothing's really against me right now except for Amazon. Which went to that 121. And even though I said I was going to add to it, I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll just hold. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. And yeah, hopefully everything's going well for you guys. Somebody's saying Mullen. Any thoughts on Mullen? I tried really hard not to talk about it, but I guess I'll answer that question. Yeah, because, well, okay, context for anybody that doesn't know. I was like, no, Mullen's not going nowhere. Nothing's going to happen. The stock is dead. And I was like over here. Then it ran up and everyone's like, see, like I was holding. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll give you guys that one. Like that was a pretty sick call. Somebody mentioning that they're, you know, doing lots of PR going into the Rose Bowl. I'm not really sure the details there, but you can probably Google it. Today was probably a nice first red day, right? It's like it had the gap up, very heavy, just kind of respecting VWAP. You know, like this is pre-market action, you know, not really popping above VWAP, and then right off the open, you get the flush, and then the secondary move down, now back down, testing that 50 level. I wouldn't actually go, I mean, I'm not going long, I'm not going short this name. If we get to 80 cents to $1, that's where I'll be interested. Hopefully it gets up there. That could potentially provide a really good move, but obviously today being, you know, first kind of red day setup, you know, now back down to only up 10 basis points, so basically flat on the day. Yeah, maybe this 50-cent area holds. If I was a holder of this name at like 30 cents and I was swinging it, then I'm swinging for the fences here and I'm going for the dollar. But yeah, from a day trading perspective, I don't know. I would expect this. I mean, I remember this last time. It actually looked like maybe it could bounce, and then it was at like 38. So maybe, but again, it's like it's still, you still have the, what do you call it? You still have like the PR that's coming out. You know, so I don't know. Is today the sell it all and dump? I guess time will tell. But for myself, I'm not getting involved in this name. Somebody just brought it up very quickly. 50, there was a little bit of size. Now it just broke. I wouldn't be surprised if it's at 38. And I don't actually think we're going to 60 today. You know, maybe something to come in the future. But for the time being, it's a no trade for myself.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys heard, but FaZe Clan, I think, dumped a bunch of their positions. At least that's what Fahad was telling me yesterday. Rest in peace. FaZe Clan thing is getting hammered. What was this, 10 minutes ago? Let me quickly pull up FaZe chart over here. Today it's actually up on the day. But yesterday, I think when that news dropped, did we get a sell-off on it? No real sell-off on it. Fahad, where did you even get that article, or at least where did you hear about it? It was a mistake. It was off the YouTube or something. It was a mistake. But we tried to find the S8 articles for it. We couldn't find any filings for it, at least. But FaZe, man, I'm still waiting for these guys to just dump all their positions on the market at any given chance. So be a little careful on that one. Markets are pulling back over here, so that means Coinbase once again 70 cents in the money. And Snapchat did make a pop all the way up to $9.30. So I took out more size on Snapchat off that pop. And same with Warner Music Group. Oop, my thing's just frozen here for a second. There we go. We're back. So same thing with Warner Music Group, taking more profits. And just taking money when the markets is giving me the opportunity to do so, obviously. And now let's see if we do pull back and continue holding that range that you saw Luka draw not too long ago. I want to take this quick moment to show you guys the chart that I basically drew out for the market not too long myself. Come on, charts. Why is my internet getting beat up a little bit over here for some reason? Yes. There we go. So drawing this chart, I drew this chart basically saying, we consolidate over here, we move back to around 4,000 futures price, and then maybe we go back to the downside if things come out bad again. Obviously, we have the November 2nd FOMC day, more CPI days to come into play on the market. We're just all looking for opportunities to smash these big catalyst days. Even isn't tomorrow something big? Yeah, the Mobileye IPO. So tomorrow is the Mobileye IPO. That's going to be a big thing that I want to save my risk towards. So most likely going to take small trades throughout the day in order for the open of Mobileye, and then when that trade opens up, probably looking to put a bunch of size on that trade and look for opportunities for the long and the short side.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And this action right now is actually as expected because, you have Google, you have Microsoft coming out after the bell. You got, Intel spinning off their IPO, MBLY. That's going to be interesting. Then you got, all these other earnings for the rest of the week. So I feel like traders are just waiting. Maybe some are placing bets, but a lot of people are waiting for that action to pick up. That's why we're actually getting this very, very robotic action. It's like you had the very strong move to the upside. Hopefully you were long. Hopefully you're holding the longs, and now just let them work. That's why I'm holding on to Google, holding on to Apple. Alibaba taking some fills out at the top of the range just feels like the right thing to do. Holding on to a bit, like maybe we, get that push to 63. Maybe I was a little bit early, and now it's going to actually happen. So yeah, maybe we get that final push to 63. That would be nice. BBBY actually working as well. And come on, that looks nice. Not every day do I have this set up. Like this is like, oh, here we go. And oh, yes, beautiful. I am actually top short on this. So now would be nice if we can get a little bit more of a flush to the downside, take some fills out. That would be very clean there. And yeah, everything else just kind of slow and, lackluster. It's like, look at this AMD short. It's like I was in the money, but I don't really want to cover here. I'm like, whatever. It's a, smaller position. I'll just hold it for the move down, pop back up. We're getting a 1, 2, 3, not really a triple top, but got a little bit of a double top, testing that level again in rejection. Somebody in the chat was saying, yeah, AMD looks like a breakout. It's actually like making a move up. That is absolutely correct. That's why you had that very sharp, strong move initially. But at this point, this is just like a mean reversion. Like I'll just sit here and things aren't really flying to the north side. Things aren't really tanking back down. So this is why I'm comfortable in these multiple positions, holding them and, seeing where are we going next, right? Where are we going next? I guess, if we actually do break down through that 6150, 6140, then maybe we go a little bit lower. But, I've seen this setup before on the overall market. I am not expecting us to get to, 3840, 3830. I just don't think it's going to come. I think what's more likely going to happen is anytime we actually dip below a low, it'll quickly get reclaimed, and then you'll get some type of pop, right? So you're either in positions or you're not. Just make sure that you're trading your own setup there, but make sure that things make sense to you. Don't add too much size at this time of day. It's just not the time to do it. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. There's lots of big trades coming for the rest of the week. It will be exciting. So just keep in mind, roll those positions and just be patient. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just being very, very patient. Amazon was not working, and now it's basically back to flat, right? So made that push to 121. Maybe we get the VWAP test. Maybe we don't. But I'm not really too worried about it. I think I'm 5 cents out of that money. So this is essentially a break even. It's at 120.50. That's basically where my average is. So yeah, maybe we get that flush down finally and can start paying myself along the way.
Coinbase not really following around Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it has touched the daily ATR of 100% to the north side and kind of rejecting that. and now pulling back. And Coinbase has been pulling back for quite a while now off that 74 level. So our short on Coinbase is now $1.40 in the money. Let's see if we can actually get a bigger move all the way back to $71 or even $70. As looks like the markets are getting ready to also go back to the south side a little bit. But as Luca mentioned, still holding the channel. As long as the market holds the channel, can't really expect too much of a bigger pullback. Ooh, Coinbase now $1.50 in the money. Let's go. Sadly, only 10% of my size left on this trade. So I'm just going to hold on to it to see if we do get VWAP and probably get out around VWAP on this trade. Currently, though, you're just going to have to sit back and relax for that position. Car is still acting up today. One more time, up about what, 9? Is it 9%? Probably not 9%. Okay, well, pretty close to 9%. We're up 7% on the day for Car. Avis really still taking off. Yesterday we saw the monster move on Car. Today another monster move, and currently trying to see if it wants to win a race with 1.26 relative volume. What, Car?
No, I was watching like Google's pulled off, Microsoft's pulled off.
Oh, everything's pulling back down, says Sean. So Google's pulling back down, Microsoft's pulling back down, and obviously if you're big market, the big market cap stocks such as Apple, Microsoft, Google, which are the heavier component of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 basket, if they're getting ready to pull back, then most likely the market pulls back with it too.
Yeah, and Playmaker asking, you can short IPO stocks on the first day? Absolutely. You just have to, you got to pay for shorts, right? It's the same thing, locating for small caps. Same thing for IPO. You gotta locate. And for the most part, they're not, obviously check with your broker or whoever you're with, but they're not, to my understanding, not as expensive as some of these crazy names. You're not paying like crazy amounts. But yeah, you do have to locate there. And I think I'm getting some fills along the way, and I'm just trying to figure out which one it is right now. Oh, there we go. Okay, look at that. That's actually beautiful. Look at this. Top short, risk 10 cents. Finally, first target getting hit at 525. I think, this is a nice move down, and I think we're actually going to continue. So next target, VWAP, we're probably going to get there. Maybe we dip down and dance around. But no, I don't really have to worry about this position anymore. I would be surprised if it, runs back to 550 and breaks the high, then, whatever. I'll just be wrong on the second portion of it. I might actually get some out at like 5.10 or 15 as opposed to like try to get like 5, just because, this thing could bounce and then pop, whatever. Might as well just pay myself. And things pulling back, and thank you for that update, because Google just didn't want to print 104. So this is a good rule, good example for myself. We actually went all this way, not all this way, but we actually went there to not touch 104, which is frustrating, because my order was, I think, 97 or something, and what was the high here, like 95. So whatever, is what it is. I'm still like not out of the money on it per se. It's like down, it's like basically break even at VWAP. But yeah, if this thing starts to flush, I just don't know if I want to risk this much. Actually, it's only 50 cents. Yeah, if this breaks below 103, then I'll be out of this. Maybe it just holds VWAP and then goes back out. I'm not going to just punch out of it over here. I'm just going to hold on. Yeah, if we continue to sell off, I still have some shorts anyways. So yeah, AMD in the money. It's working for me now. Amazon, surprisingly, still at break even. I don't know why. I would have thought this would be at VWAP by now, but yeah, I guess not. And just kind of nursing these, seeing where they go. Somebody was asking, short Tesla right now. And, I read a funny comment in the chat. I can't remember who said this, but they were like, Tesla is run by algorithms. Newsflash. The whole market is run by algorithms. It is all algorithms making decisions in real time, right? They look at level 1, level 2, and level 3 order flow in real time. That's kind of the market that we're in, right? Everything is, very robotic. Traders trade when there's volume. So, you have the strong up move. Yeah, I'd probably bet that there was a lot of active traders that were long Tesla looking for this very sharp move up. It's following trend. It's breaking these resistance levels. And then when if you're long over here, like you just kind of hold. It's working for you. Like how high can this go? Maybe you think, it's going to test 120. I'll get some out. It's going to test 220, 225. Maybe I'll get some out over there. But at this point, yeah, it's definitely very, very robotic. And, every time I see Tesla this strong on the day, I don't short it because it's maybe if it goes down, you get like a point on this. I just don't want to short it now because I'm not convinced that volume is going to come in. It's going to sell off. Like my worry is that I short it and then it just like rips higher, and I'll be scared, and I'll have to get out because it's very strong on the day. Like I don't want to hold this against me. Like who knows where the top is on this, right? So I personally would not be shorting Tesla. That's why I'm not short. Would rather short some of these other names like AMD, Amazon, working for me, holding the long here on Apple, Google, and Alibaba, which is actually now making its way back to 63. So yeah, if for whatever reason we touch VWAP, that'll be a gift, and I'm getting out before that.
AMC also pulling back before breaking 7, so looks like that barrier standing true and pulling AMC all the way back to VWAP with the help of the market, pulling back slightly also. And you saw Bed Bath & Beyond where Luca has his short also coming back to the south side, so pretty good shorts, boys, coming into play right now. The question is, does the S&P 500 market bounce again off of 3850 and consolidate sideways around this time of the day? You know, still got another 20 minutes left for the official lunchtime to end. It's 12:39 Eastern Standard Time. Maybe 1 o'clock or so, we see some volume coming back in. Around 2 o'clock, we definitely see some volume come back in. And from 3 to 4, when the power hour starts, we're going to really look for where the positions are being repriced to and where the market's moving towards. People are saying, Mike, pretty sure my mic's on, so not sure what's going on that side. Looking at my long scanner and currently showing me Chewy trying to apparently keep making new high days, maybe up 6.15% on the day. Let's pull up the chart here. 40.5 is currently where it's trading at. Yeah, new high day, up 6%, and just does not want to stop. Continue going to the north side today for Chewy with a relative volume of 1.09. Very beautiful move. I think Chewy has been actually having pretty good days for the last few days or so. Yeah, there you go. Monday, Tuesday, actually that's Friday, Monday, Tuesday, all 3 days, green days, finally breaking off that range high around $38, $39, and now playing with $40.50.
You're saying SOFI? Microsoft. Oh, Microsoft. Okay, I'm hearing things. Microsoft, Sean talking Microsoft rejection off 250. It did not break. That's actually surprising.
And Google 104.
And Google 104. Yeah, I'm long. And I was actually trying to get out 104. Yeah, and now it's like it's not looking too good.
I'm short
103.90. See, this is the thing. That's why I couldn't get my fill over there. I'm wondering, why is Google not printing 104? Sean's over there taking all the shorts at 103.94. Whatever. At least I scaled myself out and created a winner. Now it's just kind of moving against me. But I don't know. I can't bring myself to sell it over here. If we get below 103, I'm selling it. It's a relatively small position, so not really too worried. And yeah, Amazon just covered here. It was break even. It seems to be holding this level. We're probably now going to flush, but I'm okay with taking some off over there. So yeah, in the money on that one on the last portion. And someone is trying to cover BBBY at 519. That's a smart cover there, but why wouldn't you iceberg that order? If you're watching the show, continue to watch, because that should be an iceberg order over there, not just kind of lick gateway. But, you know, do you obviously trade your own book, do whatever you want. And yeah, you know, Alibaba, I think I got another fill. Yep, got another fill up here. And yeah, let's see if I can get that last fill closer to VWAP. This one was like, that was ugly. Like, that was like an ugly, ugly ad there. And it's like, I have the long. Great. I'm playing off like 62. We had the flush, the bounce back. Okay, the long is good. Like, why am I adding over here? Because I'm thinking, oh, now it's really going to go. Like, no, that's the top. That was a horrible fill. But, you know, thank God it was a little bit less size. And then add, take some off. So I'm actually going to come out ahead on this name, which is surprising. I didn't think it would be a winner, but yeah, go figure. It is a winner. So things are working, looking good. AMD is flushing as well. I think it's safe to say 61 is going to get tested, so I'm going to take some off over there as well. And AMD, I mean, now that it is strong, like, it's probably not going down. But for, you know, the past 5-10 days, I was always like, hold on to your AMD shorts because they're going lower. But yeah, no. And somebody in the chat before was saying AMD earnings are on November 1st, so that's Tuesday. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they come out with. I have no idea what to expect for AMD. Like, I have like a kind of gut feeling like, oh, Google, Microsoft, like Amazon probably up. But AMD, I'm just like, oh, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. You know, I have no idea where that's going. Yeah, let's see if BBBY can actually break through 520 and flush lower. Kind of feels like it is going to. So I'm just sitting there in front of VWAP, hopefully get those fills. And yeah, guys, let us know like what else you're trading as well, if anything's moving. You know, we spoke about Mullen, we spoke about TSHA. which is like very, very like this was just like very like grinding. It's like not really going up, not really going down. I looked at it in the morning, and I think it's a 25 mil float, only up 40% when I looked at it. Now 57, but it's like, look at this action, right? This is very lackluster, not really giving you the range to trade. For myself, it's stay away, even though, looking attractive, small caps have just not really been moving like crazy. So, is what it is. Somebody else looking for a short on M. I think that's Macy's, if I'm not mistaken. This is like, I'm going to say right now, this is not a day trade because I'm looking at the daily. It's had the run up, and we can actually look at this together because this is the first time I'm looking at M. This is a different idea. I haven't heard this at all today. And I wonder if they have earnings coming up. They probably do have earnings coming up soon. I don't think they reported yet. But I guess the area of interest would be 22, just because recent high. Like I look at this, and my first kind of gut feeling here is like every time it tries to run above 20, it just like does volume and then rejects back down. And is the consumer strong? I feel like the consumer is weak overall. They're going to report, maybe it does a lot of volume, and then do we head back down towards the 16? I don't know if you're talking about from a day trading perspective on shorting this, but, not that much volume coming in today. I'm going to stay away. But, yeah, if they have earnings, if they pop, maybe that 22 to 24 area gets interesting for some type of resistance there.
Currently taking profits on most likely Coinbase at $2 per share profits because, the market wants to hold that channel still looks like. And Bitcoin still keeps on going to the north side. Bitcoin's now at 19.8K. And I'm pretty surprised that Coinbase keeps pulling down. So I'm going to get out over here. Slightly under $72, and look at that. The buying starts to come in right now. We'll be pretty happy to see if this rips all the way back to 74, making me excited that I punched out at the pretty decent exit spot at least. But if it does dip below 71, that's going to be a little upsetting for jumping out too early off that trade, as we did have a plan to hold it all the way to VWAP. But we use other reasons over here, such as the tape changing in the stock itself, and the stock now trying to move back up north, the market trying to hold up in the channel.
Sorry.
No, I was hearing Brendan sing over there, so in my earpiece I was getting a little confused. I was like, is he talking to me? Is he not talking to me? I don't know. I can hear you perfectly fine. It's pretty amazing, though. It sounds like it's serenading me a little bit from that corner. But turn your mic off, he says. Here, let me turn that off real quick. Bang.
So somebody actually brought up GME, and I'm like, oh, GME, that's a good call, actually, because where is this name with all these other meme stocks? Up at 27.28 there, up 10% today. And, I'm surprised that GME is a $7 billion valuation, and it's holding that level so well. Like, I don't know if it's just because nobody's selling it, nobody's trading it, there's just no action on the name. Anytime it pops up to this area, it fades back down. So today being another day that it's, kind of strong, popping up to the upper end of the channel, I don't actually, call it 28 as like a hard level. Like, it has not been over here, has not broken above 28. And I don't know what's going on with this name. I would love for these things to go crazy again, honestly. I would love for GME to just run to 50, like 60, just go nuts. That would be interesting. I don't know if it has the gas in it. I think this might actually be a good short. If we can get back to 27.80 and like make a high, I think the short is in. I don't think it'll get there. It honestly feels like I missed the boat on this one. But yeah, if we can get back up to like 27.80, 28, that's my short level on this one. I'll keep it on the back burner. I'm not really sure I'm going to get into it. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. Other than that, I'm actually going to, no, this is still over there. Okay. Got out of BBY on the last test, 550, GME, OPEX covering, Gamma Max 30. That's a lot of words. I'm not really sure what you mean, Gamma Max 30. I think you're talking about like potential gamma squeeze, maybe max 30 being the most outstanding call options. That'll be my guess of what you're saying there. Kind of feels the case. I mean, that's where you would be hedging. The ES now out of this channel, which doesn't actually justify a short. Just to be clear here, it's like it was just channeling, upper end of the range is where I'm taking my shorts. And then now that we're breaking, it's like, okay, now that the channel is dead, I'm just gonna, it's gonna probably go sideways. So, you got 38.50 for a potential test of 38.50. We either break through and then we're going to 38.40, or we hold and then we bounce around and then retest 38.60. But as you can see, that is a 20-point range, nothing too crazy. Bring back Sharif from Egypt. Yeah, he is enjoying it. And I'm sure he'll read that comment and be like, no, I'm staying here forever because the weather's nice. But no, I'm sure he'll love to be back. And I know you guys miss him for sure. Somebody else was saying, Frank, Luca, what do you think of Amazon inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart? The thing is that obviously Amazon is reporting earnings on Thursday after the bell. And that kind of like setup is probably, invalid, because a lot of the times, I think this is what you're referring to, where it's like, down, this is the head, now maybe creating another shoulder, and then are we going back up, right? Like long-term reversal. All these names look the same. Google, Microsoft, Amazon, all these names bottomed out, went sideways, made a new low, and then ran back, and now we're up towards the high. I wouldn't necessarily look at this and be like, oh, we're now going to go up, because they have earnings, right? They can come out, they can say anything they want. They can come out and be like, oh, yeah, by the way, because we have a hiring freeze in this sector of our business, and, it is what it is, blah, 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 then we can go back down, right? But if they come out and they say all the right things, and people are like, oh, I like what I'm hearing, like the long is in, then we go back up. So anything can happen. It's because it's because earnings are coming out. So yeah, even though you see this setup, if there wasn't earnings, you could say, oh, this is an indication of a potential reversal. We already did a lot of volume. Now we're going back up, and maybe we head to 130. But because, again, they have earnings, anything is possible. Personally, I would not be taking bets ahead of earnings because it's a gamble, right? I don't know what they're going to say. I don't know what they're going to come out with and talk about. And, speaking of Amazon, the short is now working. So, yeah, we're in the money, testing that 120. I'm going to get some more out over here. Because, we're at 120. That one was a long trade. Wow. I was in at 11, and what time is it? 12:50. So that was almost 2 hours. I'm still holding this. I think finally now it's where I regret this cover. I'm like, oh, yeah, let me cover here because it's holding this level. And then as soon as I cover the last portion, boom, then you flush. That's why if you want to bamboozle the bots, cover a little bit of the position. Then they're like, oh, he's out. Then they send it, and you go, surprise, I'm still in the position. So yeah, things are working. I'm just making myself laugh. I think I got another fill here on BBBY, slowly inching its way down. Gonna cover the last portion. It's now slow. Like, this is the move. It's like you get the move up, you get the move down. I don't really want to hold maybe it goes to 5, maybe. But like now it's just like whatever. Like the last thing I want is it to bounce back to 530, because then I don't know if it's actually gonna get back to 5. But yeah, no, this thing's dead. Look at this, right? This thing is just straight down. It's holding trend. Maybe I just put a stop order in on this one and let it wick me out if we get back above 520. But we probably will. So yeah, maybe we get one more little dip down. I'm getting out at like 510. Like see if, or there we go. We're actually flushing now. Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm going to cover on this flush. I just feel like it's the right thing to do. I'm taking the last piece off of that. That was actually a sick trade there. Pretty happy with that one. As you guys can see, short based on the 550 level, over under, doing a little bit of volume over there. Then we flush, and it's just like trade management, like cover, cover, cover. Like covering here, here, and here is the same as just covering everything over here. But I like to scale out because cover some here. That way, if we pop, I'm not saying to myself, oh, I didn't take any profits. So that just works for me. I just pay myself along the way. So yeah, pretty clean trade there. Hopefully you guys had that one. I know somebody was saying nice call on BBBY. That was just a very clean setup. High day, 550, running the stops. And somebody else said I would not go long unless it breaks 550. So I guess we're both correct. Maybe you're not in the trade and I'm in the short. But yeah, everybody obviously looking at that same level. Now volume really, really picking up. And are we going to break 5? We're probably going to break 5 with them. Whatever, it is what it is. I took the money. That was the trade. That was the meat of the move. I would expect some sideways action from here and $5 to potentially hold. Even if it breaks, maybe we break and then come back above. So yeah, done with that one.
Right on. Yeah, hopefully you guys had a great Diwali. I for sure did. Family members come over, a couple fireworks here and there. This is we didn't go too hard because we didn't want to disturb our neighbors and also our dog. That's my pops. Also, our dog kind of freaks out, so looking out for our dog. Yeah, forget about that champion. That guy's not a real champion. Fod's not here. Okay, so never mind. Anyways. Snapchat, same as Diwali yesterday. Snapchat right now, absolute fireworks to the north side, 13% to the green side today. I just recently punched out of my full position on Snapchat around $9.44 because that was my trade setup. I wanted to take the break of 9 long. I took the break of 9 long up to the previous range low, which was the post-split low around $9.40. So if my price, which was $9.40, does come into play, I'm not going to try and make this trade a bigger trade than I was originally planning to. So this was my trade. Take the $9 entry and get out at $9.40. So $9.44 was my best out. Completely done with Snapchat for the most part of the day today. We could maybe think about flipping short around this 940 area and then ride it back to VWAP if that is a trade that is being offered. But I'm not going to battle the shorts right now. The market did break that trend that Luca and I were looking at, but it's not really pushing too far to the downside. It is possible this market keeps on consolidating sideways at 38.50 and then maybe rips for another leg up. As soon as I say that, there's a big down candle forming on the market over there. But yeah, there's a quick little good risk to reward setup popping in over here on Snapchat if you want to think about the short side. And Warner Music Group not really doing anything, still hanging out in that range. At least it's not breaking to the downside and creating lower lows, which is perfect for us. As long as it keeps making this range on the sideways action over here like it did earlier, we could possibly look for an add on the breakout of that range around 27.56, 27.60, and look for another leg up towards $28 on Warner Music Group. S&P 500 still above 38.50 for the day. At UVXY, currently trading at $11.31. Currently trading at $11.31 and trying to maybe move back up here. If UVXY moves up, then maybe we see the market going down a little bit harder.
I think I'm going to add to this Apple long for a little bit of a scalp. I think it's given me that feel of like kind of dip, and bounce, and the overall market coming back down. But I think we might see some kind of dip and rip action. So yeah, I'm going to add to this Apple over here, and then yeah, maybe we get a pop, 20 cents, maybe 30 cents, and see if I get myself out. If this wants to keep going down, then I'll just quickly get out of it as well. Somebody was saying, BBBY, should we reload for a small pop? I mean, do you? That's what I'm going to say there. Just do you. I don't actually, I don't know if you said, I was short. I'm not long. I'm never thinking long on BBBY. Just not my thing. But, now that we're at VWAP, it obviously, going back to kind of the ideology of mean reversion, it's like the further away we get away from the mean, the better the short in my eyes. Then we fade back to the mean, VWAP being the mean. I'm covering into VWAP, and now I just expect sideways action. So yeah, I'm not thinking long. I'm not thinking short. I'm done with that trade overall. And yeah, we'll see what happens with the rest of these positions here. I just kind of feel like we're going to go sideways and then probably go back up, test 38.60. So yeah, adding to the Apple, maybe I'll just get out of this BABA trade. If we, yeah, maybe, I mean, I thought there was, maybe, and I said this, I was like, if we get to VWAP, that's a gift. So I did not receive the gift. So, it is what it is. In the money on this, but yeah, if we go back down now, like it's probably going to get back to like that 62. Kind of feels like maybe that's going to be the case. So I'm going to give this, like a couple minutes, see where it's trading. If we're still lower around these levels, I'm just going to get out of the rest of that position as well.
So yeah, it looks like this is Sean's chart right here on Google. And yeah, you were battling that 104 level. I think he was the level at 104. As look at how many times he takes the short fills and obviously cover to the downside, multiple exits on the way down, taking his profits and getting back in, taking the profits and getting back in. Looks like a little bit of a blockade over there for you. Is only 2 feet away.
Blockade, no wonder. Yeah,
the
no wonder.
blockade is sitting right 2 feet right next to you, not really allowing that position to move too far to the north side. Here's the NASDAQ chart, the NASDAQ futures chart currently exactly at 11,650. Do we consolidate sideways around this area? And if that happens, we can also expect the S&P 500 market to consolidate sideways around 38.50, not really going too far to the downside. And if it does go too far, Can we expect the market to go all the way back to VWAP to 38.30s or so, or does it start bouncing off of 38.50 instead? We're just currently just being patient, watching the market, trying to see what variables step up or show themselves to present themselves for us to trade off of. Looks like that whole idea of being done with Snapchat and $9.40 is playing out, so it makes me happy that we had the right idea on that trade over there, taking the $9 breakout, giving it to the risk of under $9 in order to see if Snapchat does actually close that gap all the way back to the previous range lows of $9.40. Chesapeake popping up on the scanners along with US Bank. US Bank also popping up over here. So let's go check out what this stock is doing. To the green side, up at $41.92, 1.8% up on the day, and trying to see if we can battle that 42 level one more time. Looks like we actually rejected 42 at one point today, and we're getting ready to run one more time to the north side. But maybe a quick glance at XLF will also be worth it. Financial sector today up 0.8% on the day. Let's also go take a look at the energy sector. The energy sector, I'm expecting green on the day because Halliburton had pretty good earnings today, but no, actually flat on the day, down to the negative percent, 0.2. But I'll just say flat on for the energy sector. Thoughts on shorting NVIDIA on the break of 132. Let's go check out NVDA on NASDAQ. NVIDIA did break 132 maybe, but not with the real break. Oh, okay, we went as high as 133 today. NVIDIA having a little pullback in it, the same with the rest of the market over here. I mean, this is kind of almost like a 1:1 risk to reward, so I'm not really that interested in this trade. I think if you wait for it to pull back closer to 133, that way you can take the fill at 132.70s or so, give it that 30-40 cents of risk above 133, or at least where the fill is, and then maybe you get a better risk to reward type of setup on here. This looks like a 1:1. I do believe that the market will consolidate at 38.50, and the last 5-minute candle closed on the green side. The new 5-minute candle is opening up green at the moment, so more of a reason for me to stay away from NVIDIA shorts, which is already up 5% on the day. I mean, look at the stock back above 130, just looking amazing. Even Intel, another chip stock, and the chip stock that I actually added on the CPI day to my own long-term portfolio. One of the only 2 green stocks in my long-term, along with Apple. Even Apple around 150, 151 today, 152. Monster move on Apple for anyone who bought it at the 130s, 140s. You're just loving it. Apple always a great spot to add on under 150, and continue doing that is what I will be doing. I guess I should have added a little bit of Google into my portfolio. I expected Google to not go back above 100 anytime soon, and it just kept ripping. You're going to 120 now for Google? 170? Ooh, okay. I like the noise. I like that noise.
Someone's saying ETH is going nuts. I'm trying to pull this up here. ETH stock price. Well, it's not a stock, but ETH. Oh yeah, ETH. Yeah, let's have a look. I'm just gonna bring it up here. Is this? Oh yeah, this is obviously all crypto is up. Like this is kind of crazy.
10% up on ETHE right now.
Yeah, wow, that's an insane move to the upside. I guess it's running to yeah.
Look at
15.
this. Right
Bitcoin's going to 100K. Oh yeah, let's go.
This.
Oh wow, that was right now.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's
right now on ETHE.
Is that like how many like 100 points?
That's
a 100-point move on crypto. Yeah, kind of interesting. I mean, yeah, maybe like this is the start of the run, guys. Maybe this is the start of the run, and in a couple of months, Bitcoin will be back at 62,000, and we can all break even, and then actually start to make profits.
Bitcoin did break to 20K today. Broke 20K slightly and came back under 20K.
Oh, really? Nice. Yeah, all crypto holders are super excited. Yeah, rate hikes are bullish for Bitcoin. I buy that. See, you know what's funny? It's like, yeah, I get that.
50%.
I get that 100%. But every time CPI drops, obviously inflation is not good. It's like you would think it's an inflation hedge, but every time CPI comes out, Bitcoin goes down. But yeah, it's holding this level, right? So yeah, this is the level. It's kind of interesting. We'll see where it goes. Again, I'm not a day trader of any crypto. I don't trade ETH, Bitcoin. But yeah, if things start to get rolling and we just kind of moon to the upside for whatever reason, Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Bitcoin at 100K. Let's just put it that way. I will not be surprised. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Bitcoin at 20K. Yeah, just remember, from here to 100K, 5 to 1, right? So it's like I'm finding 5 to 1s in this market every single day. I'm not really. I mean, like 5 to 1 on Bitcoin is nothing like too crazy for myself. Wow, Google is really selling off here. So yeah, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Let me just get out of this one. Okay. That's it. I'm out. I'm punching the bottom. I don't even care. Had the win, turned it into a loser. Down on the name now. Whatever. Whatever, is what it is. All good, all good. But yeah, he's like, let's go. And I'm like, no, what's going on? But yeah, no, that's kind of funny. So rule of thumb, if, we're at 104 and it's at 103.94, then yeah, take 94s because you don't necessarily need to get an extra 2 cents there. Yeah, whatever, is what it is. But yeah, that was actually a crazy, I mean, the market's kind of going down, like not really like selling off hard. But like that was like a huge move. Like look at the rest of the moves. Like this is the morning. You're getting that morning volume. Those are quick whips. This is like what the heck's going on? There was some size at 103. It just got smashed right away. I'm assuming Amazon. Wow, that's a nice flush. Okay, I'm gonna cover this as well. Not all of it. I'm gonna cover some. I'm gonna hold on to some. I'll just cover as we flush. Very nice fill there, and now hold for 119. We're getting a little bit of size here at 119.52, and then pulled. So yeah, no, I'm assuming. Yeah, you should have iceberg that size and not just pull it because now people know you're going to cover. But yeah, no, do you, obviously, and I'm just making jokes. And Amazon working, AMD working. I think if we flush through 61 on AMD, I'm covering that one. And Alibaba, I should probably just be out of this one. So I'm going to just get myself out of this one. Done the Alibaba trade. That was actually good, not too bad. So made money on that one, pretty cool. And Apple had the pop, and oh my God, look at this. Add? Oh, I'm right. Oh, I guess not, because the overall market's flushing down. So yeah, maybe just kind of reevaluate here. Let me just get out of this Apple trade as well. That was a winner, but I don't know why that actually happened. So my worry is that, we go lower. If we bottom out, I'll just buy that back, so no big deal. Holding on to the shorts. Neo short, not really doing much. So yeah, holding on to that one. Amazon covered a little bit. We are $1.12 in the money on that one, so pretty happy with that. And AMD, 56 cents in the money on that one, waiting for a flush through 61 to get some fills out. And yeah, we're chilling now.
Yeah, I pretty much got out of my long over there on WMG2, taking profits on all trades that did offer me any money to take advantage of, as the market did get below 38.50. We're now at 38.47. NASDAQ is at the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, around 11,629, and looks like the previous consolidation low was around 11,600 for the NASDAQ market, so only 33 points away from that low. In case the market does want to pull back a little bit more, it could easily do so. So be careful if you are long anything, or if you're trying to catch the bottom, just I would say, time the market properly, wait for it to actually create that bottom, show you that there is a bottom there, instead of catching a falling knife and just, getting burned, or not burned, just getting stabbed in your hand over there by having the attempt to keep on trying to catch that drop in the market. We're looking at our scanners over here to see if we can find any positions. Nothing really stands out to me, so I'm going to go to TSHA again, Tasha, currently trying to go back towards the same 245 areas, 247 area, but no real spike in volume from the last few, last hour ago when we saw the last spike around 11:55 or so. Let's see if we can, maybe 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock, we see another spike coming in for TSHA, allowing it to create another high a day one more time and continue going to the north side. Let me try to find the catalyst for this real quick. TSHA.
As you look for that, I'll just quickly update. Short meta here. I just feels, I'm looking at the daily, this feels like a level, like 36 into 37 area. If for whatever reason, like we had the initial move down, we're getting the little bit of a pullback, so I'm scaling into the short, and I'm expecting it to now flush again. If we don't get that secondary flush, then I'm just going to have to kind of manage risk and figure out a way out of this. But the logic is kind of scale into the short. We had the move, scale in. I don't want to see it go back to 36.40. That would be terrible. I want to see this kind of come back down and test that 135 there.
Right on. So looks like the catalyst was that they had a 50 million equity investment from Astellas Pharma. So share surges in pre-market. That was 5 hours ago, and continuing to now get a little bit higher than the pre-market areas. And look at the buying volume coming in. Well, not real big volume spike, but at least some buying coming in for this $2 stock. 2,000, 3,000 shares coming in every now and then, trying to prop up the position. Banking half, says Dan Emon's not sure what you mean by that. I guess you mean by like the XLF sector in general, coming in and rescuing the market a little bit. Yeah, I think of last time we pulled it up, it was up about 1%. Let me pull it up one more time over here. Almost up 1% on the financial sectors, which is 0.86 over here for XLF on Amex. Quickly getting a look at the top volume leaderboards today. It's going to be, once again, ignoring your 3 times leverage ETF, Snapchat with 78 million shares, NIO with 69 million shares, and then you have Tesla with 61 million shares. So NIO and Snapchat, once again, stealing the volume away from the market. We already saw how monster of a move Snapchat was. We were able to take the high day breakout and capitalize on a good 40-cent move to the north side for us on Snapchat, which is our second best trade on the day over here. And Coinbase is our best trade of the day so far. We had the 74 fail break run through short, and then we got out around when the market started to kind of stop going to the downside. Also looks like the perfect executions for myself, at least. Let's see if the stock is now able to head back to 74 and give us another short opportunity, or does Bitcoin, Ethereum, the 2 coins that are absolutely launching right now. Here's Bitcoin once again above 20K. Look at cryptocurrency just going insane. So Bitcoin's just going absolutely wild. Solana also up 12% on the day. Cardano trying to follow through with Solana. Dogecoin trying to follow through with it. Shiba, we all know Shiba's really no use behind it, but also trying to join the party. Cryptocurrencies might be back in play, baby. Let's go.
I don't know, look at this, right? It's like we had the pop, we dipped. I'm like, let me get out of this Apple because I don't know what's going on here. And it never happened. Somebody was saying that they released something about Note. I'm not really sure what that is 100%. But yeah, that makes sense that something happened there. So yeah, continuing to add to the short on Meta. Like again, if this is not going to flush down and it's just going to stall and this kind of looks like it's what do you call it, like a heartbeat. It's like making its way, and then it's like, so when it does stuff like this, it is alive. The name is alive and well, and that's a good thing because then things are going to move. So yeah, pretty going to hold on to this one. Add. Maybe if we flush back down, I'll cover here to create a free trade for myself, and then hold the rest for the dollar move to the downside. And then I'll probably be regretting it because I could have had a way bigger position. But it is what it is, right? You got to just kind of do what feels right. So yeah, I'm going to do that. And Apple, I don't know. Do I add this back now? Maybe I should have added it back over here. I wasn't really watching it. I'm gonna add it back. I don't know if this is the right call, but I'll add it back for one more try at the long. And then if we dip again through 45s, maybe I'll just get myself out of that as well. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Short Meta, it's starting to work a little bit. The only thing that I've been holding, if anybody's tuning in just now, is the Amazon short from before. That one's 88 cents in the money. The rest of these are fairly, and AMD 40 cents in the money. Other 3 are new positions, so we'll see where those ones go. What do you think of Mara? So yeah, Mara being one of those Bitcoin sympathy plays. Kind of my gut instinct is anytime this name is up, you take the short. But obviously trade your own playbook. It is very strong today, and I'll just drag over the daily for everybody to see. So because when in doubt, zoom out, look at the daily levels. Every time it pops towards these areas, it's a fade play, right? It's a fade. So it's like I'm not necessarily saying that it's going to fade right now. It's obviously very strong, 1, 2, 3 green days in a row. But if we get over 16, maybe you get another crazy pop to the upside. Maybe this is the last of the pop and then we drop back down. Obviously, this is, again, sympathy to Bitcoin. So watch Bitcoin. What is it doing? If Bitcoin actually holds the highs, then this is going to go back up. But yeah, there's quite a little bit of resistance at that 20 area. So, I think the A+ trade really comes into effect at 20. Right now, it's just maybe it looks attractive from a day trade. Maybe you're long and holding. Maybe you're thinking short. I personally would not be shorting this right now. It would be a trade for myself. If we get to 20, then I'll really get interested in that trade. I think I got the fill on Meta. So I actually like this idea of like, you know, it has a move, scale into the trade, and then get out. It's like I don't necessarily want all this size for the move, but like I don't think it's gonna like, in terms of like what my expectations of the move are, I don't think this is gonna go back and test the highs. And if it is, because I'm actually watching it, I can just, you know, like add, punch out if it looks really scary. But it's like add, get myself out, and now like that's a winner, I think. That's a winner or a break even. Let me just double check that. Yeah, that's basically a break even, like, and now I have, like, I'm in the money on the rest of the portion of the trade, and it's working for me, and I'm gonna hold it, and maybe we see 135 or even maybe a VWAP test. So I actually like what I did there. That was done in real time. Sorry about that. I'm just like, wow, that was actually pretty cool. But yeah, so Amazon still going down, AMD going down, Neo's slow, man. Neo's very, very slow. Anybody looking at Neo today, respecting that 1040 level. So it is a level. It does look good. But I mean, I was in this trade at like 1130, and it didn't really give me the flush to VWAP that I wanted to see. Then we came back up here, and I'm like, well, it's still not above 1050. So like, I'm not going to stop myself out. But yeah, my expectations are managed. I just don't think it's going to do anything too crazy. Maybe now's a good time to have some orders ready for Meta, because yeah, that 135 test can come real quick.
Yeah, Snapchat pulling back down over here too, as the S&P 500 gets back below 3850 currently, and we're just waiting to see if it does consolidate sideways. Rivian so strong, still I am short but down. Let's go back to Rivian, see what's going on. Looks like Rivian did manage to break that 34 area we were looking at earlier, managed to get back above 34 and stay above 34. Currently up 9% on the day. Rivian just absolute monster stock today. Does not want to pull back down with the market, looks like, but we'll just have to wait and see if the market does pull back a little bit more, maybe to VWAP. That might allow Rivian to kind of pull back down over here with the rest of the market. Shiba only has the number one. Okay, I guess you were just talking about Shiba. Look, at the end of the day, the real currencies, we know what they are. I don't want to argue about it. But if you like Shiba, then you like Shiba. More power to it, man. More power to it. I personally don't see myself investing in it. Don't see myself buying it. But if it does work out one day, if it does get more popular, we'll think about it. We'll think about it, no problem. Currently popping up on the scanners are Kellogg's and MGM. Kellogg's to the north side, MGM to the positive side. Let's go check out what Kellogg's is looking like. Up at 0.89% on the day, trying to see if it can turn to 1% on the day, as we did make a new high day on this position at $37.84. Some volume trying to come in. Well, I'm only seeing one share prints though. One share prints, not really something that you want to see, as we're trying to push towards a new even dollar level. Also, the week's range is at $74. So it is possible we see somewhat of a barrier coming in at $74. But with the current volume that the stock wants to show us, you know, market going down, the stock wants to go up. A little bit of a difference in movement over there too. If the volume does show up and allow the stock to break out of the week's range, maybe we go see a new range coming into play closer to $77, or it just fails that $74 area and pulls back right to the downside.
Guys, you know, I was talking about not shorting Tesla, blah, 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 this and that. The overall market obviously coming down, so I have some of my shorts. The shorts are working, things are going well. But yeah, what a crazy move down on Tesla. I did not expect, I would not expect a name to be up so much like this. I would not expect this fast of a move down, but I guess as fast as it goes up, it can come down. So, you know, Meta's working for me, taking the short here, you know, create the free trade, like I said, cover all the way into VWAP. That's the plan. Amazon, you know, looking for that 119 test. I think I'll have to see, like, this is it's like you have the low, you have like a higher low, then you have the run up. Now it's back at these levels. Like, I wouldn't have a target of like 118 per se. I would just like play the range. It topped out over here. It's probably going to bottom out over here. So I'm just wondering, can I get a fill like down at like 119.20, 119? That would be nice. If not, then maybe it's just going to bounce. So I'm going to have to get out of that. Yeah, orders scaled. Apple, yeah, so I added to that, and, you know, wrong again. Oh, man, that's so frustrating. Long, wrong, I guess. But I'm going to hold this because I don't want the same thing to happen to me. If we go below 151, then I'll get out of that one. It's no big deal. We'll see if we get the fills there. But, yeah, Tesla, that was kind of crazy. And for anybody watching it, there's still that size at 220 right now on the offer, and that's probably going to get taken out. But if it felt like I was somebody maybe chasing it down and they just could not get the fill, I was like, okay, let me short this for a scalp into VWAP, which it's only $1. It'll be like, okay, risk 5 cents or 10 cents to make $1, so 10 to 1. But yeah, that size is there now that we're back. It's probably going to get filled. But did it get bigger, actually? I don't think Tesla wants to be above 220 here, but unless the market really, really pops. But yeah, what a nice move on Tesla. To anybody on those shorts, congratulations. Really good call there. I know I said I'm not shorting Tesla. I chose other names. But yeah, congrats on that one, because that was actually a really nice move, 4-point winner there.
Yeah, quickly going back to see what the like count says. We're still at 4.6K people watching and only 2.3K likes. I think we got up to 2.1K the last time we asked for likes, so now we're at 2.3K. Not much increase on that side of the show yet. So for those of you who are tuning in right now and have forgotten to hit the like button, smash that like. We're at 2.4K. Would love to get to 3K if that's possible today. So, hit that like, get that number going up a little bit higher. For those 32% of you who are not subscribed, smash that subscribe button. And obviously, some of you know what the green name is. But if you don't know what that green name is, it's they're part of the Trader TV Live family, and you can also join that by hitting that join button and paying around $5 a month. You get custom emojis and badges. You can check out what Brendo has to say on that side. And last but not least, we have our merchandise. If you do exclamation mark merch on the YouTube chat, you'll get the link directly to the merch store, or you could go directly to the home page of our channel and hit the store right there. Wow, look at that. Now we're at 355,000 subscribers. So it looks like we went up a good 100 just on the show, or maybe from the last week to this week. So another 100 new subscribers. We're growing at a quick pace, but not fast enough. So let's share it with your friends and family over there. Also, ring this notification bell. Sometimes you might miss out the videos that we post on at the end of the week, getting you ready for the next week and so on, and also summarizing the week before. So if you don't ring the notification bell over there, you might miss out on a couple of those tidbits that could help you with your trading career, obviously. And one more thing I had to say was, the Discord chat. Obviously, the YouTube chat ends at 4 o'clock. If you want to continue having conversations and sharing trade ideas throughout the day, maybe getting ready for tomorrow at nighttime. Some of them have a nighttime prep routine. You could add that Discord into that routine and share your trade ideas in there. Lots of fun traders, lots of levels being shared and ideas being shared throughout the day that maybe you could add into your setup and into your playbook. And keep growing as the best trader that you can be with the best YouTube community there ever will be.
Guys, I tried a long on Tesla because, again, that size at 220, I was like, okay, I think we're going to break the size. And if we do, maybe you get some stops there and run to the upside. So I tried the long, and as soon as it broke, more size came on the offer, another 10,000 shares, which, again, is not crazy amount of size. But I'm like, oh, man, if someone's reloading over here, I'm flipping short. So flip short here. Now it's working. Nothing crazy, but I think we get another VWAP test. So I'm going to get some out at VWAP, and then I'm going to hold some, I hope. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so got the fill. Nice $1 winner on that. That was super clean. And now I hold the last portion of this Tesla trade for a break of VWAP. I mean, we went all the way up. I'm short 220. If we break above 220 and get like 220.50, 221, I'm going to cover that because maybe we're going to go back up. But if we're actually going to hold here and then break down, maybe we get 218, 217. Anything's possible, right? I think we could actually see 215 if things really, really sell off, but I'm not really too convinced about that. So I'd rather just ride this last portion, see what happens. So yeah, Tesla there, Neo still doing nothing. Meta got the fills. Now it's maybe having that next leg down. So hopefully we get those last few fills there. Amazon, I don't know what this wants to do. This is giving me the vibe that we're gonna bottom out over here, which is I kind of want to cover this AMD trade. I was waiting for VWAP. And I thought for sure this would give it. It didn't. Okay, we made another low. We popped again. This is the last chance. If AMD for whatever reason does not break 61 and go lower, then I'm just gonna have to cover it. If it breaks right now and goes lower, great. I'll try to cover in and around VWAP. Make an extra 20 cents on it. But if not, I'm probably gonna have to just cover right over here. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully size chases it down. The bid kind of feels really thin. So yeah, if we do get another flush lower, things are going to work there. So yeah, these shorts are paying. The only long on board for myself right now is Apple. And yeah, the long is just not working. But yeah, if this market wants to kind of bottom out over here for a very short term and then pop again and then kind of go back up, then the Apple long for sure is going to work. And these shorts are going to, go back to break even. So then I might cover those. So yeah, these are my plans for multiple scenarios. I'm just looking at the chat quickly now. Somebody saying Bitcoin to $1 million. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Somebody's saying like, oh, it's worth 2.4 million based on all these kind of scenarios. And yeah, I mean, after seeing it run over and over and over again, I'm not going to be the guy that's going to be like, yeah, this is trash, going to zero, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't care. I have no bets on it. But yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised if we go to $1 million. If we go to 10 million, I'll be surprised. I'll be like, okay, I should have loaded the boat. I should have held on, and all my friends will just be like, have fun staying poor, bud. Because, yeah, they're going for the moon over there. But, yeah, it is what it is. And the moon to the moon.
Close to 10 million, I'm robbing Lucas.
He's, oh, no, that's not good. Because then.
The economy's broken. Yeah.
But they're saying it's ridiculous if Bitcoin goes to 10 million. I don't think it's ridiculous at all. I think it's possible and the economy still works. And in that scenario, then you can actually spend your money and live the good life. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, obviously, like if I'm being realistic, that does sound kind of crazy. But yeah, 100K would not be surprised. That's just a 5X from here. And who knows? I mean, Saudi Arabia is building that crazy city of theirs, the Line. For anybody that doesn't know, you can Google it. And I would not be surprised if they use a lot of digital currency over there. And yeah, a lot of interesting things to come. So yeah, stay tuned. We'll see what happens in the next few years there. It'll definitely be interesting. If Bitcoin goes to 10 million, a gallon of milk will be $30. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't for everybody who doesn't own Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin pulling back after hitting 2004. 2024 over here looks like it's the high of day today, or at least high that candle right now, and getting right back under 20,000. Let's see if we can somehow get back above 20K for today and stay above 20K. It's been a while since Bitcoin has been actually trading around these numbers. So, oops, sorry. I did mute myself when I was coughing, so I unmuted myself. I was talking about Bitcoin. Bitcoin getting back below 20,000 over here. Coinbase, it's on. It's on, but yeah, so Coinbase over here trying to see if it wants to move back up. Looks like we have now a lower high and a lower low kind of forming, but also a little bit of a base forming around the 7150, slightly above VWAP for Coinbase. S&P 500 moving back up north after bouncing off the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart here, and right back to 3850 we go for the S&P 500. As the NASDAQ market pretty much doing something similar on the 5-minute chart, bouncing off the 50-period EMA, and UVIXI not really going to the north side at all. It doesn't want to go trade at VWAP today, or at least not anytime soon. So another new lower day on UVIXI, which means the market might get ready to launch right now. And I think Luca was talking about something when we're doing upside, Luca.
No, yeah, I'm just saying like that kind of move up right there. I'm like, well, here comes the explosive move to the upside. So I'm covering my shorts as I speak, fully out of AMD. I think it's moving higher. Fully out of Amazon, just didn't give me the feel that we're going to 19. Actually, super long Apple right now, just add. So yeah, or no, that's Meta, sorry. Apple added over here. I think, and I have my orders scaled. I think we could get to 152 fairly quickly on this. Feels really good. That move gave me vibe. Like, this is what I expected. It's like, we're spending so much time, slow, and then boom, explosive move to the upside. So the long feels good right now. So I covered more of the Meta. But this was pretty dumb actually, because Meta is like kind of slow. I was like, let me just cover everything, but I'm still holding on to some Meta. Hopefully we get that final dip towards below 135. That's my next target. But yeah, if we get above like 135.60 area, like I'll probably just be out of that trade as well. And Tesla, yeah, pretty lackluster. Had the point win. Now it's basically at break even. I'm just gonna cover this because it should have just been lower. So yeah, I'm just gonna cover the rest of this Tesla. Lock in the winner on that one. Nothing to complain about. And yeah, NEO still. So now I got 3 positions left. We got half an hour to go here. Mostly winners across the board. Pretty excited with that, actually. That was pretty clean. Yeah, let's see if Apple can continue. If it doesn't, like normally when you see these like explosive moves to the upside, what I tend to see is like I'll add over here because I want to see it continue. But if for whatever reason it just stops and now we go back down, like I'm not gonna hold this and let it go against me. Like I'll cover it and I'll hold some of it just for the move. But I'm thinking, the next leg up is gonna happen fairly quickly. And again, my orders are scaled to get myself out of that. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Looks good, feels good. Yeah, hold on. Someone's saying Tesla heading north. Yeah, maybe I should have flipped long, but for the time being, I'll just chill.
Yeah, market moving pretty well to the north side right now, but stopped around 38.50. So just watching the market for myself, getting ready to see if I want to punch into any longs just yet, or do I just wait for the market to see if it's done with the pop and then maybe get stuffed right back to the downside and to VWAP we go, at which point I could look into, shorting Coinbase one more time over here, which is my #1 trade of the day. Trying to move back towards the $73 area, which we did pull back off of. And obviously Bitcoin getting back above 20,000 and getting back below 20,000 gives me more confidence to short Coinbase or any cryptocurrency related stock itself. So I'm just watching the cryptocurrency market right now, trying to see if any trades show up or any opportunities show up for myself in that side. Will this market fall back for long plays? I mean, there is a possibility, but there's also the possibility that it doesn't. So just have to look for those plays to come into play. For example, maybe Kraft Heinz, KHC popping up right now on the scanners to go play with $87. I'm expecting that to be near the high a day on this stock. Let me quickly verify if it is. Yeah, look at that. Heading towards the new high a day and a good even dollar level 37. Let's see if we can actually break 37. There is some size on there, about 600 lots on the $37 area for a stock that's only been doing 3 million shares traded so far with a relative volume of 0.95. Maybe that 37 stands as a barrier. Or if the volume does manage to come into this position as we are past lunchtime, it is officially past lunchtime. It's almost 30 minutes past the official lunchtime. So maybe volume does come in on Kraft over here and allows it to punch itself over 37. Not sure if this had earnings today. Let me go quickly verify if it did. KHC did not have earnings today, but it does have earnings tomorrow, bright and early before market open. We do know that almost every company out there, like McDonald's and Popeyes and so on, they all use those Heinz packages and they just give out like they're absolutely free. But somebody's got to pay for them, right? So the company clearly makes money. Not too long ago, if I remember, was this the one that went into a D-list and then came back off of D-list? Kraft never delisted, right? Yeah, I'm thinking about Hertz, I think. So,
yeah.
Not Kraft. So, yeah, Kraft, always a great company over there. They make soups too, right, Kraft? Yeah, they make soups too, salad dressing, yeah. So, beautiful opportunity over here to take the breakout of possible $37. Let's see if, we did see some prints coming on 37, but looks like the buyers are battling. There we go, 37 breaking, now getting ready to move up north as the market is also really pushing up north. So it looks like the longs are back in play, Luca.
Someone's saying, Brian James, Luca is getting out Sharpie, Bitcoin to mil. Write it on the whiteboard, Bitcoin to 1 million. Here we go. Yeah, guys, got some out of this Apple trade. Really, really nice move, like strong move to the upside, little bit of a retracement. Didn't have to add on the dip because I already had the average there. It was pretty quick to punch that. 64, I want to get out like 64, 74, 84, 94. Like that's basically my logic. No real science to it, just kind of feels right. I might change those orders around if we get there and then it kind of stops. Might change them around, but this is the thing, right? We're probably going to run very quickly to like the top of the range, which is like 88. So yeah, there we go. Got another fill out at 74. And this is the thing, right? Like your expectation and what the trade is going to be is very, very important. Like my expectation is like I'm long. I stopped myself out. I tried it again. I held. And then I added because I'm like, okay, here we go. Now I think we're actually going to go because we got that little stop out and move up on the yes. So yeah, cover, and hopefully cover a little bit more at the top over there. We're going to 152. Like the overall trade idea with Apple today is like 153 might get tested, right? So it's like long over here, and I held this whole time. Then I'm like, okay, let me add to it because if we're going to go back up, like I should probably just be adding to it. And what I saw here was like very simple. It's like we're kind of like bouncing. I was like, okay, let me add. and then for some reason, we had the flush down, so cover it, add it back. So still in the trade, looking really good, and I think we're probably going to get that 152 test at some point. So yeah, going to hold on to that one. Pretty happy with the position there. And Meta, yeah, I don't know. Meta, if it doesn't come back down right now, then I probably gonna have to cover that. And somebody was saying, yeah, I don't trade Neo because it's like watching paint dry. Yeah, man, it's like every time I look over at it, I'm like, well, it's not like I'm not wrong. Like I'm not technically wrong, but I'm not right. I'm like, yeah, this is like watching paint dry. So yeah, it's very, very, very slow. But is what it is. Was in a lot of positions, so like sometimes you want something to be slow, so you don't just get killed on them. And let me actually look at BBBY to see where it is. Yeah, see, this is the thing. It's like you get the meat of the move, cover into it. Okay, great. Maybe I should have just covered it all at VWAP, but whatever. Hindsight 2020. And yeah, now we just go sideways at VWAP. So I'm not actually expecting it to like break through 5. Like lots of people are short and using this volume to cover. Then it just kind of dies and goes sideways. So yeah, not a long, not a short. Just wanted to kind of quickly look at it, see where it is. Doing exactly what I thought. So yeah, it kind of feels good that I had that one there. And now, yeah, just basically trade management. We got like 25 minutes left here. Someone's saying look at Rivian. Sure, I'll have a look here and see what happens. Rivian, extra strong. It's kind of crazy, like when you see like these names like 9%, 10%. You're like, oh, they're having really good days. But oh yeah, no, they were just suppressed for so long. Rivian on the daily, looking like it's giving that breakout. That 32, 33 area was actually like nice. Anybody who had the long through like 32 into 33, like that was just like, not every day do you get like, take the long and you're just in the money no matter where you punch, like within $1. That's kind of crazy there. Yeah, very strong move to the upside. And I wonder if we test 40 on that. Somebody's screaming out Twitter here so we could have a look.
Wow. Twitter's at $53 right now, taking off. The longs are really coming in. Big volume spike. We're waiting for the news catalyst from Brendo. And obviously, I think you can all kind of guess what the news catalyst is going to be. We're going to cut to Brendo right now for the update.
Elon Musk saying that he has told bankers that the deal is set to close on Friday. So that's coming directly from CNBC and directly from Elon Musk. Again, Elon telling bankers that the deal is set to close on Friday.
Yeah, so there we go, guys. Friday, we were talking about it earlier. The court cases on Friday. The judge telling Elon, if you want to avoid court cases, you gotta close the deal by Friday. So it looks like it is going through completely. You can now expect the stock to shoot up to $54.20. And start trading around that tight range over there. Just could not have asked for a perfect day for Twitter over here. Tomorrow is going to be even more fun, in my opinion, to trade that tight range on Twitter. But right now, we're ripping to it. So I think taking this long over here, expecting that 54.20 to come into play, and the risk to reward is good too. We're only risking below $53. I don't think we see below 53 today at all, honestly. This stock might just run up all the way to 54.20 and start trading around that levels. There we go. We're getting under 53 right now as people are taking profits, but I'm expecting a good push up right to that buyout price of $54.20. I'm also currently short Snapchat. Snapchat pushing up right back to the high a day, and that high a day exit was my out. I previously thought about flipping short on Snapchat earlier when that opportunity came, but I just let it go through, did not take that short. But here, as that trade shows up one more time, we are going to take that position. Coming back to Twitter for you guys just to show you what's happening around here. Here comes some buying pressure now after people took their profits off the longs that they were taking all day around this 52.20 area. Some of them punched out near 53. Obviously, tons of liquidity coming into play. So people taking their profits. Now we're looking for their second leg run up towards that $54.
Yeah, Twitter kind of crazy. This is a very sketchy long, but I'm trying it and I'm willing to average into it. So it's like you have the crazy move up. Add. I'll just add, and if we get above 53.20, like yeah, we could like have like a quick wick off top, 50 cents to the upside. Doing a lot of volume here. So there's some size at 53, but yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, again, I'll just keep adding. I don't really think it's going to sell off back to like 52.30, considering the deal is going to close very quickly. But yeah, definitely watching the position. Hopefully we get a pop. I mean, my orders are scaled on the way up because yeah, if we can just get out in front of 53.50, probably a good trade. So yeah, I'll see if I can get myself out there, have some orders scaled for the quick pop. I mean, if it happens, it happens. Great. If not, whatever is what it is. But yeah, we're holding 53. It wants that 53s. That's the print. You know, hats off to Brankles in the back over there who has call options on Twitter. What a legend. What a genius.
Yeah, Twitter's going to be a lot of fun. Some person bought $60 calls. Hopefully you're able to get out for some profit right now, at least, because obviously the price will not go to $50 or $60. Someone in the chat's also saying, Jeffrey is saying, Jeffrey, I like that. 54.20 is the max, correct? Yeah, 54.20 is the max. It should not go any higher than 54.20. There might be some pops taking it above 54.20 every now and then, but it should not go any higher than 54.20, really. Snapchat shorts are not working. 2 cents in the money on that position as the market did have a pop, but is now pulling back to the south side once again towards that 38.50 area. Let's see if Snapchat rejects that 39.43 high day, 39.44, and pulls back and gives us a good 10 cent, 20 cent drop. It will be amazing to have that drop on Snapchat. That way we can keep on adding to our P&L, which is our profit and loss number on this trade to the both directions, to the long side, to the short side, adding damage on either directions of the trade. For right now, though, guys, all my eyes are going to be glued to Twitter, honestly. Hopefully, you guys don't get annoyed by that because most likely every time we flip back and forth between Luca and myself, we're probably going to be talking about Twitter.
Well, that's the thing, right? You obviously, like, we're traders. We're trading things that are moving. So, you know, obviously trading things that are moving there. Twitter is moving, so that is the trade for now. Yeah, you know, watching the position board. Meta's still in the money. Neo's still in the money. Apple, I just noticed, actually went back down, which is unfortunate because this was actually a winner, and now it's like I took the win, and now I have the half left, and it's back down. So I think I just have to cover this, especially with Twitter doing its thing. So whatever, it doesn't look too pretty, but it's essentially not a winner. It's just a break-even trade. So it is what it is. No big deal there. And yeah, Twitter, we're getting the flush now, and I think I'm just going to continue to add. Like, it's going to probably pull back. My rule is, like, I want some over here in case we go, and I just want to keep adding to it because I think we're going to get that pop there. So yeah, let's see if we do get the pop. But if we get a little bit more of a drop, I'll add to it. If not, then I'll just kind of roll with what I got here.
Yeah, Twitter coming out with the news, so obviously most likely Tesla started looking to dump that position a little bit. Tesla getting under 220, getting under VWAP now. Still up 3.5% on the day for Tesla, though. But you could probably expect Tesla to pull back all the way to $216 around the 100-period EMA, or even $215, which is a level that we have seen come into play multiple times before to the downside and to the upside. So let's see Tesla if it does have a pullback in it, and if the market also has a pullback in it to help Tesla fall down a little bit further. Twitter shorts or long, are now slightly out of the money, about 25 pennies. But like I said, we want to keep adding to this position. I'm not trying to take that much size. We keep adding to this position over here for a possible move up back to 54.20 by end of day, or even tomorrow or Friday. By Friday, we expect that deal to get to $54.20. Does it go off the market on that day, or does it just deal gets finalized, the news gets released, and then we still have an X amount of period for it to delete, you think? So it's not like it's not going to stop trading on Friday. Yeah, so Neil basically saying, you know, there are still a couple things here and there with foreign countries and foreign investments coming in, possible other problems that might come in. That's why we're not exactly at $54.20. But, you know, if the deal does close through on Friday, it is possible also that the stock gets completely deleted from the market on Friday and stops trading at $54.20 or somewhere close to it. So lots of things over here to watch. And Snapchat, thankfully, 4 cents, 3 cents in the money on the short side, which is exactly what we want. You know, we have about a decent chunk of size on here on Snapchat, getting ready to see if we can bully the stock right back into the 920, 915 area. Probably not going to see $9 on Snapchat anytime soon, but a good 10-cent drop for risking 4 cents. I think that's a good risk to reward trade.
Yeah, all about risk to reward trades and just scanning everything. This is the thing. It's like add Twitter, then volume dries, and it's like, okay, it's just going to be standing around this place. So it's like I know that I could break even on this trade, worst case scenario. Maybe I should have added in front of 80s, but whatever, is what it is. No big deal there. But yeah, we're watching this one. It'll be interesting to see. It probably like 53 is probably the spot that it wants to be. Lots of volume being traded in and around this price. Yeah, at this point, I don't know if we get a pop back over 53. My average 53.04, so nothing too crazy. I think I might just like take a portion out of this trade actually. Yeah, if we get back up to like 53, 52.96, 97.98, I'm gonna just like take some off there and just like hold the last piece, see what happens.
Yes, market once again under 38.50. Looks like it wants to still continue going to the downside. UPS, which had a positive catalyst today, now only up 0.5% on the day, 0.05%. Sorry. So even UPS pulling back. Sad UPS. The delivery company. Oh, looks like Twitter wants to go back up north for us. Let's go, Twitter. Get up there, baby. Would love to see that position absolutely be a monster long for us for today, and bag some big profits on that trade. But yeah, coming back to UPS over here struggling. Even 3M still struggling. We saw 3M not too long ago with that court case issues that they had, having to pay X amount of dollars for the military, the hearing aids that they had, and so on. And then talking about supply shortages, multiple reasons for 3M to not meet their earnings quota today and drop down in pre-market. But they actually did a pretty good job off the open to get to a better price than they were going to most likely go towards, and trade sideways ever since, holding that 117 area. Let's see if this market actually breaks that low that we're looking at around 38.45 or so, and gets all the way down to VWAP, or if this market just keeps on trading sideways around this level for the S&P 500, allowing us to not really do a whole lot of anything. But UVXY, which is UVXY, actually trying to go north here, and if that is true, maybe the market does go down, and then Snapchat shorts end up paying us a good chunk of money. Twitter ads look like to be the right thing to be doing around 52.70, and then maybe a quick little scalp out near 53, just in case that break doesn't happen that we're looking for. A big spike in volume for Twitter, obviously, and that's also probably a big spike in the relative volume, which is now currently at 1.9. Twitter trading 18.8 million shares traded on the day.
Yeah, I think you just recycle at this point. It's like it's probably going to print so many prices in this range. So I think you just kind of like long, cover. Like I'm not really expecting any more of this thing to go to 53.50. There was 53.20 was like that like sizable area. That's where a lot of size was stacked. So at this point, I covered some in front of 53, added it back. If we pop again, I'm going to cover. I'm just going to recycle for the next little while as the volume is there. It just kind of feels like the right thing to do. Yeah, I don't think we're going to 54, so I'm just going to recycle this over and over again. It's probably going to print all these prices, so it'll probably be good there. And somebody was saying, Snapchat as well. Somebody was saying Snap was working from before. Snap is like, I'm not really too sure. Like, I didn't trade this today. I guess you got the double top. You could probably risk off that 950, like 945, 943. You probably get a fill there. It already kind of topped out and bounced. Now it's showing you that it doesn't really want to, break up. Just keep in mind, it's obviously, like everybody knows, they had earnings. It was bad. It was down. Now kind of making its way back up. $10 is my level on Snap. So I'm probably not going to be trading this until we get to 10. I don't know if that'll happen sometime this week. It'll be interesting. I think if Meta, destroys earnings, goes back to the upside, maybe because Snapchat influenced Meta, maybe Meta can influence Snapchat. If Meta good, then Snap back up. Maybe trade to be done in and around that level. But if not, then I'll just stay away from that. Yeah, for the time being, I'm just going to recycle this. It's just very clear. It's like bottomish around 52.80, topish 53, 20 cents, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. It's going to be a robot on that one, so we'll see if we get the fills. It's funny. We talk about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is up, and now every time I look at the chat, I just see Bitcoin to 200,000, Bitcoin to 100,000. It's kind of funny. Somebody else was also asking, is Elon selling because now he has to close the deal? So the thing is to my understanding, so he already had sold the portion that he needed to cover some of the whatever, the amount. And then it's just dependent on if the banks are going to finance it. So the question is, are the banks going to finance this deal? Supposedly, the bank that was on the deal was going to split it up and like kind of disperse it amongst multiple banks. But that has recently come out and said that I think that bank, whoever that was like, no, we'll just take the full debt. We'll just continue to kind of work with it. So I'm not 100% sure, but overall, my take is that no, Elon does not have to sell more of Tesla to fund this deal, especially if he's getting financing from the bank. Sounds like the bank wants to give him the financing, so I would not say that this justifies a Tesla short based on this. But maybe you have other information. Maybe I'm missing something. But that's just my kind of 2 cents on the topic.
Yeah, so equity investors in Elon Musk's take private of Twitter received paperwork from his lawyer at Skadden Arps. CNBC report. Sorry? It's not confirmed? It's the firm. It's the firm. Skadden Arps is the firm. CNBC reporter tweeted that apparently. So multiple resources and multiple websites coming out there basically telling us the deal is closer to getting through. Let's see if Dogecoin made a pump off that coin, off that catalyst, because obviously Dogecoin, well, it did. Look at that beautiful pump in Doge to the north side, and maybe Shiba took a little bit of advantage of that too. Yeah, Shiba, Doge, both of them pretty much move in tandem at times, and Bitcoin not really getting back to the 20,000 area with the help of the Twitter catalyst. Makes sense. Bitcoin did get trashed by Elon, saying it's not the most eco-friendly coin, and for someone that says like Tesla should not be using Bitcoin because their whole goal is for eco-friendly and trying to save the environment and save the world and so on. So obviously makes sense why Bitcoin didn't really do much of a move over there. Looking at the long scanners at the moment, one stock really stands out. It's going to be EQT. EQT popping up in the scanners to the north side, most likely at a new high a day, already up 2% on the day with 6.3 million shares traded with 1.59 relative volume, and indeed a new high a day coming into play for EQT. Let's see how much higher the stock wants to go. Yesterday's high around $39.40. We're currently at $39.40, so it is possible we go retest that $40 area for EQT at some point today, especially if the volume keeps on coming in around this time of the day. With only 10 minutes left on the show between Luca and myself, the closing show, the big kahunas for the closing show will be back. That'll be your Sean's, your Neil's, and your Brendo's. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. If you do, by any chance, don't get automatically transferred over to the closing show. Just stay in the chat. Bears versus Bull. We'll put the link in there for the next show for you that you guys can click on and go directly to that show. Also keep in mind, the like button is brand new for the closing show. It's completely fresh, and hitting that like button also helps with the whole YouTube algorithm. So any show that we have over here and any video that we post, we would love for you guys to smash that like, because it helps with the whole YouTube algorithm and helps us, put the channel out there to more people who do need help for trading and so on. Currently, let's quickly go take a look at the like button. Hopefully, we're at 2.6, 2.7 or so. 2.6, not bad, but another 400 likes. We have 4,400 of you watching. All we need is another 400 likes to get to 3K. Let's see if you guys can do that for us in the next, 9 minutes or 8 minutes that we have left going into the rest of the show.
Yeah, and somebody was asking, I would love to know the banks involved in that deal. So I quickly Googled it, which, is possible. And it says Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and Barclays. And they declined to comment 4 days ago when asked about the situation there. Not surprising. I mean, when do they ever make comments there? Adding to the Twitter long on this little bit of a dip and rip action. So now we're back in the money on the, well, not in the money, but back to break even. This is boring. I mean, if I was watching, it's like, this is like not exciting. But it's like, this is like, just add, cover, add, cover. Going to continue to recycle that. Sometimes boring trading pays the bills, to anybody listening. And maybe we get that final flush down on Meta. This was nice, right? Add to it, cover, create the free trade, make the money, hold the last piece for the final target. But it's not really like getting there. It's like very, very slow. So, You know, maybe we get to 135, maybe we don't, maybe we stay sideways, but not really too worried about that, holding on to the last piece. You know, hopefully all you guys had a great day enjoying the show. We appreciate the likes. Thank you so much for all these likes. Where are we at right now? 2.7. Oh, man, we're so close to 3. I think we could get to 3. I think it's possible. Hit the like button if you haven't already. If you're trading today, hopefully you're profitable. Keep that money. Definitely exciting things coming into the end of the day. You know, sometimes, obviously, you know, you get these robotic moves midday that are not super, super exciting. But, you know, still money to be made here. You know, like the Alibaba, not too crazy. Go figure. Now it's at 63. Man, okay. Yeah, let's pretend. Yeah, look, I covered over there. Very nice. Yeah, no, now it's at 63. That was my target, but I just got out of it because I was like, oh, man, I don't want to go back through 62. Whatever is what it is. I think I got a fill here on Twitter now that I look. Yeah, I got a couple fills on Twitter. Yeah, hopefully this pops another 20 cents. I'll be a disclaimer. I'm not holding this for a run to 50, like for a run through the high anymore. Like I've seen this before. Every single time it's like, you know, news on Twitter. It has the run. It makes a top. It dips. It retests the high, and then it just doesn't go anywhere. So I'm not going to be greedy. I'm not holding for like a 53.50. It's a recycle over and over again. I'll actually get short. If we get to 53, break, and then come back through, I'm getting short. So, yeah, that's my kind of disclaimer there. But, yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, markets are crazy and sometimes slow and sometimes both. And today was kind of, for myself, felt like a little bit of both there. But, yeah, a couple good trades on BBBY, BABA, AMD as well. Apple is, Apple is, you know, I had the really good long. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten out of it. Now it just kind of looks sloppy over there. But, yeah, hopefully, again, you guys are doing great. And, you know, we do appreciate the likes, 2.8K, 200 more to go. I don't know, like, I guess we can't see, like, 2.875 or whatever. So we could even be almost 100 away from 3K. But, yeah, you know, it is what it is. We always appreciate it. And, yeah, hopefully you guys, again, doing well. And let me just quickly take a look at Tesla one more time before the end of the day. Yeah, see, there's like a lot of, this is the thing, when you have a crazy up move like this and then you actually flush lower, sometimes the size on the offer, this is what I tell myself, sometimes that size on the offer that is like slamming it down is like, these are just longs that were super long. Now they're like, okay, I'll just get out over here. So you're seeing like 200 lots, 300 lots, 400 lots just being reloaded at these levels like on the offer. And, you know, it's like 30,000 shares, like call it a total of like 70,000 shares that like somebody was willing to show their hand and hit it with. It's not crazy amount of size, but it is a decent amount of size. And, you know, I don't even know. I mean, are we going back down on Tesla? I think we could easily be back at like 210, 200. Like, is this the breakout? Are we now going to head back higher? Like, I don't know. If earnings couldn't do it, if, you know, like, it just kind of feels like we might still spend some time in this channel. But, you know, time will tell. I'm not in the business of predicting. I will just react to the moves that come along. Yeah, now Tesla flushing. I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla goes to like 216 at some point today.
216, yeah, I think that's what I was saying. 215, 216 areas. If Tesla does manage to go there, then we could also probably see Twitter popping up too. We're going to have to hold on to that trade. Only 10 cents out of the money right now. And like Lucas said, you know, keep on recycling that trade. Get in closer to the 70s, 60s, and then get out in the 80s, 90s, and then try to hold some for a possible next pump up. Maybe it halts up into that 54.20 area. Just throwing out theories out there to look out for. Snapchat really pushing up one more time over here. Now at $9.50 almost. So almost getting stopped out on this trade. Still going to be a decent trade for me on Snapchat today. So not going to complain about giving some back. You know, you got to risk it for the biscuit or risk it for the Rari. Either way, not going to get that on this loss as we are taking a little bit of a L on the Snapchat short closer to the previous high day of $9.45, $9.04. You fools keep drinking Coke, and I'll hold on to the shares of Coca-Cola. I mean, you need these, you need those people to buy those Coca-Colas in order for you to be able to hold your shares. Because if they're not buying the Coca-Cola, then you know, your shares are pretty much worth zero at that point. Eventually, if it does get to that point ever. But you know, it is what it is. Only 3 minutes left over here between Luca and myself, and then obviously we're throwing you off to the closing show. So if you have anything that you want us to take a look at in the next few minutes over here, feel free to throw it in the chat. We'll gladly take a look at it for you. UPS now actually red on the day, sadly. Starting off the day in the green side, I believe it was up almost 2 to 3% at one point. Let me quickly pull up my scanner. not on my scanner, I mean my watch list. Sign up for the Trader TV watch list by doing ! watch list in the chat. You'll be able to pull that up. So UPS right here was up 4.42% in pre-market and pretty much giving it all back and now turning red on the day. Pretty upsetting of a move over here for UPS longs, I guess, right? If you were long in pre-market, expecting it to hold the 50-period EMA, and now you're watching the stock actually on the opposite side, completely turning red for the day. We actually looks like we got some super chats for the day today. Don't think we had any super chats for the most part, so let's quickly go cover these super chats that we got, and then might be time to wrap it up. So let's go where we. These were yesterday. Super chats for the midday show. Meta at open tomorrow / under over 130. I will say under. So you're asking basically if Meta will go open under 130 or above 130. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, I just either way, whatever numbers do show up to trade, I'll just trade it from that levels, right? But I can't make that prediction, to be honest. Shock Industry, thank you for that super chat, or thank you for renewing your membership. About that long, not sure what trade this one's about for, but a couple longs today were monstrous, and now we're getting another long coming into the S&P 500 market and also the NASDAQ market, both of them doing a pretty damn good job at holding the 50-period EMA. Can you guys do a quick analysis on a firm's levels? A firm is just going to be continuously short anytime it pops into the ranges, I would be guessing, and I think that's what Neil did, right? The 100-period EMA, I think that's the 200-period EMA. So, that's not a firm. That's a Netflix. AFRM, it broke out at $20 today, got up to $20.42, and the 50-period EMA on the daily chart closer to $22. I think if it does pull back to $22, $23, $25 areas, shorting a firm there might be something to consider. You know, buy now, pay never later. That still kind of stands true on that side. A couple more super chats left, I think, or just one more. What do your parents think of you becoming a trader? Probably good things. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't really talk to them about that, man. You know, they're busy with their stuff. I'm busy with my stuff. And even if they don't appreciate it, they don't like it, they just have to deal with it. It's my life and my choices. My body, my choice.
Yeah, it's my parents were like, "Oh, you're gonna be a trader, so you're gonna retire in like 3 years." And I was like, "Absolutely, I am." So yeah, we'll see what happens there. You know, maybe I do, maybe I don't, but you know, maybe I should stop going for home runs. But you know, it is what it is. I think you know, you just gotta trade your own book and do whatever makes sense to you. Just wrapping up everything here. You know, NEO, nothing too crazy. Somebody was actually talking about WEBR. I don't know if you wanted us to talk about that. This is I think a buyout, if I'm not mistaken. Price is $650, but I think the short interest is high. That's why you got that kind of that. Oh. Okay, so company already owns 89%. They offered $625. Not the deal is not closed or anything. I think there's maybe, is there a short interest on this? Do you know, Neil? I don't know 100%. Somebody was mentioning there's a short interest. Maybe like that's or maybe you got competition that wants to buy it up. Anyways, that was actually a crazy move to the upside. And before we pass you on, I just want to say that I was thinking long as this was going up. And then somebody said Weber. I pull it up, 657. I go, 657? I'm like, okay. Yeah, no, didn't take the long there, thank God. No, that would have just been dumb there. But yeah, wrapping up these positions. Meta still in the money, but kind of inching its way up. I think I should probably just cover this. NEO, like watching paint dry. I was not wrong. How can you not be wrong, but not be right, but not be wrong? But anyways, you know, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you guys had a great day. And we're going to pass it on to the big dogs for the close. Lots to move, lots to watch. Definitely going to be exciting. Take care and see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Thanks so much. Welcome back in. A couple hours left in this pretty exciting afternoon as we head towards the beginning of the major tech earnings to come after the close tonight. Both Google and Microsoft set to kick things off. We get Meta tomorrow, then Amazon and Apple to come on Friday. Positive day. We'll talk about Twitter, obviously, trying to hold on to gains here on a bit of a pullback. Tesla also